Hello and welcome to my 8 hour stream podcast for Man on Inverclyde, our fundraiser. Very hopeful that everything goes good with the tech side of things. I've got a few people sort of helping me out in the background. It's the first time I've launched one of these live on a live stream, so we'll see how it goes. So before we start and before I talk about what's going to be happening over the next wee bit, I just thought I would do a wee brief introduction to myself for those that are maybe connecting in across Twitter and also YouTube, who have maybe heard of the charity or have maybe seen it on social media but unsure about what we do and why we're doing this. So first and foremost, my name's Chris Paul. I am the founder of Man on Inverclyde. We kick-started our sort of mission to prevent suicide in Inverclyde back in March 2020. Myself and a number of others in our community who had been impacted personally by suicide or been impacted by people who were struggling at that time prior to the pandemic. And our organisation pretty much boomed from that period of time, and we've since over the sort of 1,000 people mark that we've supported. And over the course of the next 8 hours, I'm hoping to shine a light on some of that work that we've done, shine a light on some personal things for me. It will not all be about work. I'll be hopefully talking about things that I do in my own time as well, bringing other people in to have discussions about various different things. But we will be focusing quite a lot on Man On as a charity. And I just want to say a big thank you to anybody that has donated to the fundraiser, and I'll get you some sort of ways that you can donate it shortly. Some Just Giving pages and stuff that are on our social media pages, and I'll be getting updated throughout the day. However, the other thing I wanted to mention is each hour is going to be sponsored by a partner, a business partner who has donated at least £100 to the cause to support us. So I'll share a lot about them as we go through the rest of today. So yeah, the plan is to get people engaged, to get people to come in and talk about our work and talk about what we do. So if you are listening to it and you want to contribute in any way, just let us know. You will see this here at the bottom of the screen, hopefully all going well with the tech, and it will tell you a little bit about how you can donate to Man On. So to donate, text Man On, followed by your donation amount to 70085. So for example, Man On 10 to that number. It means that we'll get that from yourself in terms of a donation. And I'll talk a wee bit more at length later on about what £10 gets in our organisation, what £20 gets, what £50 gets. We really are huge in terms of, what our huge mission is about preventing suicide. But we know that, there's so much more you need to do upstream to prevent suicide earlier, to support wellbeing in our community. So a lot of the work that we do maybe necessarily doesn't look as if it's connected directly to suicide, because it's a lot of wellbeing stuff. We do a lot of stuff focusing around sport and football in the community. However, it is all of that end game to try and prevent suicide and keep people alive in our community. So, as I mentioned, I've got a number of people that's hopefully going to come and support me throughout the day, throughout the 8 hours. I'm aware that it's a really nice day out there. I would have preferred to be maybe chilling out in my back garden as opposed to staring at a screen for 8 hours, but the good company that I've got, I'm sure that they'll kind of get me through it. I've also got this massive coffee mug, which is filled to the brim with coffee, so I'll be topping that up as we go throughout the day. But the first guest is somebody that has sort of come involved with the Man On journey, over the last period of time when we've formed our board of trustees, and it is our chairperson, Kate Gibson. So I'll bring Kate in just now, hopefully.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Kate. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, brilliant. just looking to get a wee catch up with you about obviously connecting in with ourselves and the journey that you've had so far. So you're now the chairperson of our board. What's your journey been with Manon so far?
It's been a great journey, Chris. I was in social care, predominantly working in the voluntary sector, and I retired early in January 2023. And I knew that I wanted to do something in the voluntary sector, having had loads of fantastic experiences there. And obviously, I kind of looked around to see what I wanted to be involved in. But prior to becoming a social worker and prior to retiring, I used to do bereavement counselling. That then led to me being involved in a local mental health association, where suicide prevention and postvention was a big focus and emphasis. So when I was thinking about what I wanted to do in my voluntary life, I wanted to do something that I could commit to, I wouldn't overstretch, and it almost felt like coming back to my roots, coming back to what I was doing before I became a social worker. So I had reached out to yourself, Chris, and was successful in my interview, joining the trustees. That was a great experience. Everyone was very welcoming. I think our trustees come from every walk of life. They come from a lot of different work experiences. A lot of them, not all, but the majority of them have lived experience of suicide as well. And I get a really warm welcome from everyone. And I think one of the people that gave me the warmest welcome, as well as yourself, Chris, and all the staff, was Craig, who was the then chair, Craig Docherty, who was so welcoming, really encouraged all of us to get involved with the board meetings, with the AGMs and things like that. So that developed from there, and then Craig had a lot going on. He was doing lots of qualifications and things, and he decided to let us all know that he'd be stepping down. So I kind of put my hand up and said I'd be happy to be the interim chair for a wee while. So I did that after having been involved in the charity for about 10 months. So I did that from October 23 until January. And then the post was advertised and I was interviewed for the role of chair, and I got the chair's job. At the same time, we had another Craig, Craig Archdeacon, who was appointed as vice chair, and he's been a great support to me, along with a lot of the other trustees who've joined the steering group that we've been working on. Robert and Kevin have been a great support too. So my experience is that there's a great emphasis on support and wellbeing, not only within the trustees and the board, but also within the staff group.
Yeah.
So I suppose I've had the opportunity to come along to some of the services that you run, like Talk On, which is facilitated by Isabel. And again, spending a few hours with the women who've accessed that service was fantastic. There was a real emphasis on everyone just being relaxed, enjoying one another's company, and getting a lot of mutual peer support, really. And there were so many suggestions and ideas that the women that were there were giving one another, and it was great to see that rapport with everybody. I think I've also been able to sit in team meetings, and again, I know that there's a big emphasis on wellbeing within the team, Chris, and the level of support that team members give one another. It was really encouraging to see that. I think having had a career in social care, suicide prevention is emotionally a very impactful area of work. And I think without the kind of atmosphere that you've been able to create within the team, the kind of people that have been very committed to being involved in the board, it's a really heavy area of work to work in. So you need that culture of wellbeing, you need that culture of support. So what I'm hoping to do within the board is replicate that. So one of the things on our board agenda is a wellbeing check-in with all the board members when we have our board meetings. And some people might think, what a wellbeing check-in for the board members, but I think it's really important that we reflect the culture that you've been able to develop within the team. And I think that culture makes the service more accessible for everybody, because people are relaxed, they're supported within the team, and therefore they're able to give people the space, the time, the compassion that they need when they engage with the services. So we want the board to reflect that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you've gave a really good summary there of your own journey, but also our journey as a organisation. I think we're been really, really big on how we look after each other as initially a volunteer team, a staff team. As you know, and you touched on, there's quite a lot of, you're engaging with people's mental health, you're engaging with people's well-being. So sometimes that can, and maybe some of the places we've connected in our careers together, it can be pretty difficult, and you can be drained, you can maybe take it sort of through into your sort of personal life. And I think it's really, really important that you've got the right level of support to engage with each other. Because as you say, we're dealing with suicide prevention. We do support people on a weekly basis and the team on a daily basis, who are knocking our door and telling us that they don't have, another option. Suicide is the option that they're considering at the minute. And, for us, that's our job, is to try and give them another reason to be here. So, for yourself and the board, it's really, really important that we've got that board of trustees that, are caring and kind and compassionate like yourself. That lived experience of the world as well is really, really important, I think, because the connection that we've got with the community, I think, has been down to that, lived experience, but owning our lived experience and being, putting our faces out there and talking about, what we do and how we do it. But it will be great to see how you sort of take the board forward. One thing I was going to ask you there, you touched on Talk On, and when I had originally started Man On, as we know it, as it's called, there's still probably a perception, rightly so, from people that we just support men, and we're solely for, if we're spoken to young people, it's, young male adults, young males in schools, potentially some males in the community through the Man On adult service and stuff. But ultimately, the transition to support everybody in the community was made quite quickly after developing Man On. You spent a bit of time in the sort of Talk On service. What's your sort of thoughts on that as a service, the peer support that the women need? Because a lot of our focus initially was on males, and we know that 75% of suicides are still men. However, there's still 25% of suicides that are not. So how important is it that support is there for that group when people are thinking about maybe donating into Man On and it going to, potentially supporting females who are suicidal as well?
I think it's really important because a lot of the women that I was able to engage with are mothers, sisters, aunts, daughters of people who have completed suicide, as well as also struggling themselves with their own mental health. As we all know, that if you've been affected by suicide in your family, there's a higher likelihood that might be something that might be around, it might come into your thinking. So the post-pension services, I think, for people who are bereaved, and it might not be a case, certainly in days gone by when I was a volunteer, there was a big emphasis in post-pension services. So sometimes people may not have completed suicide, but then the tension and the stress that puts on families and communities, neighbours, work colleagues is very strong. So it's really important that, we're able to provide a forum that isn't about any kind of level of stigma. And I think, one of the things is there is a lot of stigma around suicide. So creating a forum where people can be open about their experiences of suicide, whether people have completed or attempted. I think it's very important that we have that. I don't want to say that any bereavement is tragic for anyone, but I think bereavement from suicide has many layers for the families and for the communities, perhaps guilt or what could I have done or whatever. So I think sometimes in bereavement groups, having a specific bereavement group around suicide lets people unburden themselves a wee bit more and be a wee bit more open and honest about the impact that that's had on them.
Yeah, and I think you're right there. Obviously, the women's group has got, people who have had that level of impact through their own, personal circumstances with maybe losing somebody. And we really felt as a team that we were lacking in the postvention stuff, not just as a charity, but I think, just generally across the sector, there's probably not an awful lot in our reach anyway in Inverclyde in the West that focuses on that sort of postvention support after suicide. And we do know the devastating impact that it can have. Only the other day we got somebody that actually came to our front door and very kindly donated money to us. And she'd actually lost her grandson. A good number of years ago. And it was actually myself and Stacey that had spoke to the person, and both of us, when we finished that interaction and had a conversation and we spoke about signposting to our groups and stuff, we thought three things, probably more than that, but the three sort of main things. First, it's so important that there's places like Manon and communities where people can just come and talk about how they're feeling. Probably the second thing was the impact so far, so long ago for that person, and really how that kind of manifests into all those years later. And three, the power of the work that we do. Having somebody coming in and saying things like, if this was here, it might have been different. And that's what we're trying to have. It's to try and create a different narrative for somebody who has that thought of, I don't want to be here for whatever reason. I want to take my own life. I can't go on. There's so many reasons that I want to do that, and we want to then be the organisation that's in the middle of a community that is the sort of life saving boat, if you like, that last stop. One of the things I wanted to touch on as well, which I'll probably touch on throughout the 8 hours, is Assist. And you were one of our first guinea pigs on the Assist training for myself and Sam on our first course. Can you just explain a wee bit about what Assist is, and then we can have a wee chat around it, so that if anybody's listening to this and they're thinking, how do I get the skills to, be able to do that kind of stuff? So Assist, first and foremost, what is it? And also, how was your 2 days with me and Sam?
It was brilliant, and I've reached into my wee purse and pulled out my wee Assist leaflet, which we were all given. I actually had this leaflet in my purse for ages because I had numerous Assist training over the years. So when I was invited to come along to yours, I was delighted to be able to do it. And I think it's all about how we can intervene. I think a lot of people, as we said, there's a stigma around suicide. So if you see somebody standing in a bridge or something, what do you do? Do you know what I mean? And I think a lot, or somebody in your family talks about it. So I think Assist is about a pathway for assisting life, or PAL as it's known. And basically what we're looking to is connect with suicide, understand people's choices, and look at how we can assist life. Now, having been in the Assist training, I went on the Assist training numerous times, not least of all the time that I went on with yourself and Sam in December 2023. And every time I've been on it, you learn something. You learn something about your own preconceptions, your own prejudices, your own stereotypical views, and you learn something about how you can engage and support people in the community. So there were some of our board members were actually on that training. There were people from other voluntary organisations. And I think, you know, just to see that suicide is a universal issue, it affects people from all walks of life, all sorts of backgrounds. So to be in a background where there were lots of different people there, that was fantastic. And that is normal, you know, that is just the way it is. I think yourself and Sam, having had numerous experiences of it, I mean, you guys can literally be sitting at your desk and the door goes. And, you know, as we all know, that can be, you know, whenever just when you're about to walk out the door and somebody knocks on the door and says, do you know, I'm in a really bad place, you know, I need help. And sometimes it's not as direct as that, the message. So I think being able to role play situations, look at how people might be communicating about how they're thinking about suicide, encouraging you to think about how you can engage people when they're talking about suicide or being very low or using coded phrases, and being able to talk people through a process that you've learned on that training that allows you to kind of say, look, do you have a plan? How can I help you? You know, I'm here for you. And I think, again, I was listening actually to, as I was dog walking this morning, the podcast that you'd done with Hayley Smith, our national prevention lead, and just talking about having that time and compassion to listen to people. And I think sometimes if all you get from assist training, it's about being able to stand beside somebody as they're going through a very dark time in their lives, and being able to be there and not being afraid and just saying, look, at the end of the day, all I can do is give somebody a bit of time and compassion and try and listen to them. And I think our services are so overstretched now. I think the kind of level of access that you've got at Mano and the kind of level of training that you've got within the team gives people that time, that space, that compassion. And that's really what assist training is all about for me anyway. I thought you and Sam did it really, really well. I know you were a wee bit kind of nervous about starting your delivery and everything, but it was just absolutely fantastic. And I think the way that you create a culture within your team about well-being and respect being at the forefront, I think you and Sam really set those kind of boundaries at the start of the training. So people were able to engage in a very difficult topic, actually do role plays, think about how they would support somebody in that situation. And I felt that everybody, not just myself, learned from the process and felt more confident about suicide prevention, having been through that training. So I would shout out, having been in assist training before, and see if anyone's looking for assist training, yourself and Sam would be a great option, because it was a great experience.
No, thank you. And we've since went and done another two. We've got another one. We're delivering one solely to grassroots sports, sort of coaches from across various sports. We've got some connecting from rugby. We've got some connecting from football. I think we've got some representation from another sport as well. I need to go back and check the list, but yeah, we want to really drive it forward when we talk about our bigger vision about, you know, suicide prevention and mission. You know, what better way to do it? It's to get people ready with the tools in the community and the skills. And you know, similar to yourself, I'd been on assist, you know, courses in the past, and my first assist course was actually when I worked at Kibble, and it was it blew my mind, because obviously I'd had the lived experience of losing somebody to suicide at that stage in my life, which was quite young, but you know, I'd had that experience, and actually going on that course was really, really powerful. And I've been on it a couple of times since, just to go back and refresh my skills. So when I had the opportunity to become an assist trainer, it was something that, you know, I really, really wanted to do. And the nerves comes in, because you want to get it right. You want to give people a good experience because you've been on a good experience yourself. Particularly that first one for me was really, really good. But as you touched on, the PAL model, the Pathway for Assisting Life model, is for us, it's what we base our interventions around, and we speak to people through PAL, and I really like I like the way that the training allows you to say that it's okay not to have everything sussed out right away, and you're not under pressure to get it right yourself. You can get other people involved and keep safe connections. However, this is the way that you can do this. You can go through this once you connect with suicide, and look at choices and build a safe plan and develop ways of keeping safe. So I just think it flows really, really well, and I've enjoyed doing it. So it's a big offer for ourselves as a charity to be driving that forward across our community. We are having conversations about taking it further afield. So if anyone is, I know Sam and the team were up at the Children in Scotland conference, having lots of conversations with people, it seems, because our Twitter feed was full of people following it. So they must have been up there and doing their usual talking to everybody, which is great. But our big message is about getting assist, and if we can get assist out to you as an individual, a professional, if we can get income from that, then that goes straight into our bigger pot to prevent suicide. It ticks so many other boxes. So it's a fair commitment. It's 2 days back to back. It's 8-hour days. It's long days. But I think it gives you a tool for life, as you say, Kay. You've got that, with you at the minute. And the wee tool that we give people to take away with them, they've got that there forever. They've got that way that they can opt in to have those conversations with people if they feel they can. And I think a lot of people avoid asking questions about suicide, even if it's staring them in the face, because they don't want to do anything wrong. They don't want to say something that might make the situation worse. All these things that sort of surrounds the stigma of it. And I think Assist kind of blows a lot of that out of the water, and it gives you a bit of confidence. One of the sort of questions in the evaluation at the end is, how confident were you about asking these things, before the day one, and then at the end of day two? And that's the thing that me and Sam have been most impressed about, is the journey that people take on those evaluations. So if people are interested in they want the course, I really urge you to get in touch with us, because it's something we're really, really passionate about. It's something that we do day to day. I think we've been able to add, a bit of context onto things and have conversations with people at lunch and network beyond that. So yeah, it's going really well for us. So for yourself then, Kay, obviously just go to have a wee chat about the board. We have got people hopefully coming in at the back of yourself leaving. So this is where the technology gets tested, and I've not got anybody in doing it for me, but we'll see how it goes. But for the board of trustees now, you're in as the chairperson, as you touched on. Craig done a remarkable job, helped me shape and guide obviously the charity at the very early foundations. And Craig hopefully will be joining us later. He's doing a lot of running these days with his new running club that he's created. But Craig will be hopefully joining us later. But we're looking to get a wee development day for the board, bring the board together, engage with the board. So over the next the rest of this year, what's your plans?
So basically, we had set up a wee steering group within the trustee group, and that involved Craig Archdeacon. He's our vice chair. He's from a cybersecurity background. We've got Robert, who is from a legal background, and we've got a treasurer, Kevin. Robert is our company secretary. Kevin is a treasurer, comes from a financial background. So what we're trying to do is establish the kind of bones of the service with your support as well, Craig. So that's looking at a code of conduct, what our job specification would be, or a role specification would be for a trustee. We have Jim, one of our vice chairs as well. We've got Jim, who comes from a community engagement background, and we've also got Shona, who's from an HR background, helping us develop a few more things, because Craig's actually got an opportunity to be working abroad at the moment. So rather than stop what we were doing, we've got such a wealth of trustees who are so committed, with such a wealth of experience. We're able to say, right, fantastic opportunity for you, Craig, you go away and do your thing. could a couple other people, we were saying at the board meeting last week, could a couple other people maybe step up and help me drive the next stage forward? So Shona and Jim have agreed to do that. So Jim's been instrumental in setting up a board development day, and we've had support from our local community. The Beacon has given us a boardroom to use on the 30th of June, so shout out to them for their support. That's been absolutely fantastic. And that'll give us a nice safe space to kind of look at what's the role of a trustee, what the kind of things that we should be doing. We're regulated by OSCR in Scotland, so it's really important that anybody coming on as a trustee understands that our main governance role is to hold all you guys accountable for what you're doing. I think another part of being a trustee is also remembering that you're a trustee all the time in your private life, as well as, you know, when you're turning up to board meetings. So again, reflecting your conduct should reflect the values of Manon. I think we're looking to look at how we can develop our board, and that might be through looking at a kind of how our trustees operate. So some of our trustees might be doing a particular job but have a skill in something else that, you know, that it's a particular interest of theirs. So having that kind of skills audit of everybody, I think, is really important, but doing that in a way that doesn't make people feel, you know, oh gosh, I don't know how to do this, I don't know how to do that. You know, it's really about trying to kind of eke out all the things that people are really good at, because the things that people are most good at are the things that they don't recognise they're good at. You know, if they're great communicators, or they know everybody in the community, or they know how they can support the charity, sometimes people go, oh, aha, but that's just what I do. So part of what we've got to do is say, oh, but see that thing that you do, that would be really helpful in Manon. And could you maybe do more of that? Or could you be helping us do this or developing things? So we're having our board development day on Sunday, the 30th of June. And again, we had to kind of work out what was the day that everybody could attend and the majority of people attend. So that's why we chose the Sunday. Now, you know, when you're working, you always ask the busiest person in the office to help you out. It's a wee bit like that when you're volunteering. You find that the people who are volunteers are, you know, really compassionate people who really want to help everyone out. So what we want to try and do is get a safe space when people can all meet, and it's not compromising their family time or their work time or their leisure time, because that's equally important. So we're going to do that. We're going to be looking, Shona's going to be helping me over July, have a wee look at how we appraise our board members and how they self-evaluate what they do. Again, linking into the skills audit, just to make sure that we get the most we can from all the people that come. And as I say, I cannot emphasise enough, people come from all walks of life that are on our board of trustees. So if anyone's listening and thinking, oh, I couldn't do something like that, you know, that's, you know, I couldn't be part of a board, please think about your life experience and how you can do that. That said, there are some particular areas that we're hoping to recruit for. We've actually got some recruitment in our social media at the moment. So one of the things that we think would be helpful to the board and also to Manon as a service is to maybe get people who've got some experience of procurement. You know, bidding for contracts, getting contracts to, you know, provide services. I think it's a very complex world, the world of procurement. And if we could get somebody on our board that might help give us a wee bit of advice and guidance around that, that would be really helpful. I think also marketing is something that we're hoping that we could maybe attract a trustee who has experience of marketing in any sector, but if they've got experience of marketing in the kind of social care sector, that'd be really helpful as well. So, as I say, we've got people from all walks of life helping us, and our local MSP, Ronnie, let us use his boardroom the other week. So we've just got so many people in so many ways helping us develop the board that in turn hopefully supports you, Chris, and the team.
Absolutely. No, there's lots there, lots of recruitment stuff, which is great. Hopefully get some skill set in. Just went through a procurement process there. It was 2 weeks of my life that I'll never get back. However, it's the things that you need to do to get into the spaces. But no, thank you, Kay, for coming on, being the first guest. I've no doubt that a lot of people who've engaged with it. I've got a couple of wee comments and some of the comments bits here. Getting a bit from it. Hopefully, we get a wee bit of recruitment on the go from the trustee team. But thank you very much for your time. Hopefully, you keep watching for a couple of hours and I'll not bore you to death until 10 o'clock. But aye. Cheers, Kay.
Thank you so much, Chris. Take care.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so thanks to Kay for coming in. We're about to bring in our next guest. Ben Kane is going to be joining us. I'll introduce Ben in a second. Bring him in here.
Right, Chris, how are we doing?
I'm good. How's yourself?
Not bad. Bit too sunny for me, but I'll make it work.
Are you hiding out the road of the sun?
For the best, for the best.
So Ben, thank you for joining us, mate. Appreciated. Obviously, I caught up with you for a bit last Friday at the football presentation, but you're obviously coming on to talk about quite a lot of different things. But we'll start with the football. We'll start with the football. So, Greenock Juniors goalkeeper, are you?
Yes, the best position, something like that. But I've been playing in goal since indoor football. Started the first touch, indoor football at Lady Octavia. Then went to Morton Community. They took over the first touch. It was Morton Community for about 4 years. No, in fact, I was about 7. I didn't quite make it to Pro Youth. I think my goalkeeping dreams were set aside some time ago. Then that team folded. Then came to St Andrews. I was there for 3 years, and now St Andrews been taken over by Greenock Juniors. So I've been playing football all my life, effectively.
Good, mate. Good. So why goalkeeper? Why did you want to be a keeper?
Anything else? I don't know. My uncle's a goalkeeper, my brother's a goalkeeper, so I think it's kind of a family thing. As I said, I'm not the next Ederson, but I like to think my shot stopping makes up for that. So a mix of not being brilliant outfield, but also I do enjoy it weirdly getting the ball battered at me. I do get some.
You've got to be there's got to be a bit up there. I think that's just a wee bit different to everybody else to be in goal. I think it's a very unique position. How was your season then with Greenock Juniors? Obviously, we were at the presentation night last week. I thought it was a really good night, actually. Obviously put on by Safer Group and Ryan, who'd obviously put on the night. But how's your season been so far?
So we've got our final game of the season tonight against Renfrew. As I said, we've been title challengers for the last, up until the last 2 months of the season, and then we lost to the Thorn, who went on to win the league, and then we lost a couple of games and we kind of fell off a wee bit. I think we're sitting 5th just now, so we've tailed off at the end of the season again. A mix of things, injuries, with a lot of games in succession. So I think for a team for Greenock, we've definitely, as I've said to Joe and Des, the head coaches, we've definitely overachieved. We were in the semi-final of the Scottish Cup. So I think we've a very productive first season at under 20s. So there's a mix of 05 and 04s. So I think for where we are, where we come from, the kind of the pool we have, because there's not many 2005 teams left. In fact, I think we might be the only one, as far as I'm aware. I know Port Glasgow are starting a team next season, but as far as I'm aware, the only 2005 onwards team left in Inverclyde. So from the pool we've got, really, I think we have done really well. For myself, again, got a good start to the season. The usual, you're up and down like that. So that's the way it goes with players. But no, I think we've definitely done ourselves proud. Hopefully, done the community proud also.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Obviously, our journey as a charity with the Greenock Juniors has been pretty long standing, really. We've been involved from back when Tommy Malloy was the first team manager. We done, some video content with him. Obviously, there was a former player who took his own life, Ryan, and we've sort of worked really closely with the club on various different things like fundraisers and connections. I'm going to the family fun day thing on Sunday at the stadium. But we kind of took the partnership up a wee notch, I think, by being the kind of mental health partner, if you like, for the football club overall, and also sort of branching into making connections in with the year groups and talking to obviously yourself and your other players, but the age groups underneath you guys as well, and the first team. Obviously, we had a wee slot last week, last Friday. Talking a wee bit about what we're doing, and obviously we're obviously helping to launch a new team under that pathway next year. So, it's going good. It's going good. So, good luck tonight, mate. Good luck tonight. And you're absolutely right. I think any team from Inverclyde that does well absolutely deserves to get all the credit in the world, because it's tricky. You say we've got a reduced pool of players. When you go further up to sort of Renfrewshire and Glasgow, you can pretty much get everywhere within half an hour, really, but it's just that drive down to Inverclyde, I think, that people don't really want to take, especially when you're like the back end, and you're training at the back of the park and stuff. I think the Port Glasgow teams maybe will get a chance of a wee bit more of a pool, but no, credit to you, mate. And Joe's a great guy as well. He's a good guy, good coach. So good to see, mate. So the real reason you're on, though, isn't to talk about football, but that's just probably what I would be happy to talk about for 8 hours, to be honest. But the real reason you're on, though, has obviously been your recent work that you've been doing around bereavement. So obviously I know quite a bit about it, and I've obviously followed it and sent you some messages of support. But for those who maybe don't know, obviously your work, or they've not seen you, can you tell us a wee bit about that and your journey to kind of this point? So obviously recently you've been featuring at Parliament and mingling with all the bigwigs and stuff. So tell us a wee bit about your journey with that, Ben.
So that's kind of all started from a personal experience. I'd lost my brother when I was 14. So obviously that was a big hit to myself, my family, and his friends, etc. So it was a tough time growing up. It's a difficult age for anyone, but to have that burden also placed upon a young person, I think it was particularly difficult. So I struggled on for a year or so. As I said, we're talking about football there. I'm about as West of Scotland as it gets. Kind of fair-haired, plays football, loves a laugh. So it's that stereotype, that kind of mould I've grown up in, and I'm proud of that also. But it also, as we'll discuss, does have certain leads to difficulties when it comes to mental health and stuff like that. So I struggled on for about a year or so into 15, kind of going into third year. Got to the point where things weren't quite working out, maybe a bit more frustrated than I should have been, daft things, like even at football, just goals going and stupid reactions to stuff and all those different kind of things. So you could see it all kind of, you look in hindsight, you could see it all kind of building up towards some kind of breaking point almost. And it was by total accident I found the support that kind of turned it all around. And it was a careers night at Cliveview Academy, and I met Mind Mosaic Child and Family Therapies, Sandra Boyle, the CEO, fantastic lady, fantastic organisation. And the reason I'm kind of still, the reason I'm here and going on to do, some hopefully beneficial work is because of her and her organisation. So a lot of credit has to go to them. And effectively, I met Sandra, and we had a couple of sessions for about 6 months or so. And I got to a point at 6 months, and I thought, okay, I understand myself a bit better, I understand my feelings a bit better. I'm better placed to manage that, where I don't feel I need to have this kind of continuity of counselling sessions every week. So I thought, this is it. This is prior to COVID, just before that all kind of came on. And I think, right, this is time. So going forward, what was it going to be? What was going to be the point where I take this on myself? And I have this burden now upon my shoulders, and what was going to support that and alleviate it to some extent? Because I found out football wasn't going to get me away from that, especially when you support Rangers. That does no wonders for you whatsoever. Also, being Greenock Juniors, St Andrews, we weren't the high flyers that we are just now. So football was a point at that point anyway. But it got to a point where it was suggested, this is, again, it's Sandra's idea. I've kind of taken this on, and again, there's a lot of people that kind of in this community that have tapped into this, that have really kind of put the foundations of what we've kind of accomplished. And suggested that you've ever thought about running your own group, gathering just a small group of people in the school, see how they would feel if they had that support in place. So we've done that. We ran kind of focus groups, almost people who we'd known of who'd lost loved ones in the school, and it all kind of came together around 2019, kind of going into 2020. So we established Clyde Bereavement Support, which is, as far as I'm aware now, I've said this in Parliament, I've said this at community council meetings, I've been top to bottom and no one's corrected me, so I'll continue to say it is the first and only pupil-led support group in the country. And what we've done, again, we had zero resources, no funding whatsoever. It was just a pupil support classroom, and it was just a safe space for 12 to 18-year-olds to come and meet and talk, listen, and just be around a group of people who just understood them, and they just got it. They didn't have to talk, they didn't want to, they didn't have to get involved. We had different resources donated by the hospice, by Humane Mosaic, like the Good Grief game, for example. And who'd have thought a game and grief would go together? Watching that kind of flourish was quite an eye-opener. And they didn't have to be involved, they could have just sat there. And there was a drop-in service also, so it means they could come at 1 week and disappear the next. Again, personally, you worry, are they okay, they're doing okay, but maybe they just needed that reassurance, and that was enough for them. So the group continues to meet every Thursday after school. It's overseen by a teacher, but it's still pupil-led, and the pupils, I'm glad that there's been a kind of succession. It wasn't vital to the kind of project. It wasn't a necessity. It wasn't said, oh, you must continue this. We gave them a choice, we laid out what it would mean for them, going forward in their exam period also, and they were more than willing. So I'm really proud of that. And it was just through open and honest discussion, really, that we really tried to put something that was clearly needed in place. As I said, bereavement, I didn't know. I still struggle spelling bereavement sometimes, but I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what it would mean. I don't think other people knew what it meant. These kind of words were not in fashion. They certainly aren't still to an extent. It still is a taboo. But after we put this in place, we ran and continued to run this focal point, this kind of support network. It was about changing the culture, because, as I said, I'll not use the language that was presented to me at the time, but so and so happens, so you can fill the blanks. It's been 3 months. Certain kind of phrases and words that used that you would never direct a child in a normal circumstance, never mind in a circumstance dealing with bereavement and the loss of a loved one. So it was about setting out a mission to change the culture, and the mission was ensure no child grieves alone. Now, I've definitely taken that from someone else. I can't remember who. It's not my idea, so I'll not take the trademark for it, but I'm 100% that's what we're going to go on and do, and what we continue to do. Again, I don't know if you want me to continue.
No, keep going, mate. Keep going.
So progress locally, I'll start with before we get to, as you said, mingling with ministers, etc. And I'll tell you that the local stuff's the fun stuff, and that's the kind of that stuff that's painful some of the times.
Yeah, you looked smart anyway. You were suited and booted and whatever else you were looking the part.
But so progress locally, as I said, following on from phrases like "so and so happens" and "it's been 3 months" and jokes, etc. All kind of different things that were kind of leading me to believe and providing evidence that something had to change. So as I said, this was time for a change. It was time to use words like death. It was time to be more open and honest with our young people. So it came to the point where we decided we were going to set out a couple of kind of mission, not statements, we're not politicians, but these kind of goals. And the first one was education. I believed education was vital to cementing what we were trying to do. So getting into schools that weren't also mine, Clyde Views and Clunvest, you name it, we reached out and we started networking almost. And you often find teachers don't like to be taught, so it was always a difficult conversation when you're trying to talk about approaches and you're trying to talk about different things we think we could be changing. So, for example, we were the first school to highlight Children's Grief Awareness Week in 2022. And what that involved was Mind Mosaic came in and they delivered sessions in the PSE, personal social education classes for all S1s. So S1's about 13, kind of 14 going on. And what was interesting about that interaction between them was that they didn't quite, this was the first time they'd spoken about it. So I don't think they emotionally knew how to react. So of course you had the usual boys up the back laughing. You had the girls kind of been a wee bit more behaved, but, you know, kind of not really taking some notice. But you also had some kind of near the front who were taking notice, asking questions. So these mixed reactions, you might think, oh, well, that means it was a waste of time. Not at all. It shows they were engaging with it. It shows that they were reacting to it for the first time, because this is clearly the first time these children, because they are children, you know, we use young people to try and not demean kind of teenage age youngsters, but they are children at the end of the day, some of them. So it's important to understand who you're working with. So that mixed reaction is exactly what we're looking for, because it was clear the first time they'd ever discussed this and ever discussed bereavement and mental health, etc. So that for me was a win in itself. Secondly, we had referrals. As I said, you wouldn't call it a win, but it was important they knew that service was there for them and other services. So that was also good to see. We then had a memory tree. As I said, the memory tree is not Da Vinci, it's nothing amazing, but what it does symbolise, and it's an important symbol when, if you're ever in Clearview, if it's not the front door, I'll be having words, but I sat it right at the front door, and every pupil up and down the classes, S1 to 6, were invited to share a memory of someone they lost, whether that be a pet, a grandparent, or a parent, sibling, whatever it was. They were invited to do that, and if they didn't, that's fine. It was not pressed upon them, but they were invited to do so, and many of them did. And what that symbolised for them is when you come into Clearview Academy, when you come into our school, our community, and that's what it's about, creating a community. When you come in, that having had this experience that will change your life forever and will impact everything you do going forward, you will be looked after, you will be understood, and we will do our utmost to ensure the support in place. And if the support isn't in place, we'll go and we'll take action. So that's what that symbolised to me anyway. I'm sure that the young people have their own opinions on it. Again, a wee bit more. We met with the Director of Education. We relaunched the bereavement policy. That was launched in COVID, and the teachers hadn't had training on it. So we also ensured that probation teachers, so any teacher effectively coming into the Inverclyde Authority, would be adequately trained to deal with kids who had lost a close loved one. And we relaunched the policy also because someone thought it'd be a good idea to launch it in the midst of a pandemic and not say a word about it. We then met with the PSE team leads, and I'm very delighted. As I said, education was very important to me, and ensuring this kind of culture shift. That as of the next academic year, Clearview Academy will be piloting from Winston's Wish, the pack, for any teachers, etc. listening. Winston's Wish, their pack on grief education and supporting young people through bereavement. They will be adding that into the curriculum, and it's the first time in Inverclyde this has been dedicated into the dedicated part of the curriculum, and we're one of the first local authorities to do so also. That ties into a bit of the work with the Scottish Government also, but I'll go on to that. Then teamed up with Ardgown Hospice. We were trying to rebrand. They were kind of in a rebrand kind of period, and I've come on as a young ambassador. I'm very, very proud to be associated with them. We've done a lot of work in the awareness weeks in the last few years. We've also spoken, kind of been privileged to speak at various events on their behalf and sharing their work also. Inverclyde Council, as I said, we'll be working with the council very closely. They've been very welcoming to the changes we've proposed. The Inverclyde Bereavement Network is also something I'm very privileged to be a part of. All these organisations, and basically in the west of Scotland, it's not just Inverclyde, coming together and discussing approaches, kind of waiting lists, all the kind of groundwork that goes into this that often the headline not show. So being a part of that and sharing the work I've been able to do, whilst also listening to these massive charities that are kind of nationwide and kind of just stealing those kind of wee things, it's been brilliant also. And I've also been continued to do kind of things like this, which are brilliant. As you can see, I could talk all day about it, to different parts of society, which has been really surprising, but also really good, like Rotary clubs, for example. I don't know the interest, or I don't know if they just thought that's a young person talking about death. We'll get him in, and that'll attract new members. Old boys clubs, BB old boys clubs, events in Aberdeen where I met your friend and colleague Graham from Papyrus. Again, hearing about other work going on across the nation. It's been brilliant. So I've had a lot of opportunities, and they've been taken with both hands. As I said, as I was saying to Graham in Aberdeen a few weeks ago, I'm a complete chancer. As I said, you don't get to the Scottish Parliament, you don't get to these kind of conferences without having a bit of a brass neck and putting yourself out there and putting yourself out in front of them. So it's been brilliant, and it's been a lot of experiences that have come as a result of it. So I'll move on to the work with the Scottish Government, which has kind of been the most documented part of it. And funnily enough, it's been almost the least kind of successful. But it's an interesting, which I think people need to hear about. So I first contacted, excuse me, Stuart McMillan, our MSP, about the Growing Up Grieving report. So that report detailed 6 recommendations for the Scottish Government in supporting society as a whole, but not just young people, society as a whole through bereavement and loss. So the report outlined those 6 recommendations, and I wrote to Stuart asking when the recommendations would be considered or published. So I'll read number 2 and 4 of them, and that's where this campaign has been kind of founded. So recommendation 2 is abundantly clear that no person is immune to the effects of death, the death of a loved one by virtue of their age. Something that is blatantly obvious to me, and this was commissioned by the Scottish Government and paid for, and it was commissioned and undertaken by them. So that I could have told them that for free. Recommendation 4: promote greater awareness of bereavement amongst children and young people to normalise the grief process. Education, pushing this, not ramming it down their throats, by no means, not that, but putting it out there and seeing how they react. Because I said the mixed reactions I was talking about earlier on are really something that we should be encouraging, because children are a inquisitive bunch, and they really do kind of, when presented with these opportunities to talk about things like this, they really do take them on, and it's interesting to see what they've got to say and how they feel about it. And whether they take it on board or whether they don't, we've done a bit in introducing them to that subject, because some of them will, unfortunately, in the early parts of their life, come into contact with us, but the inevitability of this is they will come into contact at any point in life. So it's really important that we do nail down when it comes to education and give them that opportunity. So the response to the government, so this is, when you get knocked down, get back up again. This is this kind of stuff. They came back saying that it was not the responsibility of the government to. Where is it? I'll get the quote. It should be noted that we do not take a prescriptive approach to the curriculum in Scotland. That's a lie. It's very much up to individual schools and local authorities to determine what approaches and external partnerships they build. Now, whether schools have the tools, the funding, the necessary, voices like myself in place to do that is certainly dispute that. And it's a lie, because the Scottish Government on LGBT issues, on mental health and other areas also, and sex education, they have been seen to not tamper, that's not the right word, but intervene and put the right things in place, and rightly so. And nobody is kind of disputed the positive repercussions that young people have been open to as a result of that. But for them to turn around and say it's not our job, it's for councils to do it, is really nonsense, effectively. So the issue was, for me, that no other school had taken the stance that Clivey Academy had taken, and it was just the same dismissal and contempt that these young people, already going through one of the worst experiences of their life, had been treated with up until that point. So as you can see, I took that response really well. And then I don't know how this happened. The BBC phoned the school and asked if I'd like to come on the BBC Scotland's 9. As I said, absolute chancer, take that with both hands. And I was privileged enough to go on and do an interview on that. And as a result of that, the government, I don't know if this was maybe an advice, somebody seen this and they decided that we better give him a phone back. He had a point. So I was then invited by the Minister for Equalities at the time, Emma Roddick, to come back to the Scottish Parliament and discuss the things I'd kind of detailed in our letter. So I discussed the local effort. I invited her to Inverclyde. She ended up coming down for different reasons, not as a result of my invitation. But I was keen to get in there, the support of the community organisations like yourself, Mind Music, Ardgown, Safe Harbour, and any other ones that I've probably definitely missed there. I was keen to show her and to showcase what we've been doing as a community, because I said we may lack a lot of things in Inverclyde, whether it be in child poverty, whether it be in opportunities for young people. We certainly do not lack a sense of togetherness, a sense of looking after our own, and I detailed that also when I was speaking in the Parliament. I joined the cross-party group, so that's just it's like a committee, but it has external people come in and chat with government officials, with organisations, stakeholders effectively, on issues. And me as a 17-year-old sat around this table with ministers of the Scottish Government, these funeral directors talking about the size of their mortuaries, etc., and all these different things. That here kind of a deer in the headlights. But as I said, you take these opportunities with both hands, and you go out and you showcase what we're about, who we are, and what we do. So again, another privilege. And I was also, as I said, privileged to give time for reflection, which is just a ceremonial opening of the Parliamentary Week in Holyrood. As I said, I just detailed in my speech the support of the community. As I said, this, again, it's always a award-winning young man. It's always this, but it really isn't. It's the coming together of organisations, individuals, all bonded by this kind of sense of duty to others. So that's really what's about. And every time that the Rotary Young Citizen of the Year award, for example, it really just a bit of glass in effect, but it was a good enough opportunity to go up and talk about what we're doing. So whenever these things arise, you have to put your own spin on it, keep the narrative where it should be, and that's what that kind of was about. I said I'm doing my best to wrap up here.
No, you're all right. You're all right. You got plenty of time. I've got 7 hours, mate. So you. I'm just listening because I need to do a lot of talking for the rest of the night. So you keep going.
I should also mention that these are the wee cards. I don't know if you can see them. These are the cards every pupil on Cliveview were given. As I said, made in this office, out the printer with our own paper, our own ink. As I said, this has really been a start-up kind of campaign, if you like. And again, I thought it was important just to show that, because it really shows the kind of what we've been doing. So to move on to more recent times, 2023, the Awareness Week, that really kind of gained a lot of traction, a bit more than I was expecting. So to start the Awareness Week, we had a motion put forward in Parliament, which is just a statement your Member of Parliament gives to the Parliament, and it just signifies support. The motion gathered significant support that we weren't expecting, as I said, because as you can see, politics is a bit poisonous just now. But it was encouraging to see them all kind of come around this issue and to really unite and show support for the bereaved young people who they serve. So it gathered support from all 4 parties, which meant it could go forward for a debate. So this was the first time. Again, what we've been doing had been raised in Parliament before in the social isolation and loneliness debate. That was 2 years ago, I think, a year ago maybe. But this was a debate dedicated to what we've been doing locally, and it was great for Stuart to highlight what we've been doing. And what was also, again, brilliant about it was that you got all these Lib Dem, Green, Conservative, Labour, SNP, all these different colours, all these different, people who got up and shout at each other all day, every day. For once, they all came together and spoke about something that they were all united by, and that was a shared sense of loss, a shared sense of love, a shared sense of, you know what, maybe this Loudmouth has a point, maybe we should be doing a bit more talking about this. And see them, these ministers that have their ministerial cars, that, all these different things, meeting all these heads of state, for them to come round and really, again, be grounded by this issue, it was really heartening. It was really encouraging to see that this take the poison out of politics, and it shows what good it can do. And as I said, the Inverclyde Bereavement Network also convened with representatives from Child Bereavement UK, which is the biggest organisation in the child bereavement sector. As well as Ardgowan Hospice, we done a couple. Well, no, there was a couple. It was myself and another young girl who done a fabulous job in talking about her experience and talking about why it was important we included young people in our conversations. So that was 2023. Just kind of moving forward, as I said, Inverclyde will pilot the first, to recap, sorry, they will pilot the first death and loss part of the PSE curriculum, which is massive. We're looking to have notice boards within schools. So I have it in my head that these kind of, you see the notice boards in schools and it's all kind of kids work and all, etc. But what it should be a kind of centre for people when, if they need support, if they need, that it should outline what kind of schools should be doing. So the next couple of years, that's kind of what I think should be the next stage, outlining support in the local area so it's accessible to young people. Just in the schools, as I said, you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Clyde support will continue, as far as I'm aware, does continue as the only support group for bereaved young people in Scotland. And I had initially had hopes of that changing, but again, practicalities and reaching out across the nation has been difficult, to say the least. So trying to implement that was, again, maybe the wrong move to start with, but we certainly evolved our approach. And I said I left the group in the more than capable hands of the young people who had the privilege to work with. And I said, just to relate it to the work yourselves are doing, it's been difficult for these young people. I don't think we can understate that. So coming in contact with suicide on a personal level, coming into contact with it, hearing youngsters talk about it, having suicidal thoughts, different things like that, difficult stuff. So I don't think we can, it's been the start of the group and they're all magic again and it's all happy days, because it's really not. At times it was really difficult to listen and take some of this on board, and it definitely took a strain personally. Burden I wouldn't have on anyone else, but nonetheless, some difficult stuff that these young people were going through, that in areas I could relate, in other areas I couldn't. So finding that balance was difficult, and for them to take that on, and I've got a real sense of pride, but also a sense of this is serious stuff. We need to remember that kids aren't just placeholders. They're not just something there to run this, and they've not got their own lives going on. They've not got their own things happening to them. So it's important to note that. But really, the last 3 years have really been consolidating the work we've been doing. I think we have done a lot of that. Said that future holds, but again, what I've taken away from the last 3 years is not daft awards or not daft, statements or anything, or people saying daft things to me. What I have taken away is that, firstly, manning up is not putting on a brave face and giving it the cold shoulder. It's not that at all. It's being able to admit you need help. That's the bravest act I think any person can take. Mountains are there to be climbed, in the words of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Again, they beat PSG. I don't know how, and I take a lot of inspiration from that. Calling out wrong, you see it. Again, traditions aren't always right, and again, traditions are something to be proud of in some areas, and other areas they aren't. But we can learn from them, we can adapt, we can evolve. And getting good out of bad is really what I've centred this around. I said it's taking something that's happened, and it will continue to take a toll on lives of myself and others. But it's getting some good at it, putting a bit of a positive spin on it. And I think if you're in a position to do that, you really should take it, because it doesn't only just support you, you can also support others around you. So I think I've done my best to highlight the last 3 years.
Amazing. Brilliant. No, I think it is. I think it was a really good summary there. I think you've done so much. And lots of that I never knew about, to be honest. I've obviously just been kind of, following it over the last wee period of time. And I think to do that off the back of, your own loss is remarkable. Regardless of your age or anything else, I always have so much sort of admiration for people that turn that type of pain into something that makes changes for other people, that makes changes. And I think one of the things I wanted to sort of talk to you about before we obviously jump into bringing our next person on and this revolving door, which I'm going to try and have to manage for the rest of the day, is you touched on Sandra Boyle from Mind Music, and even when you were talking about her, you can see the connection that's there. And one of the things that I'm really, really, massive on is young people and adults having that kind of key person, that one key adult who's going to be there and support them, that relationship, that connection. How important was Sandra's input with you? I mean, that's just by chance, careers event. You've linked in. You've then spent so much time, it sounds, with her and her, obviously, her amazing charity, which supports people at a really high level. But that relationship with Sandra's obviously evolved into what it is now. But how important was that at that initial period of time for you when you were probably feeling, lots of things that you've touched on, but needing that kind of support?
As I said, I don't think I could put words to it really. I think that I don't know really. I couldn't put a specific term on it, but I think that in itself says a lot. Again, it's not just again Sandra, Janice also have had Gowan Hospice. It'd be rude of me not to mention. It's again, you're talking about forming those partnerships, networking, connecting with different people, having that focal point, bouncing ideas off each other has been massive, and it's really where all of our successes come from, is when we come together and work as a community instead of as individuals. But just to touch on your point there, it's been massive. It's massive to have that person in your life. You can say you can do it. You will get there, and it won't be easy. You've been dealt, a particularly difficult hand at a difficult age, and as we've been honest about that, because if you take away from that, you take away from what someone going through has gone through. That's where it kind of loses its value, and that's where they lose their ability to navigate through that, navigate out it. As I said, it's massive. It really is massive, because I said that this isn't something that has been personal. It's not been a one-man band whatsoever. It's been the together of various organisations, various individuals, and really putting their expertise to use. As I said, I've had no training. I'll look to change that in the future. I've had no training, no funding, no resource bar my mum and dad's printer and computer. Really grassroots kind of effort. But as I said, with people like Sandra, Janice, yourself, the people from Safe Harbour, as I said, they're the ones that come to mind. Utilising their expertise and having that kind of focal point when it comes to bouncing ideas off when things are getting difficult. And who do you turn to? I said, you don't feel comfortable turning to a loved one. Where do you go? And these people really do God's work, really, when it comes to it. And I think it is. It's been massive in support not only myself, but again, hundreds of kids across our community.
No, brilliant. No, it sounds really good, mate. And obviously, it's great to get the other charities, obviously, who are doing this work, a shout out as well, because it can be difficult, and it's as you say, God's work. But that without those charities, where would people be? What supports would be out there, and you would have a real concern about it. So I appreciate you kind of linking us in with them, because we know of the great work that they're all doing, and we just need to kind of keep working hard at it. And probably from me to you, I just want to say, even though we've only known each other for a very brief period of time, I'm really, really proud of you, to be honest, like for going and doing what you've done. Like, I think you're on the start of something very, very special. And it's not often that I'm kind of lost for words when you were talking earlier on. I'm just like, this is a really impressive person here who's obviously starting something that's needed, much needed. And the awards and all the other things, don't downplay them either, because you merit them. You deserve them. And just spending a wee bit of time in your company, mate, honestly, I feel so confident about the future of our young people in the community if it's people like yourself that's going to be vocalising and advocating for them and campaigning and fighting and all these things that I think, is so needed for our community. I think we're in safe hands. Got a wee comment there from Sam. Massive future ahead of you, and I totally agree. I absolutely agree. I think whatever pathway you want to take, mate, looks like it's not going to be a goalkeeper professionally. So if you want to go down the other route, then you've got a long future ahead of you doing that. But brilliant, mate. Thank you so much for giving your time out your hectic schedule. We've got a wee message here from Scott who says good luck tonight. So is that a bit in terms of your game tonight then? Is that a wee bit of kind of last season dead rubber sort of thing? Not really much riding on
it? I don't know. I think I'm not too sure actually. I think it may be the sake of a place. Like I don't know if we can jump up one. I think it's the sake of just one place. But again, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot about 2 months ago. So it's been pretty just trying to maintain it since then. But no, it's our last game. We've got a lot of boys leaving as well because it's a mix of an 04-05 team. So they deserve a good send off, and again the Lighthouse also deserves a good send off. So hopefully we can get the result. We'll take it as it is, and hopefully just try and have a good night and appreciate how far we've come.
Absolutely, mate. No, you flew the flag here. You're unlucky not to have kind of more on the line for a night. But no, thank you for your time, mate. Really, really appreciate it. And good luck tonight. I will see you. I'll see you about. And hopefully we can keep linking in if there's anything that we can do to generate any of your work or support anybody or get some of your young people who engage with us some support. Then I'm sure we can kind of keep continuing to connect, mate.
Perfect, Chris. No, thank you, and thank you for everything your organisation are doing. Said I've met you again a handful of times, whether it be come to chat to the football team, in the pub after a few pints. Don't hold me to whatever I've said. Again, out and about different things. So no, but thank you to yourself, Sam, and the team for everything you are doing. I said it's the expertise of people like yourself that I can steal a wee bit of and try and put a bit of a spin on what we are doing also. So I appreciate that.
Brilliant, mate. No, thank you. Right, you take care, Ben, right? Cheers.
All the best. See you later.
Cheers, mate. Bye. So, thanks to Ben. Very, very powerful stuff there from Ben. Amazing to see that, actually. Amazing to see how a young person from our community can sort of turn that pain and adversity into something for the greater good. And good luck to him going and fighting, obviously, the big fights that he's doing. As Janine has messaged in the wee private chat that we've got, tough act to follow. But next up we have Janine. So I'm going to bring Janine in a wee second from Clyde Eats. I won't steal her thunder and talk about Clyde Eats too much. I'll let her talk a wee bit about what Clyde Eats means, and you've probably heard of it. You probably use it in the community. I think most of us do. But this is our first sponsor ever. So Janine and Clyde Eats have kindly sponsored this hour and donated to the work that we're doing. Not only that, she's also been a massive supporter of our work from pretty much the inception, I think, at Clyde Eats. So I'll just bring Janine through now. Janine, how are you? Sorry, I've got you on mute. I'll unmute you. You're on mute, Janine.
There we go.
There we go. But it's I think it's this studio setup, but I need to approve it. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you. I'm sitting ready to run out the door after Ben's performance there, but I'll see what I can do.
I know. No, he's pretty inspiring, man. I think he's got a good story to tell and does it really, really well, which is great to see. But yeah, so thank you. You're obviously sponsoring this hour for Clyde Eats. So for anybody that maybe hasn't heard of Clyde Eats, can you sort of give us a wee description about what you do?
Yeah, sure. So Clyde Eats was really born out of a frustration of using our competitor that will remain nameless. We were paying over £1,000 a week in commission, and we just thought, well, there's got to be a better way to do this. save ourselves money and to save other local businesses in the area money, and went about looking at solutions really. So that's a short version. I had the name Clyde Eats for quite a long time, not really knowing too much what to do with it, and as I said, found a partner that we could link up with in terms of the software. So went about approaching various different businesses in the area, which was a bit of a hard sell initially because, you know, everybody's comfortable in their own habits and what have you. But we were grateful of the support of the local businesses in the area, and we launched in September 2021 with 22 businesses on the platform. We've now got 90 businesses on the platform 2.5 years later. So we've been doing pretty well. And I guess the kind of the biggest thing for us was really, as I said, saving local businesses money, doing something a bit different, and putting out, we do lots of different competitions. We do, as you know, lots of sponsorship. We give away money to yourselves, Gowan Hospice and Inverclyde Food Bank, as well three key charities that we give to on a quarterly basis. So very much making a difference in the community has been big for us, whether it's businesses, customers, or charities and projects. So we sponsor currently, I was trying to count before I came on there, but I kind of lost count. I could show you the slide which I was demonstrating to somebody the other week in the council. So currently about 20 different sponsorships of projects that are ongoing, and that includes women's football, girls football, recreational football. As you can see, there's a bit of a theme here. But there's also others. There's a couple of girls that dance, and they're going to represent Scotland. Obviously, everybody's from Inverclyde. There's Ben Roxburgh, he's an ice hockey player. So that's dancers, ice hockey, as I said, football. Erin O'Brien, she's going to represent Scotland. She's in Notre Dame. So it's all very much, local. Mostly kids, but there's adult groups there as well, with the Morton Women's Football, recreational football, and the G, I always get this acronym wrong, the Greenock Welfare District League, which I think you've got knowledge of them as well. So we sponsored their Premier League. Sunday football. So affordable football for all. So it's all that kind of, the element of community is very much at the heart of everything that we do. But yeah, I like to see it as we're not a charity, and my accountant is on at me to stop acting like it's a charity. But for me, the way I see it is we wouldn't have this money if people weren't ordering on the platform. So we just like to be able to kind of give a bit back to the community, and to thanks to them, for supporting us, because we've actually saved local businesses hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds in the last 2.5 years, which then allows them to keep it in their pocket. Hopefully they tend to give us better offers and better prices. And as I said, in turn, they know they're doing something good, or we're doing something good. I like to say, doing something good with your food. But yeah, there's that kind of local social responsibility element. As I said, not every business out there we get multiple messages on a daily basis. Can you give me a raffle? Can you give me a raffle? Can you give me a prize? Can you sponsor my kid? But the businesses that we've got on the platform, I guess, through ourselves, it's a kind of filtered social responsibility there as well, because we can't all give every time somebody asks, unfortunately. But as I said, we like to think that we are kind of part of that setup, that we give back for them a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant what you do. And I think just before we go into the community stuff, somebody's listening to this and they're thinking, how do they use this as opposed to some of the competitors? How do they do it? They just go into the App Store, search Clyde Eats?
Yep, exactly. So you can go into the App Store, search Clyde Eats on Apple or Android, or you can go onto the website, www.clydeeats.co.uk. Brilliant.
I'll be using it today, because obviously I'm not going to be able to cook. And nobody's in the house, so actually I think my son's just returned into the house there, so that he's not going to cook.
I'm sure we can sort your wee code after this.
So I'm just looking at it now, so there's plenty on there. I think it's great. I think obviously when we first met, we've been having conversations for a while now, haven't we? I remember going to meet you up at the cottage and having conversations. I thought, this is brilliant. I've got a few people that I know that have their own sort of food businesses and stuff, and they've ended up on it eventually, which is good to see as well. So no, it's really, really good. And I wanted to dig in a wee bit deeper into the kind of community stuff with you, because it's always intrigues me when people who don't need to do it, in terms of giving back a bit, like what you're saying there, the requests and, can you donate for this, or can you give us this, or whatever. And obviously they come in because, as Ben just said there, actually very, very well, a lot of people in Inverclyde will just chance their luck, which is good. It's a good part of being from here. We kind of shoot for the hip and we'll ask for things and we'll chance it. And you'll probably get an inbox kind of inundated with a lot of those requests. But where does that sort of come from yourself? The sports stuff, the football stuff, the dancers, because we sometimes get requests for it and we try and help it as well. But obviously, that as you say, you've got to obviously weigh up the limits and what you do with it. But where does it come from yourself, from within you, to think that's what I really want to do? I want to give back and make football accessible, or get girls to dance in competitions.
I guess it comes back to like growing up. I was a young girl that liked football. We didn't necessarily have a lot of money. My mum had a heart condition. We were growing up, which eventually it took her from us as well. And my dad was self-employed, so things weren't always. It wasn't always easy to get the things that you wanted. And I don't actually think, I know it's not a sob story, but I don't actually think I got a pair of football boots till I was 15, even though I played. It was like the slidey sole shoes that you're in the battery sliding about when everybody was kind of having their grip. But just that idea of, I guess, giving something back, that if you've got something, you're able to do it. With some of the kids that we sponsor, and I've heard through other people saying, well, actually you don't know that in the background their parents actually were really struggling to give them the equipment that they needed for that particular thing that you've sponsored them for. So that's the kind of stuff that when you get that fed back to you, that that you're doing something good. As I said, it's all well and good just knowing that I could keep all that money and I put it in my pocket. But that genuinely, I know that does sound a bit cheesy, but just knowing that you've actually done something good that's helped someone else that's maybe not in a position to help themselves, and the idea that somebody's talent is being held back by potentially an economic problem. So it's just, if you can give that bit back, that helps support, as I said, nurture, encourage their talent. And in turn, we all know what sport means. It's not just about the sport itself. It's what it does for your mental health. It's what it does for your friendships and your relationships and just everything. It's all encompassing. So for me, it's just knowing that it's what you get back from people as well. That majority of the people that you give to are just so appreciative of it. And as I said, the business wouldn't be where it was if people in Inverclyde hadn't backed us. So I just like to make sure that that's a kind of full circle.
Aye, absolutely. Because when you start something up, like when I started Man On Up, I thought, what if nobody turns up? What if I remember buying the milk, the biscuits, going to Brankston Community Centre, who obviously were amazing to give us our first opportunity to run it, and thinking, people going to turn up here. And I remember the first two people coming in, and I thought, oh, it's two people for the group, but they were actually for the other group that was in the other room. And I'm thinking, am I just going to sit in here? This is going to kind of potentially fall on its face. When you were starting Clyde Eats, did you think that were you confident that it would work to the level that it has? Because it's clearly been very, very successful, very visible. All those other things that you're saying, the community stuff, like the brand, the advertising and stuff, like you see it quite regularly. So it's obviously became a really big success. Did you envisage that would happen so soon?
Definitely not. I mean, as I said, we've got 22 businesses on the platform, of which the cottage was one. So really it was 21. We were already knee deep. But no, I mean, I think with these things, it's a bit of a kind of risk and reward, isn't it? Like you've got to take a punt. I had a vision all along that, it was very much kind of community impact. People will say, oh, is that a kick you've got? Is it a? And I'm like, no, we just kind of, that's how I like to run it, but it's very much a limited company. So no, we absolutely didn't. But as I said, I think we've been fortunate in that we've got that lived experience. So we're going to the business and saying, look, we're in the same position as you. You're paying through the nose for all your food and your gas and electricity, all the wages have went up. Like, this is a way that you can actually save money. It's the same people making the same food, getting delivered to the same house, but you get to keep more of your money. And I think, as I said, that's how it's been able to be successful. I think one doesn't go without the other. So if the businesses hadn't come on board, the customers haven't got a platform to go and order their food. But likewise, if the customers didn't back it, the outlets would have no food to deliver. So, as I said, everybody helps each other. And I said, our bit of that is just making sure that there's a benefit for everybody. So keep making sure that we can make it accessible and affordable for the businesses, but also giving lots back to the customers. I said, if you go into the app just now, you'll see lots of 10%, 15%. In fact, I've just done a 20% offer on there. It's not on our competitors. So as I said, they've backed us as much as we've backed them. But no, absolutely not. Did not know that it would be successful, certainly as successful as it is. But it's come with a lot of hard work as well.
Absolutely, aye. And I think these things do, don't they? Like, same way, obviously, Man On and Ben's success, and it doesn't happen for you. You need to go and get it. You need to work hard to obviously get your business, or if it's a charity or if it's a mission like Ben's, you need to kind of put the miles in to kind of get there and keep working away at it. And you touched on something I thought was really, really important. Actually, one of the things that we have maybe seen through Man On is the kind of financial pressures for people, but also people that maybe have businesses who maybe are in the same industry as you or similar industries. I think the hospitality industry, sort of generally, sort of food industry, has probably had a lot of challenges. For yourself, being obviously you've got the cottage as well, and I think maybe other wee avenues that have maybe opened up in terms of foodstuffs. But what's that sort of pressure been like, sort of post-pandemic for that sort of for that environment, for that group of people, the workers, the whole industry, really?
Difficult, to be honest, really difficult. I mean, people go, COVID must have been terrible. COVID was actually easy compared to post-COVID.
Yeah.
And I know I don't take that lightly, because I know there's lots and lots of horrible things happen through COVID, but we were able to open the business and deliver. We delivered afternoon teas and put nice wee messages on things for people, and all that was. It's when the doors opened up again and it became really, really difficult, because actually you weren't able to facilitate as much as you could during COVID, because the doors were shut to the public. It was just the price of everything went up. Your food was like 3 times the price, where gas and electricity literally doubled, if not more than doubled, overnight as well. So it was really difficult. And as I said, wages obviously go up every year as they do, but it was just that everything kind of culminating at the one time. You weren't getting as many people through the door because not everybody was ready to all kind of come out in their droves. So, but the price of everything was starting to kind of go up and up. I think at one point our peak, our gas and electricity bill was over £4,000 for 1 month. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. And as I said, if you look at our food bills and things, you would honestly be shocked. I think the difficult thing is, not to get too political, but they bumped the VAT back up. The VAT is 20%, and unfortunately, when it comes to food, a lot of the food you buy, you pay VAT on, but you can't claim it back. So when you're going to do your VAT return, you can't actually claim it back, and you've got to pay 20% VAT for every bit of hot food that you sell that either goes out or somebody comes in to sit and eat. So not a lot of people know that. They look at the price and they go, it's a bit dear. It's a bit dear for a slice roll. But actually 20% of that goes, before you even touch it. and then you've got all your costs on top of that. And then if you dare to make a profit at the end of it, they were 19% off you at the end as well. So it's tough. It is tough. And as I said, I feel as if our cafe, you know, it's that whole turnover is vanity and profit is sanity. But we make a good turnover, but actually when you see what you're left with when everything else. But at the end of the day, we keep 12 people in a job, you know, 12 local people in a job, have done for best part of 5 years. And I know there's other kind of bigger companies there that are in the front of the telly, 10 jobs. We've been giving people 10 and 12 and 14 jobs, you know, for the last 5 years. And we know as well that a lot of the people that are coming into our place, it's a place for them to come meet their friends, maybe get out with their family. They bring their parents, they've got dementia. So we know it's a bit of a kind of community hub as well that we've got. So we do everything we can to keep the doors open. But it can get really challenging. Even recently had to drop a couple hours for a few staff just to kind of make it work, which is difficult to sell because not everybody kind of realises. But yeah, that's the boring bits. But you know, overall, it's good. We love, we're proud of, you know, what we've done with the place. And said that I just mentioned on our Facebook page actually, just when, again, obviously the mental health theme, the day we got the keys to the cafe was the day that the doctors told us my mum wasn't going to make it because of her heart condition. So we got the keys, then had to go to the hospital, and you know, yeah. So that 5 years, and I said it in my Facebook post. The cottage probably saved us in a lot of ways because we'd already lost our dad, as you know, and I'm sure we'll come on to that. But having pretty much lost our mum after 3 weeks of taking on a cafe, first step on the journey of a new business, first time self-employed in my life, and Yvonne's, and lost my mum 3 weeks after we opened the doors, kind of thing. So it was tough, but it probably saved us in a sense as well. So there's an attachment there, an emotional attachment to.
Yeah, no, you've been through a journey there. Getting the keys, responding to the phone call, obviously losing both parents, and obviously you've got help to do this. So you mentioned somebody there. If you want to elaborate who that person is that helps you out.
Who did I mention? Aye, sorry, not Yvonne. So there's only 18 months between us. We've led probably very different lives. I was always into football and sport, and she was girly girl and whatever. But there's only 18 months, and we're very, 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 very close. Loved a good fight when we were younger, like every other sibling. But yeah, we're very close. And as I said, I took voluntary redundancy because I was in a corporate kind of job for almost 20 years, hated it. When you talk about mental health, I mean, that was probably at my lowest when I was in that, the latter years of my kind of corporate job. And then I got the opportunity to take voluntary redundancy, and Yvonne was our head chef, and she's like, Mum, we'll do it, Mum, we'll do it. And I was like, I don't think I can. Just that tie, I guess, everybody, that comfort zone, you're in your comfort zone, it's that huge risk. I had a wee boy, I had a mortgage, I've still got a wee boy and a mortgage, but you know what I mean? It's just that, but you just thought, you know what, somebody, one of my friends said to me, it's like that whole, you just need to lean into the fear, like, take the jump and just believe in yourself. And I guess somebody else just saying that you can do it, just gives you that wee extra push to go, well, do you know what, I can do it. But it was scary. But yeah, so we've been in this together. We opened the cafe together, Voting Clyde Eats together, and then Yvonne's, I'm helping her with bits and pieces, but she's opened Giovandi's kitchen, the restaurant in Gourock just off of Shore Street. So yeah, lots going on. never a dull moment, hence the bags under the eyes. But
they're not as bad as mine. I think it's really important to have the right people around about you, though. Obviously, your sister's there. That's somebody that you know very, very well. But having the right people around about you, I think, whether it's starting something, a business, or launching into something, or any adversity, or as you say, facing into the fear and leaning into it, the people around about you are so important. And I think it's amazing that you've provided that platform for all those local people to have jobs, and always sort of try and drive home the message about sort of staying local where you can, and investing in the local businesses and, going down to the coffee shop down Gourock and catching up with somebody. I'm not saying, obviously, there isn't the larger options that are available, obviously the big industries that are in Inverclyde. My daughter loves going to Starbucks, for example, for a coffee, but I always try and keep it local where I can, because I know how important it is, and just hearing you talk about the importance of having, local businesses for local people, getting the jobs obviously for them as well. I think it's huge. It's huge. So full credit to you there. I would imagine as well, indirectly, with the savings that you've made for other businesses, you've maybe helped people keep hours and keep jobs and keep the show on the road, and delivery drivers and everybody else that's connected with it. So I think you need to take a lot of credit for that. I think you both do. I think it's a great thing, and for me, obviously, using Clyde Eats, would encourage that if it's going to help the local community in Inverclyde. It needs as much help as we can, obviously, from a financial point of view, which is great. So you've obviously got a couple of charities you've mentioned, including Man On. We'll come on to Man On. So you were keen to help a number of charities. If you can remind us again who the others were.
So again, Hospice and the Inverclyde Food Bank. So when I was looking at various charities, we always said to pick kind of 3 key charities, something that either meant something to us, or you could just see we're doing a lot of good in the community. So I guess from a food perspective, the fact that a lot of us are fortunate enough to be able to afford those takeaways, that I just felt as if I went and visited the guys over at the food bank, seen everything that they'd done and the scale of things, and how desperate they need people's help, and yeah, we said that we would help them as much as we could. So that's my dog just burst in the room there.
I'm absolutely stunned that my dog's not barked yet. Like I thought he would have featured, but to be fair, but he's.
Give it time.
I know.
And then for the hospice, as I said, that although we've not actually used people in my family have used the hospice, but I wish I'd actually known a bit more about it. My mum had COPD as well as a heart condition, and I didn't actually realise that service was there. You just think of it as more of a end of life, when actually they do so much more. So I went and met Joanna and the girls from again Hospice, and I just thought, yeah, that's definitely. I would love to help more, to be honest. I mean, I've heard of lots of different ones coming up through the work that we're doing and the networking that we're doing. But as I said, those are the yourselves and again Hospice and the Food Bank are our 3 key charities that we give to on a quarterly basis through the orders that we receive. That's
brilliant. No, we really appreciate it. This was a wee message earlier from Colette, who used to work with herself, but she obviously now heads up a lot of the sort of marketing at the hospice, and connected in with I've connected in with the food bank staff as well. Great guys. The guy who runs and supports that, obviously massive for the community to have that. It's a shame that we've got the need for that in 2024, but it's also great that it's there. I think they've done a lot of great work to try and remove the stigma around using sort of food banks and people accessing it.
Well, that was one of the shocking things for me when I went, and they were saying it's people that are in. You could have 2 parents both working, and actually a lot of the time that's when you don't get the help. And with the cost of living crisis, it's actually not the people that you necessarily think are using it that are accessing it and needing it.
Absolutely, I think it's such a good point. I think obviously there is people who are needing it, and maybe they are on different benefits as well, but they just need that help too. And if it's needed, it's great to have it. But a lot of the people that we support through our adult service, they are working and they're in work poverty essentially, and they're trying their best to get by, to get meals on the table. There was a really, really powerful video, and I'm going to try and show some videos as we go out through it. This sort of, the rest of the time to try and give everybody a break from my voice for a couple of minutes, but really, really powerful video from a guy, I think it was Sam Teal he's called, but it was a run about loss and you know, the poverty and the food stuff and how it all kind of comes together. And I think for some people, you know, the reality is going to work and bringing an income in is just not enough anymore for some people. So it's a shame it's needed, but they do great work. And again, the hospice, I've tied in with some of the staff. I've met Graham, who's the CEO. He's a character.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, okay.
to meet him. Brilliant guy, just bubbly, enthusiastic, like just funny as well. Just he's the exact person you want in a place like that for so many different reasons. A great guy, really, really smart, intelligent guy, knows a lot about charity work as well, charity world. So the small times I have connected in with him, he's been really, really impressive actually. And obviously I know of, as I say, Colette, who works there, but I connected in with their wellbeing team at a recent event, a practitioners event, a Inverclyde Practitioners Forum event a couple of weeks ago. And a lot of the wellbeing stuff that they're doing for people in terms of, you know, if people have experienced different bits of loss or the well-being of people who are in the community or if they've been connected with hospice is huge. So you're right, I think some people in the community obviously know about the great work the hospice do, but I don't think they quite know the sort of levels and depths of the different strands of it as well, which I think obviously are working hard to get out there. So I think a great charity. And also for ourselves. So I've got a message here from Jamie Darroch saying doing amazing work in the community, and also well done, an old friend of my dad's. So for yourself, Jamie's going to be coming on shortly actually, to chat about his involvement with us. But for yourself, man, on then, what was the connection with yourselves? Why? Because obviously we were quite a new charity to the community when you first reached out. What was the drive for that?
I'd seen Manon popping up on Facebook a few times and different things, and just around about 25 years ago, my dad, who was 49, which is the age I am now, committed suicide in Inverclyde, and it was the world come crashing down around us, just through a difficult spell with our family, and he was away staying in a different house at the time, and the last time I spoke to him, I said I would phone him back, and never. And I just always think, you know, if he hadn't have phoned me, and I'd been able to phone somebody like you guys, would they still be here? You can't think like that, but it was just having a bit of a rough time. But you know, it was when you see everything now, you go, you just want, if you just knew it was a rough day, you know, it was just a rough day, and you could get through it because there was lots of help and support for him. So yeah, I think that it kind of struck a chord with me, and the football term, as you know, obviously my background in football, I was very interested, intrigued, and followed what you were doing. And as soon as the kind of business became a thing and it came to fruition, I just thought, yeah, I want to support you guys wherever I can, because I was just full of admiration for everything that you were doing. As I said, I see it as a bit of a legacy from my dad as well. So he was my stepdad actually, but for me he was my dad because he brought me up from when I was just a wee girl. So I've kept his name, and I've also, as I said, committed to giving to you guys regularly, I guess in his honour. They get me emotional, but in his honour, because I just think if there was something like this when he was around, maybe they would still be here.
Thank you so much, like, for sharing that as well. Like, I know it's not easy to talk about this stuff, and I think that shines through, like that experience shines through in every kind of interaction I've had with you. Every connection I've had with you, I know how much the charity obviously means to you, and then that for us and the team creates a level of responsibility for us to do the work, and we thrive on that. You know, we absolutely thrive on that. For us to work at the level that we want to work at, we need to know why. And you know, interactions like that with yourself and conversations. I was sharing with Kay, who's our chairperson, at the very start of the stream, about an interaction earlier on in the week at the Wellbeing Centre, where women who'd lost somebody 15 years ago, and she was still donating money for us and giving us money and wanting to support the work that we're doing, and that loss for us, the loss of suicide or somebody to suicide, as you say, Janine, you probably still play those messages and things in your head. And that was why we were really, really keen as a charity to put on the post-vention support after suicide, because although we're trying to do a lot of the prevention work for people that have got the thoughts, which is obviously really, really important, we wanted to put post-vention stuff on because we know suicide is, sadly, it's going to happen in communities. As much as we can, really try and prevent all suicides from happening and have a suicide-free society, the likelihood is that we're still going to have suicides, and we wanted to really make sure that there was a space for people that they could come into our sort of circle, if you like, into our safe spaces and connect with other people who have experienced it, because the feedback that we've had from people through lived experience panels is that they've had losses in life, but nothing felt like that loss, and that loss was different and it was unique to them. And being around other people who experienced their own loss to suicide actually gave them a wee bit of a sense of belonging and connection with a community. So your donations and your money that you sort of send over to us goes directly to supporting spaces like that, so that if families experience it, they know that there is help there and that we can put help in place for them. So I think you should be very, very proud that you're doing your dad justice and keeping that going, because, as I say, for us in terms of income generation and fundraising, it's so important for us to keep the show on the road, to keep that wellbeing centre open. It was just by chance that person came in and knocked our door the other day, and we were there. Just by being there, by being there in the community, being ready, willing, and able is what we talk about in our assist training. Having the skills and having an understanding of the pathway for assisting life model that we use to prevent suicide, but just caring, just having people that care in the community, where you can chat at the door, get a tea or a coffee and just talk to somebody, I think is so important, as is the range of other interventions that are available in the community, whether it be prolonged therapy for a period of time, or sitting down with a counsellor for like what Ben done for 6 months. All those things are crucial as well, but I do think there's such a place for just being able to come in somewhere and talk to somebody and chat to them and get that peer support and get that other stuff, and that's essentially where your donations come to. So we appreciate you doing that, and we appreciate you sponsoring this hour, which has got 7 minutes left.
7 months.
Believe it or not. So
just touching on what you said there, though, about the whole hand on the shoulder thing. As I said, somebody just walking in and turning it from like that, feeling as if it's a bad life, and just letting somebody talk you back round to it's just a bad day, or it might be a bad hour, or as I said, that hand on the shoulder or a chat to somebody can just make the difference of genuinely life and death.
Absolutely. One of the things that we talk about in training, assist training, is keeping people safe for now. And it might not be fixing everything in your life, because that's probably not possible in the time that we would have, and in that sort of space within our wellbeing centre, if you like. But it's about how can we keep you safe from suicide for now? How can we do that for now to give you something to live for just a brief spell, for us to work on that, to then maybe scaffold round about you, to look at family, to look at if you need a wee bit of help from social work, or if you need help from housing, or if all these things take time, and then they most likely and quite regularly take the shape of other organisations connecting with the likes of Manon and us being the organisation where we've maybe started the conversation. But it's really about safety for now, and that might be a brief day. It might be you need to do it again the next day, or something might happen where it's all safe plans might need to be reviewed because something else has happened in life. But it's about that safety for now, and I think like we speak to people as well who have interventions with people in park benches and they don't even realise that they've done it, or they're talking to somebody in a train, or they've met somebody in a pub and they've asked questions after they've done assist with us, and they've asked the question, you're thinking about suicide, and it's such a powerful question. And some people are not ready for the response being yes, and that's what the whole training's about. So that, an intervention can happen in the cottage and nobody even knows it's happening. That somebody's out for a coffee and, somebody opens up in a private space. It doesn't always need to be, as you say, it doesn't always need to be in with Mano and in with Mind Mosaics, in with Safe Harbours, or in your GP practice. It could actually be just an interaction that, with a friend or a stranger in the community. And that's what it takes, just to highlight Jamie's comment again here. Doing amazing work in the community, and it's a community approach to suicide. It's organisations like Clyde Eats, who you would think have got no commitment whatsoever. When you look at it, they want to get food to you, they want to, get your Friday night takeaway to you, and they want to get that safely, and they want to save a wee bit of money here for their businesses. And however, there's a deep-rooted commitment to the community within that organisation. And I think that's one of the things that Inverclyde is absolutely blessed with, is people like yourself who do all this stuff, fly under the radar mainly, do all this stuff in the background to support people. And think for us anyway, we're very, very glad of having you involved in terms of the partnership. And we're looking forward to growing that. I know we met recently about how you can maybe get involved with our football academy work. Not looking to add to your massive list of people.
My long list, I know.
But we spoke about the football academy work and how we can maybe get involved there. So we're looking forward to keeping it going.
Yep, absolutely. No, as I said, anything that we can do, but we've not even told our outlets yet that are on the platform, but we've got a space, an office that we're renting in Greenock that's just, we're in the process of doing up just now. So we're hoping that becomes a bit more of a hub. We've just kind of released what we're calling a community impact programme, which is a small fund, but we've put aside for supporting children and young people. So we're saying feeding young people's potential, and that's what we're doing. Again, people are buying food and we're trying to do a bit of good, and as I said, there's a bit of money aside where we've kind of highlighted some key areas where we would like to kind of give to and support. And again, it's more and along the lines of people that are kind of talented within their field that just need a bit of support for their talent to be kind of encouraged and nurtured, whether that be financially or through kind of well-being. But so as I said, that's something that we hope to be able to build upon, and getting our roots down and getting a premise and not working so much remotely. It'll hopefully help us to be able to grow that further. But definitely, a relationship with yourselves is key to that and important to us, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else we can do together.
No, absolutely. I think it's great, all the other things that you're working on in the background. It's great to know you're going to have that base locally, and all the other commitments that you've got to supporting people in terms of their future planning. And I wish you all the best with it. Look forward to continuing to work alongside you, and doing the bit for Inverclyde and our young people, our adults, the people who need it the most. So good luck with everything, and I'm sure we'll tie in soon.
Thank you. Yep, I'm trying to tie up some loose ends because I'm off to Germany for the Scotland for the Euros.
Class.
On the 11th, so looking forward to that.
Hopefully going to be talking about this Scotland and the Euros later, because I've got a wee bit of time where there's nobody on, so literally just talking to myself, to be honest. But I had a wee look on Twitter, because I've went live on Twitter, and I thought, is there anybody even going to watch this, to be honest? So I've looked at it, and there was 1.4 thousand views on Twitter.
There we go. 1.4 thousand people seeing me greeting. Thanks for that. I'm only kidding. No, thank you very much.
You couldn't tell.
And again,
they're normally a good greet.
I know everybody likes a good greet.
No, thanks. That's great. I hope you enjoy the Euros. I know a couple of people. Martin Fay, goes to all the Scotland games. And I know that he's gone over. There's a group of them going over, but I was extra buzzing for him because he's been to a lot of the nonsense, you know, and we weren't too good. But he's actually
Your
getting.
San Marinos and your...
Aye. Have you got any tickets for any of the games?
I've not, no, but I'm just laughing because I'll show you this. What you can see in the background here is actually I've bought one of those things where you go on somebody's shoulders. And I've got my kilt over there, so no, I've not got any. I'm actually meeting a friend one's from here, one's coming from Australia, and one's coming from Spain, but we're all Scottish. Meeting another couple of girls, and so there's about 12 of us all kind of meeting and congregating there. We've booked a pub to watch the Scotland game, but we're going to be there for a wee while, from the 11th to the 16th, I think it is. So I can't wait. I actually missed the last one, so as I said, my mum passed away. It was just round about the Euros when we were supposed to go to France, and never kind of got there. So this is me finally getting to go to my first tournament away.
Brilliant. No, I hope you enjoy it, and I hope we do well. I hope we do well. I think that the last one we probably could have done better. I think the last tournament, obviously, it was a bit strange, wasn't it? The fact that it was at Wembley and Hampden, but I think for the ones that are going over, they'll have a party. We always do Scotland, didn't we? We always bring the party. But I'm actually the talent that we've got in the squad now. I think we could probably do more than just have a party. I think we could probably go and do something. But I hope you enjoy it. And take care.
Right, thanks, Chris. See you again.
Right. Cheers, Janine. Take care.
Cheers.
Catch up with you soon. Cheers. Bye. So, thank you to Janine there for allowing us to have a chat around a lot of things that were quite personal, actually, to her. Quite personal to a lot of the things that she's obviously been dealing with in our personal life that have led us to us and have conversations with us and shapes a lot of the stuff that she's doing. So we'll stay on the football theme, and I'm going to be inviting in Gary Fleming, who has agreed last minute, actually last night, to come in and have a chat with us. Gary is the first team manager at the Greenock Juniors, so I'm going to bring in Gary just now. Gary, how are you?
Good, how are you? You well?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Couple of hours into this now, so I will see how it goes. How's things? You Ravens game tonight?
I've not even checked out beforehand, Chris. I've been working. How's the first 2 hours been?
It's I've just been trying to kind of get a wee grip of this platform thing that I'm staring at just now. When the banners come up, when you can bring people in, bringing in comments and stuff. I've never done this before, so I think it seems to be no disasters yet. No disasters quite yet. But it's going not too bad. So Ravens Craig tonight for yourself?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So Craig Brown's testimonial, 10 years at the club, and it's going to be a mix of the current Greenock Juniors team, a few old Greenock Juniors legends, and then a team full of boys who come through the first touch, and that'll be ran by and managed by John McClurg, and Craig. He played with a lot of these boys at first touch as well, and so it'll be a good event. It'll be a good match, good occasion, and a great way to celebrate Bruno's 10th year. So looking forward to it.
Brilliant. No, it's good that it's happening for him. I think 10 years is a fair stint. So I would have came along, mate, but I'll be stuck doing this. To be honest, I was trying to move it about and try and get along. And I was thinking, could I take my phone over? But no, I'll just see how it goes. So we're going to bring in somebody else for this hour as well. Jamie Darroch, who's fired a couple of messages showing off, firing messages in the chat before he's about to come in and stuff like that. But I'll bring in Jamie just now. Jamie, how are you?
You alright, big man? How are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Cheers for coming on. I know you've had a wee bit more notice than Gary, but I think I might have changed your time. I don't know. I'm all over the place with time.
You picked a cracking day to sit. You picked a cracking day to sit in the house for 8 hours.
I know. I I did actually take my laptop outside and thought maybe I could do it outside, but I couldn't see anything. So I'm kind of lumbered in the house today. Cheers for joining us, Jamie.
Aye. No, no worries at all, big man. I was just listening to kind of back end when you had Janine on there, and it was really, really good.
Aye, she's really, really good, really powerful. Like,
can you hear me?
I can hear you. You hear me? You hear us? I think there's
I can hear you fine. That's fine.
I think there's a wee delay, but that's all right. That's all good. If I actually take issues, I'm going to have a day.
That's a big laugh.
I'll give you a minute, mate, to answer, right? So I obviously, Jamie, you're involved with Clydebank Football Club
okay.
still. You hear us, Jamie?
No, mate, I can hear you now.
Right, cool. I was just saying you're involved with Clydebank Football Club still playing.
Yeah, mate. We've been off now for 2 weeks. We've been off for 2 weeks, so we've got another 2 weeks off. I think we go back the night before the Euros start. So no, it's been good to be off for a while. And but you're getting to that stage now. You're ready to go back.
Aye. So you're back for when the Euros kick in then. What's your season been like this season, Jamie? I know we caught up on the Man On podcast before, but obviously it kind of petered off a wee bit, didn't it, towards the end?
Aye, we were top for October to the end of January, and I think we went into the last 10 games, and I think maybe 6 wins would have got us the league, and I think we lost the first 4. So it didn't end too well, but I think we ended up finishing 4th, which was not a true reflection. Do you know what I mean? I think we finished 4th when probably we were the second best team in the league after leading it for so long. But it was that strange way where so many teams of the season only playing twice, and everybody else was catching up on games.
Aye, because obviously we chatted a wee bit about with Nicky about it, and obviously it was looking like you were going to kind of finish it, but there was, as you say, a lot of teams to catch up, mate. But aye, always next season, isn't there?
That's it. That's the plan. That's not a secret where it will be next season. Is to try and go and win it. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you need to go through maybe a season of losing it. Do you know what I mean? To come out it probably a better team, but there'll be, again, I think Johnston Borough coming up this season. There's going to be more teams spending more money and things like that. So no, it's going to be tough, mate. But looking forward to going back.
Good, mate. Good. Right, I'll bring in Gary again, right? So I'll fire you on mute, mate. But I'll try and manage both of you at the same time. So Gary, I'll bring you back in a second, mate. In terms of your season, obviously Greenock Juniors, Man On's obviously announced a partnership with the Greenock Juniors. We had our night on Friday, the presentation night, which we done a rousing speech on. I'm still not convinced you never prepared for that, but you obviously done a good speech for a bit. I thought it was a really good night. I think it kind of sums up where Greenock Juniors are trying to go as a club as well, with all the kind of the young team, if you like, in there getting their awards as well, and then obviously up to the first team. So for yourselves, in terms of your season, Gary, how's that went for the first team? It's finished now, isn't it? Or is there
finished on the 11th. We'll be back in around the 20th of June, so it gives boys roughly, I think it gives 6 weeks break, which is plenty for boys to rest, recover and miss it and look forward to pre-season. But reflecting on the season, we finished 7th, right? And 7th, sounds worse than what it is, because really it was a really good season. For 3/4 of it, we lost 6 of our first 8 league games, and that was whilst we're still recruiting, still getting to know the players. They were getting to, understand the way we wanted to work. And then from there, we went on like a 12, 13 game unbeaten run, and we only finished 9 points outside the promotion slot. And see if we never got off to such a slow start, losing 6 of the first 8, we would have been there or thereabouts for promotion, So it was slow start, but by 3/4 of the season, I was really happy with how it went. And one thing will be for sure is that when we're back next year, then that slow start's not going to happen again. You know, I've learned from it. The players have learned from it, and so that will definitely not happen again this season.
Aye, no, I remember seeing the start there and sort of thinking, I wonder what's happened there, because obviously you were going down for the other division. But I've been to a couple of the games. I think obviously there was a cup game that was at Darvel you played in the cup. Did you play Darvel in the cup? That was a bit of a close one, wasn't it?
It was. We played Darvel away actually, and they beat us 3-2. I think they, if I remember right, they went up 1-0. We went up 2-1, and then they beat us with like a 93rd minute goal with a scramble at the back post. You know, so really unlucky that day. The boys played so well, and you know, Darvel did have the bulk of possession. We knew they were going to have the bulk of possession, but that's not to say that it was backs against the wall stuff. We played some really good stuff that day. And what was really pleasing about that day as well, and I don't want to celebrate defeats too much, but we played so well and we asked the boys to trust in the game plan and how we wanted to play, and they went out and executed it perfectly. You know, so much so that we nearly forced the game into penalties. And as usual, you both know, when the game goes to penalties, it's a lottery, you know. So close but no cigar with that one.
No, I was following it. I seen the buses and that leaving. Obviously, I was out and about. I seen the people going down, but there've been some result. But aye, on to next season. Obviously, for Greenock Juniors, you've had a couple of moments against the Port, though, haven't you? I think did we not win the derby game, the last one anyway?
We won the last one, so we won the last two against the Port since I've been in, since last summer, which is good, and not conceded any goals either. But what I would say is the next time we play Port Glasgow, there will be a completely different beast, because they finished the season so strong under Tam Jimison. He's starting to get his players in, recruited really well, getting them to play his way, and it's no surprise that how strong that they finished the end of the season. They were so unlucky not to stay in the league, you know. So the next time we play Port Glasgow, it will not be, you know, we're facing a different beast, that's for sure, you know.
Aye, you could see it, I think, even as you say, with results and stuff, and obviously a change over. But I thought it was brilliant, the game. Like, one of the sort of big YouTubers who actually went to the game, as you know. I noticed that you dodged the interview on it right enough, but he went to the game. And it was brilliant to see it like that, obviously packed, absolutely packed. But we'll see how it goes. Obviously, I'll touch on the youth teams in a wee second, but Jamie, I'll bring you back in. Just in terms of obviously your sort of commitment in terms of man on, because we'll come on to talk about the charity a wee bit more now. You've obviously done a podcast with us before, Jamie, in person, and you've spoke a wee bit at length in terms of, you know, the impact of your own life, your own stuff. Obviously, we spoke about it at various places about your dad. Obviously, your dad taking his own life.
Yeah.
And the power of that. But since then, since the podcast that you've done with us, Jamie, you've obviously get yourself involved in a few things with the charity. We've tried to get you involved in a wee bit more, but things have changed and moved about our end. But what's been your journey been so far with the charity?
Obviously, just kind of keeping in touch with yourselves. Do you know what I mean? It's been a long time coming, me getting down to the post-pension service with Sam. And I finally got down on Thursday night there, just kind of after the season that finishing. It's obviously freed up a bit of my time, and I was down on Thursday night, and it was probably the quickest 3 hours that I've had kind of involved with stuff and talking about this stuff. It was a proper eye opener, and I think that the work that Sam does in that kind of service and that class down there, I wish. You don't wish more people could see it. You wish people don't need to go through that, but you hope that people can see the work he's doing, man, because it's that couple of hours was a proper eye opener. It was really good, and I felt great coming out it. Obviously, going forward with yourselves in that and doing more stuff like this, and we've had a chat back and forth about trying to get some more stuff done. Going to try and maybe help out where Nicky Lowe needs a wee bit of help. He must need help at some point. He's the busiest man in Inverclyde. I think he's constant, so yes. So I just trying to help it where I can, but definitely being part of the postvention services and that a lot more, mate, because that was such a good couple of hours down there.
You know, and we really appreciate you coming down, and as we know, obviously we touched on your loss and the impact obviously that's had for you. And we spoke earlier, there was a young person, Ben, on who was on a couple of hours ago, who actually plays with Greenock Juniors. Gary, you'll know Ben, goalkeeper Ben. They're playing tonight, and he was speaking about, you know, lost his brother at 14, and he's been on a real journey with sort of trying to change bereavement support and trying to put things in place. And there's lots of that, which is really, really good. But what he kind of touched on was the impact that obviously it had on him in a positive sense, in terms of being able to, you know, connect with things and get that support out there. And hopefully that's the same for yourself. You know, obviously you've been at that one session, but just the power of you sharing that with the group as well, and your story and your experiences, hopefully then ends up helping other people, Jamie.
I think that's kind of, I'm just over a year now since my dad passing, and in that kind of full year I've been doing all right. I've been doing fine. No had any kind of major dips or major kind of sad times. Or that. Obviously you have your moments, do you know what I mean? But I think my kind of overriding feeling is I want to make a wee bit of positive change with it. Positive change in my own life, positive change in my family, my pals, work colleagues, teammates, and somewhere you need a bit of help to do that, and that's where you guys are coming in. Do you know what I mean? So, like that Ben was talking about, if you can try and channel it in a positive way and be like, you know, I don't want this to happen to anybody else close to me. I don't want it to happen to somebody close to somebody that I know. Then using the likes of yourselves and you using us as well, and people that have got that kind of lived experience, then you're a better place to go and try and do it. And as you were talking about with Janine there, like everybody pulling together for the community, do you know what I mean? For Inverclyde, where you have to Port, Greenock, Gourock, whatever it is, it's all to try and help one another, do you know what I mean? And we can't have too many more stories like that young boy, 14 years old, do you know what I mean? That doesn't bear thinking about.
Yeah, no, I know, and it's the support mechanisms running about it. So I think it's really, really important, mate. I'll come back to yourself, Gary, because obviously our sort of journey with the Greenock Juniors probably is earlier. I think you actually featured in one of the videos that Tommy Malloy asked the squad today, early doors, when Tommy was really keen to link the club in to what we were doing. Obviously, it's again well documented in terms of the loss of Ryan, who obviously I know you know, Gary, and you know, Ryan's family have been brilliant with us. They've ran fundraisers for us. They've always been a source of support when we launched the sort of partnership and the football academy, when we launched all that kind of stuff. You know, they were really supportive of it as well. But for yourself, obviously, Gary, we've met in Man On, and I've also came along to the kind of first team and had a chat with the guys and Inverclyde Academy to get our message across as well. Your involvement with the charity, what does it mean to yourself, and how important is it that we are continuing to do that work together to try and support people who might be struggling with a variety of issues, but also might be thinking about suicide?
Oh my goodness, it's so important, you know. Even just getting back to last Friday night, Chris, and hearing the journey of Man On, and you know how you started and you've grown, and the impact that you've made to many different people, you know, across you know, a local community. It's really inspiring stuff. It is so important. Even when you come into our first team dressing room and you were speaking and you were you and the guys were introducing yourself in terms of what Man On were going to be doing with Greenock and for Greenock and working with Greenock. You actually seen the boys actually speak up, and they were nodding away, and they were kind of resonating with some of the stuff they were saying, and it's so important. It's not even only for the first team; it's for anybody that's associated with the club. You know, and you made that really loud and clear. Whether it's for anybody in the pathway teams, whether it's for any family, friends, anybody we know, you know, your message is loud and clear. And I think it's amazing that you're getting out there and you're doing that, and that people people do know that Man On It is there. You know, you guys have worked so hard to raise the profile of Man On, and for me, like if I was ever in that place or knew someone's in that place or I needed support and help and not somewhere to turn, then you guys would be the first people I think about. You guys are the first people I would turn to, you know, and I think that's really important that you guys don't lose that sort of profile and that sort of publicising the work that you do and the great work that you do, just to remind people that you're there no matter what. I think it's amazing what you're doing. It really is, and you're right. My first interaction with Man On was just recording that wee sort of video, encouraging folk to speak out after the passing a big Ryan, and from there I've seen you guys go from strength to strength and impact so many different people, and it's amazing, mate. It really is.
Oh, thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. And I think it is me moments like last Friday where you kind of come together with 300, 400 people in a room. I was saying that, Jamie, like, got asked to go to the Greenock Juniors presentation night and talk a wee bit about the journey. So when Paul Brown asked me to do it, he says, you fancy talking at the presentation night? So I'm assuming it was the 2008 team, going to talk in front of maybe 40 people or whatever. And it's obviously a town hall, which was packed to the rafters, going and obviously talking a wee bit about it. But I was a wee bit nervous because my son was in the room as well, and obviously my story's personal, obviously, with my dad's journey. So, and he hadn't heard any of that. Like, he'd known about it, but he hadn't heard me talking about it in a kind of presentation thing. So I actually had to say to him on a Friday, I was like, look, I'm talking to this tonight and I've got to. So he was fine with it, to be fair. But I hope that it resonated. I think it did. I had a few people for the first team, Gary, actually talk about volunteering ways and maybe coming along and going to the football therapy on a Monday and stuff, which is brilliant. It's exactly what we're looking for. And through we've kicked on the partnership between Man On and Greenock Juniors, I have had a couple of people that have reached out for various different bits of support. So obviously the message has got out there. And the sort of youth pathways, and obviously we've got the 2009 team kicking on. I'm going to bring up this message from Sam for yourself, Jamie. The impact you had on the group was incredible, Jamie. Really good feedback from us in the group. Big Gary's scared you're going to steal his job. So obviously you've made a good impact in the space. And a shout out for Big Gary, actually. Who is one of our wellbeing workers. Big Gary came along on Friday night to the Greenock Juniors night as well. Probably the ending for a free pint, to be fair, the big man. But he came along, but he's been brilliant. Again, his journey, he was working in EE recently, but he was volunteering with us, and he just cares, and he's very, very passionate about supporting people. So now he's going on his own journey with it. But for him in the space, Jamie, in terms of sort of facilitating it along with you, like, you obviously seen the importance of doing that. I kind of having it, but just for us, obviously this is a fundraiser, the importance of having spaces like Thursday night. Can you kind of put some words to that, Jamie, how important that is for people?
I couldn't, and that's me even being there, of how important it was. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of people feel, obviously you have bereavement groups and things like that, but as we've discussed before, and you're so keen to highlight, and obviously me being through it now as well, is suicide's a completely different type of loss. Yeah, where people can sit at bereavement groups and maybe a loved one's been unwell or something, they've passed, or somebody's passed suddenly, but a suicide's such a different loss that for people to go and share their experience, and the group was only small on Thursday night, and everybody's situation was a wee bit different, but there was also wee links within everybody's. There was tears, there was laughter, do you know what I mean? There was an hour worth of laughter, do you know what I mean? People sharing stories of their loved ones that they had lost and things like that. And then there was maybe 45 minutes of tears after it, because it resonated with somebody else, somebody a wee bit different. So it doesn't matter how small that space is. I think the impact it's having for people, and for me when I went down there on Thursday night, like, I think it was only supposed to be on until, 8 o'clock, and I think it was like 20 to 9 we left. Do you know what I mean? And it was huge, mate. And it's only, I think, people realise the impact it has is when you go to it. Obviously, you hope that people don't ever need to be in that space, but when you're in it, it's huge, mate. It's absolutely massive.
Aye. No, brilliant, mate. Thank you very much for that. And as it's great. I think it's needed. We've identified that with people that we've spoke to. We were having to signpost people to go up to Glasgow and stuff for really suicide-specific bereavement because, as you say, it is a different type of loss that has that ripple effect. So, but no, thank you for coming. And the plans, obviously, for you now, Jamie, is to keep involved on the Thursdays. As you said, Nicky Lowe is the busiest guy. I honestly don't know how. Now, Nicky's in the middle of coming back from Turkey just now. He's going for a hair transplant, as we know. So
he's back. Has he sent you a picture yet?
It's probably the only day this week. He must have been bored because he's obviously been messaging me quite a bit this week. But he's not sent me a picture. Have you got a picture of him? Is he looking good?
I've got a picture. I think it's good. It's good to look at. But no, he's doing all right. But I think the recovery for it's something like he can't train for about a month and a half or something. You can't header a ball for about 3 months. Not that he headers a ball anytime, to be fair. I don't think you can header a ball for like 2 or 3 months. But no, he's just back for that. So I'll see him in a couple of weeks.
He's in hiding now, isn't he? Because I says to him, like, you can probably come on this. You know what I mean? He's like, there's not a chance I'm going on that. So, like, obviously helping out there. Obviously, you know, Jamie, we've launched the 2009s pathway team, and obviously the juniors pathway. So, anything that you can do to contribute to that, you know, and be a good role model for the young people. We're launching that team fully, properly tomorrow. Start some trial stuff over the next wee period. So Nicky will just need to watch that he's not heeding any fitbuzz, but he'll be able to walk a bit basically, but I don't think he'll be able to do much more. But the plan is to bring that into the pathway. And then try and support. So anything you can do to help that, Jamie, mate, I'd be looking forward to doing some work with you, mate.
Absolutely, mate. Again, anything that's going to come up, I know I've spoke to Sparky about some fundraisers and things like that. It's just obviously you know how hard that is to get fundraisers and that off the ground. You know what I mean? So speaking with Sparky and with Craigie McCormick as well. Do you know what I mean? Who's known to use as well, like, trying to get something off the ground to get some more fundraisers, because the things that you're doing they're no cheap. Do you know what I mean? And it's all for the best possible cause. So no, as much as we can, mate. Brilliant,
mate. Cheers, thank you for that. And Gary, I'll come back to yourself, mate. Just finally, obviously, we spoke about the 2009s team obviously going to be coming in, hopefully giving you another generation of players, hopefully, to come in to feed into your first team. How important is that pathway, not just for the first team, for you to kind of have players as well and future ones coming through in the juniors to keep local players playing there, but for keeping young people involved and off the street and engaged with it? But because we know, like, one of the big reasons I want to set this team up is because of the age that the young people are at. There's other options available to them in the community, and if football teams become less and less and less, those options become greater. And it's trying to keep them on the right path. So for me, it's twofold. It's try to keep boys engaged with football, hopefully get them up to your senior team at some point, you know, if they're still connected and engaged with football. But the main bit is about that mental health, that well-being, that positive sort of destination being around football. We've always said it, like, for some of the young people that we connect with, you know, they maybe not engage with school too much, or they're disengaged with it for whatever reason, or they're fed up with it, but they'll go to their football 3 times a week. So there's some magic in that. So for yourself, just how important is it to keep that sort of pathway going and involved?
Massive, and I'm glad you actually clarified, and it's 100%. It's all about getting boys coming in, spending time with their teammates, enjoying it, leading promoting a healthy lifestyle, promoting a safe environment where they can come and just have fun, whether it's away for school, whether it's away for outside distractions. You know, it's a safe environment where you come and just play football and enjoy it. And everybody knows the benefits that exercise does as well, you know. So if we can help develop players and you know, encourage and coach players and make them better players, great. But we're already winning if we're getting these boys in the training, on the training park, in the dressing room, having fun, playing with their pals. We're winning with that anyway. And the bonus is if anybody is coming through the ranks, you know, but what I want is, and I want it promoted all through the teams, is that this is kind of like a one team, one club sort of thing. Like, it's not just about the first team, it's not about the 20s. I want everybody wearing the Greenock track and wearing that badge with pride. You know, like, you're playing for your hometown club, and it comes with a bit of pride with that. Like, you know, everybody's associated with Greenock Juniors. We're in it as one big club, one community, one family. You know, and every single person, every single player, every single coach, every friend, adult, auntie, uncle, cousin, they're all a part of it, you know. So, and for me, we're winning if we're doing that. And if anybody breaks through at the first team and becomes a special talent, then that's a bonus for me. So I was actually thinking about it before I come on, and it's been a long time, or it's probably the first time like we've probably really had something as big and as wide as this, for whether it's even Port Glasgow or Greenock, where we've had that sort of real community feel. You know, I know out with the professional ranks, I know Morton, we maybe have like a pro youth and then Morton in the community and stuff, but I mean for anybody like semi-professional or junior or whatever, it's the real first time, and I think it's amazing, but it also will stop talent maybe from going out of town, because what I was thinking, Jamie, you're an example of, you're a local lad, but when you were at Pathway, correct me if I'm wrong, but you ended up at Campsie Blackwatch, you know, in 1920 and stuff, when really if you're in an academy 15 or whatever, then you're going to come, and providing you're nurtured and cared for and coached and enjoying it, you're going to stay, and you know, the whole club's going to benefit from that as well, you know.
Aye, that's 100%. Like, I think we all played together when we were like, I played with Gary's brother Craig at Guruk Gak at under 12s, and we were a cracking side. Like, won the league and all that, and then I think a lot of us went to Morton. And then after that, when we get released from Morton, or some boys went to St Mirren, not Big Sean Crichton and that went to St Mirren. A couple of us went to Morton, and after you get released from Morton, it was as if, where do we turn to back in the tune? And there was nowhere. I ended up going and playing for a team in Paisley. Then I went to Campsie Blackwatch for 3 years, who are for Kirkintilloch. Do you know what I mean? Like, over an hour away, my old man's running me all over Scotland to go and play football. Do you know what I mean? Because there was nothing, once your homegrown boys fall out of Morton, where was there to go in the tune? There was nowhere, do you know what I mean? Whereas if you fell into, because we've got it at Clydebank as well, our academy goes all the way down. And you're like, if somebody falls away at maybe a senior football at 15, 16 or something, they can go right into Greenock Juniors Academy or Port Glasgow's Academy, and they can see, well, I might not make it senior, but I can go and play semi-professional football at a decent level.
And that's a big part of it. I think when obviously I met with the kind of committee people, and you know, the people that were connected, including Gary, including anybody else, like Joe and ones like that, and it was about, there is quite a lot of young people who, for whatever reason, are sort of engaging their football out with the community. You know, they're going to play for different teams. Clydebank obviously is one that's close by that boys would maybe go and play for. So it's about keeping them engaged. Then as well, where I've came from the man on angle really is about keeping them engaged with the football in the community, but then letting them know, like, this is just stuff that's here if life gets difficult for you. You know, Peter's in your school, so you already know Peter because you've met him, because he's came to your training. You know, you can speak to him there. You've got other people who, you know, would link in. It just gets that visibility there, like what you were talking about, Gary, getting it out there so that it feels a bit more accessible for people. So no, I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited about, you know, taking the sort of work forward, the partnership work forward. I think it's going to be a good couple of years focusing on that, but a long-term partnership for us, absolutely, with the club. As I say, it's just a wee shame I couldn't get along the night, but they're obviously running a wee family fundraiser on Sunday at the stadium between 12 and 4, so we'll have a stall at that. So my wee boy Theo will be there running amok, probably causing carnage, so I'll be there if anybody wants to come along. But just before I finish, I just want to say thanks to Gary and Jamie for giving your time up, guys. I know you are busy, but I'll give a wee final word for yourself, Gary. So obviously, final message for anybody that's out there, maybe even connected with the club, connected to football, if they are thinking, struggling, listen to that air, might want to reach out, any kind of wee messages for them?
Just to reach out, you know, because what I've found between you and the guys already, and my interactions with you over the last few months, is like, you're you're brand new, you're down to earth, you're so personable, and even we had a conversation about certain circumstances a couple of months back, and the way that I was treated in terms of, taking it in the room, closed the doors, sat down, safe environment to speak about certain things we were speaking about, and I'm like, goodness, that was just a snippet of the stuff that you guys do, and a day in, day out, and you was fantastic at it, mate. Really, really, really fantastic. And for me, if I even spot or identify anything, then I will be having man on it, at the back of my head in terms of, could these guys be offered the support that maybe this person needs, So, I would encourage anybody to reach it. Keep doing what you're doing, mate.
Cheers, Gary, mate. Thank you. Jamie, final thoughts for yourself, mate. As I say, obviously you've got your ambassador role with yourself when you're putting your face into the sessions, as Sam says there. Try to steal Big Gary's job off him, which I know is not true. But just a wee message for yourself, or maybe somebody that's listening to this that's maybe been through a similar loss to yourself, that's feeling a bit detached, not sure what to do. Any kind of wee sort of last messages for them?
No, it would just be if you are feeling that kind of way, that if you've been through a suicide loss and you feel as if you need to go and get something off your chest, that you don't need to go yourself. You can bring a family member. There on Thursday, there was people there with family members. People come themselves. People have been going for a long time. People have just, like myself, that was my first night there. It's really powerful, mate. It's really, really beneficial. And ultimately as well, coming to that sort of group, it might stop a negative impact in that person's life after been through a suicide loss, because we know how delicate that can be. So no, that would be it, mate, is just reach out to you guys. And I think, just to echo what Gary said, that the work these are doing things like this, mate, it's proper pushing the boat out, and it's going above and beyond what a lot of charities are doing. So keep it going, mate. You've got a few years left, but I'm sure you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It doesn't look like a nice day or that outside, so you're not missing much. But no, the work you're doing is class, mate. So keep it going.
Cheers, mate. No, thank you. Cheers, guys. And as I say, appreciated for your time. And good luck with the football seasons next year. I'm sure I'll tie in with these very shortly. But cheers. Cheers, guys. Take care. Right. So now moving on to another guest. This is when it's starting to get messy now, when I'm like, who's coming up and who's not coming up, and try to look at my phone, who's messaging me, because my phone's went a bit mad with people messaging and different things. So just a wee shout out for this message here. Young Branny, which was obviously where I stayed. Me Martin with a comment there. Showing our Branston roots. So I'm going to bring in our next guest, who's only got about maybe 10-15 minutes of his time, very, very busy, just to sort of demonstrate why sort of charity fundraising is so important, and why fundraising is. It's a person who's spent quite a lot of time in his career sort of supporting charities in terms of income generation. So I'm going to welcome in Gavin Sinclair. Gavin,
hello. I'm all right, mate. How are you?
Getting there. Just
what time do you kick off? 2 o'clock, so nearly 3 hours. Flying.
I know.
Easy.
I'm doing all right, to be fair. I'm doing all right, to be fair. Before we start, I need to do a wee shout out for Search, who are a recruitment consultancy company. They helped us recruit for sort of trustee positions. Derek and the team have kindly sponsored an hour of our work. So I'm going to spend a wee bit of time later on and in the stream sort of getting into a wee bit more depth for each of the organisations. But Derek has been a really good support for Manon. Somebody who we've connected in with and will continue to do so. So if you've got any sort of recruitment needs, you're looking to kind of get any sort of recruitment or posts or anything shared, get in touch with the team. I'm sure they'll be able to support you. And again, huge thank you for them for donating some money towards the cause and sponsoring an hour. I was meant to say that at the start of the year, right enough, but I've got it in now. So I'm getting there, mate. I'm getting there. It's not too bad. In terms of talking to, I can talk for a lot, right enough. I can talk for Scotland, so it's not too bad. So, tell us a wee bit about yourself, Gav. Obviously, I wanted to get you on just to shine a light into the fundraising world. So a wee bit about you, who you are, your job role, and I suppose why income generation is so important for charities.
Fell into fundraising, like absolutely fell into it without any plan at all. Like if you'd asked me when I was like at school with if you told me when I was at school, when you're a grown up adult and all that, you'll end up being a fundraiser, I'd have been going like, I don't even know what that is. First and foremost. And I would also have been saying no chance, absolutely no chance. I suppose if I would go back to when I was at school, which is obviously about 100 million years ago now, all right, trips. There's the messages coming in. I was into drama, I was into acting and performing. And that's what I was really inspired by my high school drama teacher. And that's all I ever wanted to be was a drama teacher. And I was really lucky, and I grew up in East Kilbride, and I was really lucky with mum and dad were really supportive, and they were just like, just go and do what you want. Like they both had like what they called dead end jobs, that never really went anywhere, always struggling to make pennies meet and whatever and pay the bills and that. So they were always like, you know what, whatever you do in life, do something that you really enjoy and do something that you love. And I loved acting at that time, and I was able to follow that dream because I had mum and dad supporting me and pushing me to do that, not just telling me I just go and get a job doing whatever. They were really helpful. So big shout out to mum and dad. So I ended up going to drama college in Glasgow, which is now called the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland. Quite a lot of famous actors have went there over the years, and I did that for a few years, and then I went to teaching college and I became a drama teacher, and I was following my dreams, and then I got a job teaching in a college, and I was a college lecturer teaching acting and performance. I was only like 21, 22 or something. Like I'd reached my lifetime goals were nailed. But I did continue teaching acting for 14 years at the college. But see, at the same time of that 14 years, and it was obviously quite a long period of time, I went with a partnership with the college and Kibble, where I met you, obviously, Kibble Residential School. And I went there one day a week, and we did fun things like pantomimes and made wee short films and just fun stuff with the kids. First, I'm going back to 1998, and some of your young viewers will not even believe that time existed. But 1998, and right back to then. So it was 14 years I had the partnership with Kibble. I went one day a week, and over that time, that long period of time, I started becoming less interested in teaching acting and performance with students who just wanted to be famous, and I became more interested in working with young people who had suffered and experienced, horrific things in their childhood, a lot of trauma, adverse childhood experiences, and everything that that Man On is there to support, and Man On's there to help people who have experienced some real tragic circumstances in their life, in their childhood. And that became, I suppose, I was getting a bit older and more mature as well. And that became more important to me in terms of job satisfaction and helping people that have just gone through some, horrific experiences. And when they were able to do drama and performance and whatever, the arts, maybe not acting, but maybe music or creative arts or, writing, singing, dancing, all these things, I started seeing the real difference that was making to people's lives because they were able to grow in confidence and develop as young people and develop their talents as well, but just feel really good about themselves. And for some of them, they were just feeling good about themselves, maybe for the first time in their entire life. So that became much more of a job satisfaction for me. So after, as I said, 14 years, Kibble then said, why don't you come and work here full time? And it was like a made up job, like totally and utterly made up with the head teacher at the school at the time. She was like, I'm just going to give you a title of Arts Development Officer. And I got a free rein just to do stuff. So we did all sorts of projects with Scottish Ballet, with film companies, made films, did theatre productions, put a band together, made a kind of film crew, did loads and loads of stuff, like brought in loads of different tutors and people to do specialist arts things, like from like knitting to doing painting murals and parkour and everything, anything we could think of. And then, but what I noticed was that there was some kids in the school who were totally and utterly focused on what they were doing 9 till 4, like loved all the arts and performances and everything they were doing. And then after 4 o'clock would come, there wasn't anything like that on in the school, and they were residential in Kibble, so they were staying there because they were, you know, they were in care at that time. And then sometimes they'd be there all day, having a great day, and then you'd see them the next day, and maybe their faces were bruised, or they weren't even there because they were down at the local police station, or they weren't there because they were in their rooms, or they weren't there because they were in hospital. And I'm like, what happened? Do you know, like, what happened last night? What happened? You left 4 o'clock, you were buzzing, you were flying, in a good way buzzing. And then the next day you were like, you know, what's happened to you? And a lot of them started saying they're just bored at night. Like, the kids, I was going to say the Waynes there, I don't know, that's what I say. The Waynes were saying, we're totally bored at night, and if it's either £10 bowling or nothing, and then we just go out and we abscond and we get smashed and drugs and all sorts of different things, putting ourselves at real risk. So that was at the point, this is where I suppose the story gets to in terms of fundraising. It was at that point I thought, right, I would like to have opportunities every night, or as many nights of the week as possible, where the young people can get involved in stuff, where they can have a music class, where they can have a film club, where they can do creative arts, performing arts, whatever. And the only way to do that was to find money for somebody to pay for it, to pay for tutors to come in at night. And so I started working alongside, there was a fundraising team in Kibble. And I started working alongside that team and getting to know how to do fundraising, talking to them. And then they started writing bids to Creative Scotland. And we got a whack of money from Creative Scotland to do all these creative projects. And then we did start having night classes and all those things I talked about. And over the summer holidays as well, and Easter holidays. So there was always activities that people could do that they enjoyed, that they felt good about themselves, they felt great, and it meant that they were less likely, or a lot of them, you know, they weren't. There were some people, some of the kids with like a film club at one point, I remember, and it was running over the weekends, and some of them were able to go home at the weekend, and they were just staying because they wanted to do that. So where they would go home, maybe stay with a grandparent or an aunt or something, and that their normal weekend would be going out and getting smashed on booze and whatever else was going down. Then they were staying because they had a film to make and they were committed to that. So I could see the real benefit in that. And then that kind of continued, and we started getting other money and other funding, and mostly through writing applications to funders like the lottery, as I said, Creative Scotland, some funders down south in London as well, and saying, look, this is the work we do, this is why we do it. This is the difference it's making to young people's lives. It's literally changing people's lives. And that started becoming of real interest to me. And then I started teaming up with other organisations like Who Cares Scotland, another national charity for children in care in Scotland. And we got money for a full arts project that was like covering all over Scotland in partnership with Kibble. We were the lead partner on it. And then at that point, the chief executive, the main boss at Who Cares Scotland, he came to me and he was like, Gav, we're looking for a fundraising manager. Do you want to apply for the post? And it was funny because I was just like, I'm not a fundraiser. I'm a drama guy. I'm like, I went to drama college. I'm an actor. I'm a lovey. And he's like, no, I see all that money you've got in the last couple of years for all these arts projects. He said, we want more of that. We want you to lead on it. And he said, what's actually really, he said, what's important to me is that I bring people into this organisation that really understand the kids, people that really totally and utterly get what the children have gone through and what they've gone through in their lives, and be able to tell some of those stories and tell those stories to funders. And then, so I ended up taking the job and ended up going to a complete change of career. And I remember my wife saying to me, like, what happens if you take this job and you're rubbish at it and then you get sacked and then you've no job? And I was like, oh, I'll just go back to teaching. But it never worked out that way, and I've done really well. That was in 2016, so that's 8 years I've been doing fundraising, and I left Who Cares Scotland about 3 years ago. Or was it 4 years ago now? I don't know, time flies. And then since then, I spent a couple of years on my own, just freelancing, so working for different charities across Scotland, and get in for short bursts of time and helping them out with their fundraising and putting a plan together for them and helping apply for different funds. And I was raising in the region of about £1 million a year across the different charities that I've helped and support. And I'm now, I took a permanent job a year ago with a charity called Venture Trust, and I'm currently the director of fundraising and partnership there. And obviously, because I met you at Kibble, and I think you approached me about a year ago or something that said going to help us out with some of our fundraising applications, and it's an absolute delight to help you out where I can with the fundraising, because I can really see what Manon's doing, and everything you tell me and the team tell me about, you know, the impact you're having on not just young people but adults too, and that community that, you know, sorely needs Manon to make a difference, and all your plans for the future are really exciting. So it's an absolute pleasure to help where I can, and help bring in more income, more money, so that you can do all the brilliant projects that you imagine up in your head to make a difference to people's lives. So that's my story, I guess. That's where
Brilliant.
I don't know how boring or interesting that's for anybody, but
I think it's great. I think, like, as well, for a lot of, you go back to young people, but for a lot of young people, they're sort of hyper focused on what they're going to be, you know, and how they're going to, what career they're going to have. And I need to be like, I need to do this because this is what I've always wanted to do. You've got your career aspirations kind of mapped out for you at 21. You've hit the peak. You've got where you want to go to, and it just shows you that, you know, life can sort of take you in different directions, and it can take you down to where you're at just now, which is director of a really great charity for fundraising, and obviously, you know, the head of bringing in that income for the work that they do. And we're, you know, obviously for yourself, we've been dead grateful for any sort of tips and support and chats that we've had to sort of help us, because one of the things I really wanted to touch on, because I know your time is precious.
I can hang in about 5 past, but if you're bored of me, you can chuck me.
Cool. That's good to know. One of the biggest challenges, I think, for charities, obviously, is income generation and bringing in money. I think when we started, so to go back to March 2020, when the idea came about, obviously there was no constitution or any kind of, for me, there was probably this will get to that point at some point, you know, where it will become something. But really, it was just about how do we get people together under a roof and have a chat about our mental health, and have a chat about things like suicide, and try and normalise, you know, that men initially could come together. But obviously, the journey then led us to being a community interest company, which was obviously folded into a charity. But really early on, we were really, really successful with funding bids. Like, we were anything that we put in for at the time, obviously in the middle of the pandemic. I think there's probably reasons around it. Maybe some charities were maybe not as active, but for different reasons. Maybe when they're putting in new bids, whereas the other thing was new, it was shiny, it was very relevant. There's been no mental health was being discussed at length every day on the news because of the isolation that people were being forced into and various different things. But every time we were putting funding bids in, there was sometimes they were phoning us and saying, "Do you want more than what you've put in for?" You know, and I'm like, this is brilliant. What's everybody sort of talking about fundraising for, as if it's this kind of hard thing? Then we started getting, you know, more funding from various sources, and then slowly but surely, we're still very good at getting funding, which is important. Obviously, I'm not saying that we don't get any money now, but very sort of slowly, you were starting to see wee changes about, you know, you can get it, but you can't get as much as you've asked for. You can get that, but it's only for 1 year instead of 2, and, you know, the different conditions. And when we spoke to funders, essentially what they were telling us was, you know, when you were putting your funding bids in at, you know, the sort of pandemic phase, you were going into committee rooms and the paperwork was maybe that size, but since then it's maybe now this size and more, you know, and that's what you're kind of up against, and there's no more money. It's the same amount of money, if not less, in some cases with cuts. So the reality check for me kind of hit home then, when I thought, right, this gravy train, if you like, you know, the amount of money that we were getting is actually going to be a bit more difficult. So we've invested in Stacey, who is our business and operations lead, who you've connected with, and she's got that responsibility for not sole responsibility, but she's got that responsibility for income generation. And it's just such a tricky world. But then when you see what we've done in the rest of this podcast, and you've spoke to the people that there's been the impact there, the need is so huge to keep the show on the road. But for your perspective, like how important is the various strands of income generation for charities like yourselves, and obviously Venture Trust, who do brilliant work taking young people away on residential trips, that sort of transformational change stuff. But for things like this tonight, even though there's a wee bit on the bottom, it says donate £10, and you can do that. That £10 is huge. They all add up. I think we're probably at about 1,500 mark now, for this fundraiser. But yeah, it's so vital, isn't it, for charities like yourselves to get that.
Aye, you're doing well. 1,500 quid's decent. That's good money. Not done.
It's not bad, it's not bad. I wanted £1,000, so then it became evident.
Just switch off now.
It became evident it was more, and I thought, for every £50 that we bring in, we can create a safe plan with somebody. That's the sort of rough cost. So you're talking about multiple interventions there to eventually save a life. On average, we're maybe 8 to 10 sessions with somebody on a safe plan. So you're starting to think, look, this is a life. So the more that we get, the better. But it's doing all right.
That's good. A couple of things come to mind now. I can't even remember what you asked exactly, but a couple of things come to mind. When I was talking about applications there to the lottery and all the the other funders that you talked about, and when it was COVID time, COVID was like the gravy train, as you say. It was like the easy time. I don't think I've ever raised so much money in my entire life as I did in that sort of like 2 years of COVID. And it just seemed like money just became available. But what's happening over the last couple of years is all those funders are trying to claw that back, and they're also trying to spread it thin. So where they might have given out £100,000 at a time to one charity, they're maybe giving £25,000 to 4 charities. So what they're trying to do is spread the love a wee bit, which is nice. But it's also challenging, as you say, when you think, well, we'll get that for another 2 years, and then they say, well, it's actually only 1 year, or we'll get 30,000 out of them, but then you'll only get 15. So what you're doing just now, today, tonight, and all the other events that I've seen on your social media and all the different groups and the local groups and Inverclyde and Greenock and whatever that are really stepping up, which is testament to the good work that you're doing and raising money for you is massive. Every £15, every tenner, it all adds up, and it really does help. And I tell you what, it's not even just about the money. It's not even just about the amount of money. See, when you apply for these applications to the lottery, I keep saying the lottery because I think that's one that people will probably recognise, the most. There's hundreds of other ones, but quite often they want you to do a specific project, and they want to fund a specific part. So they might say, right, we'll give you £20,000. We want you to do this, but they'll also say we want you to work within this age limit, up to 18 or up to 24. Children in need, for example, is 18. And then they also, so you might put together a project that you think is going to really, really work. And then some funders are really, they want you to stick to that, to the absolute, and that might be for 3 years. But after 6 months or a year, you might be talking to the young people and you're thinking, this isn't quite what it's meant to be. Or you might have set it up for young people, but you've got older people chapping your door and saying, we need this help. Like, we really need this support, or we need something, or a different group of people altogether that you work with, whether it might be a neurodiverse group or some other group that are really, you discover there's a real need for that in your area and what you're doing. But you've got that 3-year funding, so you're a wee bit stuck within that. And the lottery are not bad. They're quite good at changing and shifting. If you go back and talk to them about saying, listen, we've made some changes because of this. But I suppose what the point I'm coming back to is that, see, when you raise money like tonight, if it's £1,500 or whatever it is, it ends up being by the end of the night, hopefully you hit the £2,000 mark now that you've done so well, then that's money you can do with whatever you want. So it means that when people do chap your door and say, can you do something for us? If you've got money in the bank, you can say, we can actually. We can put this on, or we can put that on. And then you're not limited by what you said in an application, or not even what you said, but what the funder wants you to do. Because some of the funders have their own agenda as well. They have their own objectives, what they want to achieve. And then you're trying to shape and fit and squeeze man on into what it is they're looking for. And sometimes that's all right, but sometimes you can lose what you're all about. And a lot of charities, when they were, I suppose, before COVID as well, and again now, a lot of charities, what they're doing is they're chasing money. If an opportunity comes up, they're like, we could do that. It's not really what we do, and we're not really experts in it, but there's 50 grand, so let's try and do that. And then all of a sudden, the charity loses its identity. It almost loses what it's all about and who it is. And I think, Chris, talking to you in the last couple of years and knowing who you are, like you're you've got real firm opinions about what Man is, what it's here to achieve, and why it exists. And that's to support the people in Inverclyde and surrounding areas who are really struggling with mental health and potential suicide as well. And will you stick to that? And if the local communities now raising money for Man On and making it their charity, it's almost like Inverclyde's charity, isn't it? And that's really nice. It's lovely to get that feeling, and that's what I'm seeing on social media. So keep it going. Keep those tenors coming in, and make a difference to your neighbours, to your community, to your town or your towns. So good on you.
Absolutely. No, really nice words, mate. I appreciate that, because it's when you're talking about like changing your identity to kind of fit with narratives of funding and stuff, like I can see how organisations would maybe do that, because that they need the money to come in. But we've been really, really strong on everything needs to fit under our main mission, and our main mission is to prevent suicide. And spoke about it countless times. People are in Man On anyway sick of it. We're talking about going upstream and stopping people from going in the water. We don't want to be at the bottom of the river pulling people out with lifeboats and life jackets and stuff like that. Aye, we do that, and we do that well, but we also want to go further up. We want to go further up there and stop people from actually, looking at the water and thinking about it. Like, let's actually have conversations in community halls, and have conversations at football sessions, at rugby sessions, have conversations in, cafes, have conversations online, do things like this that raises the profile and raises awareness, so that people can get there. And our mission will always stay the same. So all our funding centres around that. And it's been, don't get me wrong, I mean, I'm not for 1 second saying that it's not great to get the funding that we get. It's amazing, and we're very, very thankful. We've got some brilliant funders, the Robertson Trust being one of our first ones, along with the National Lottery Community Fund. We've got an amazing third sector interface in Inverclyde. CVS Inverclyde ran amazingly with brilliant staff who engage with us in various sort of things like funding surgeries and support there. Got lots and lots of different funders who have contributed to it, with Scottish Government Mental Health and Wellbeing Fund, schools locally getting us in and funding us. But yeah, as I says to yourself recently, there's got to be a better way to do these things, to try and get the income in, because it takes so much time and energy to basically just keep the doors open and keep it flowing. But as we've touched on, the importance of it is absolutely huge. So in terms of yourself then, and your role with Venture Trust, I just thought I would do a wee plug for Venture Trust before you
plug away. Go for it.
Aye, so tell us a wee bit more about what they do. Obviously, I've followed the organisation for a while. Well aware that they're do some great work, giving young people brilliant experiences. But how would you sort of sum it up in a sort of minute or two, the work that you do?
A minute or two. So Venture Trust is all about using the outdoors as a therapeutic way of working, I suppose. It's a personal development, a lot of personal development programs where people who have, like we talked about, people have suffered, experienced trauma, adverse childhood experiences, lacking maybe in confidence, a bit of direction in their life, maybe needing a change and a shift, and maybe also just a wee bit stuck in their own communities and their own, day-to-day way of working. And we give them a chance to go away, maybe do some community work first outdoors, but then go away on what sometimes is a 10-day journey through the Scottish wilderness, which could be in the Scottish Highlands or some remote places. And that's 10 days where you're travelling, you're walking, camping, canoeing, mountaineering, rock climbing, abseiling, but you're taking on real challenges. But on those challenges, you're also, the staff are working with you and reflecting your own personal challenges, what's going on in your head, what's holding you back, what's stopping you pursuing a career, what's stopping you applying for college. Is it because you're a wee bit nervous and frightened and fear of things getting wrong? Well, you just abseiled down that rock face there. Or we just went down that river that got a wee bit rough. Were we nervous? We were nervous. What did we do? Well, we kept going. We kept pushing. We worked as a team. We supported each other. what's important to you. Well, relationships are important. So using all the outdoors as a way of changing thinking and being a bit more positive and a bit more proactive and building that confidence and realizing that you can achieve things. We also do outdoor therapy as well, which is like counselling, but it's outdoors, out walking in nature trails rather than sitting in an office face to face, which some people can find a wee bit, uncomfortable. And it's a place where you choose. You can say, well, I quite like that wee walk by the river there. Staying out the river, of course, going back to your analogy. And we also do some employment programs for young people. They're mostly in Glasgow and Edinburgh, and it's using the outdoors again to learn trades and learn skills that are outdoors, but also doing some really enjoyable, fun things like, zip wires and tree climbing and all those things to just build that confidence as part of the employability, and then doing some work experience and then hopefully helping people get jobs. But we do have a wee, just before I finish off, we do have a wee project going in Inverclyde coming up in the summer. I know I mentioned that to you this morning as well. And we've got some funds to take, not many, but to take 9 young people away this summer for 5 days. And that'll be canoeing and hiking and walking and doing bushcraft trials and things like that. Bushcraft crafts, sorry, that's what I'm looking for. Bushcraft trials. I'm stuck in I'm a celebrity. Get me out here there.
I am a celebrity,
well, bushcraft things and all that. Learn how to do fires and cook and things like that. So it'll be 5 days away, and it's for anyone who is a young carer in the Inverclyde area. And that doesn't need to be that you're a registered young carer, but there might be somebody in your family you sometimes need help and support, whether their mental health's not good or whether their physical health's not great, and you need to make them a cup of tea in the morning or help them get breakfast or get a wee brother and sister dressed and get them out to school. So if there's anyone out there who's listening and you're a teenager and you're thinking, I'd love to go away and do 5 days of canoeing and climbing and all that, then and there's somebody in your life that you have to help and support. And it might not be every day you look after and support them, it might just be occasional and need a wee bit extra help, getting their shopping in and things like that, then I'll get in touch with Chris. Probably best we get in touch with you and you can.
That'd be great. It's brilliant. I think it's a brilliant offer. I think my hat goes off to young carers. I think I've worked with quite a few in my time in my sort of various roles, and some of them take on tasks that they probably don't even identify themselves as young carers. They just do it. They just go on with it. That's just life, and that's what they do. And they'll look after maybe a family member, or it might be a younger sibling because the family member's struggling with various things. And they tend to, a lot of them, as I say, not actually identify as that. They just think that's how I live. So for your organisation to give that back and give them that opportunity to go and experience, that's amazing. So I'm definitely putting that high on the agenda. And
it's an absolute, I think it's a wee break into it from your day-to-day things you're just used to doing, but you do it. But if you can get things in place so that you're leaving family members on a good place, you can go away for 5 days and just be yourself and find a bit about yourself and maybe realise that you're a brilliant in a canoe, you're a brilliant in a boat, or you're excellent making campfires, whatever. So I better wrap up because I've got to jump out.
Great. Cheers, Gav. Before you go, I just want to show you this wee message here from Stacey.
Oh, Stacey, that's so lovely. Well done, Stacey. Stacey's doing so well. I can't catch my tongue now. I can't speak anymore. I can't believe you're on at 10 o'clock at night.
I know. I don't know how I'm going to last, but cheers for your time. I know you're busy. Enjoy your night out.
Right. Cheers. Thanks for having me on. See you later.
Cheers, mate. Take care, mate. Cheers. Right. So cheers to Gavin for coming along. That was a sort of last minute comment about coming on. I'm just trying to see who else is coming on next. Craig Doherty coming up shortly. Running late, which is really funny actually, given that he's going to be coming on to talk about a running club right enough. But I'm just messaging him. So cheers to Gav for coming on and talking a wee bit about Venture Trust. I think it's brilliant the work that they do. I think it's brilliant to have an opportunity like that in Inverclyde as well. So myself and the team will try and identify young people that might be eligible to go. We'll also tie in with other organisations such as Bernardo's, hopefully. and Mind Mosaic, potentially children and families, to see if there's anybody that sort of comes under that. But a really, really great opportunity to, to kind of look at that. I'm going to bring up this comment here from earlier, from Max Marner Mates. Good luck today. We know Chris could talk from 2 to 10 himself anyway, most likely actually, from Sean and Max. Now, young Max is another young person that I've had the sort of joy to meet and connect with. He is very, very passionate about things like this, actually, podcast and talking to people, and he's very, very talented. He had the opportunity to interview Rhys McEwen, who's obviously one of our ambassadors as well. And he's really, really passionate about converting some content onto video and talking to people and getting interviews out there. He actually had a wee interview with me through one of the football commitments that I had last year with Morton in the community. So Max is a young person that's going to be getting involved with a lot of your football academy work, showcasing a lot of the football that we're going to do. Part of the football academy, I'll talk a wee bit about that later on again. But Max will be coming on to sort of showcase a lot of the journey with that. So much appreciated his support, and also his dad Sean, who obviously guides him along the way. In terms of our football academy sort of work that we've done so far, has been established with Jamie earlier on. Nicky, who was going to come on to the stream, has not been able to make it because obviously he's got other things on in life, which we'll see shortly. But Nicky's worked really, really hard over the last month to connect and engage with young people and run Inclusive Football for All, which runs every Wednesday at the Greenock Sports Centre. Taking a wee pause just now as Nicky's off, but that's sessions where the sports centre is booked out and young people can just turn up and kick a ball. There's no sort of barriers there. It's not based on ability. It's not based on confidence levels. It's inclusive for everybody, and I think that's really, really important as part of your sort of make up, if you like, for what we're trying to do with the wider football academy. We've touched on the 2019 that we're launching, and I'll come on to talk about that a wee bit later on. But it's the bigger picture of that football academy that's the most important bit of it. It's about getting young people engaged with football who have maybe drifted off of football in terms of the inclusive sessions on a Wednesday. It's about getting some of our young people involved on a Monday night with Sam and the football therapy group, which I'm sure Sam will come on and talk about shortly. And it's about then engaging young people through the power of football to have better sort of destinations. If it's school scurrying them, they're not really engaging with education anymore for whatever reason, can we use the power of football to get them into a better positive destination? We've got partnership with Street League, who obviously do amazing work in the community. Kate and the team do great work in the community for employability stuff. So we are looking to obviously drive forward a lot of that work as we move forward in the community. In terms of the other employability stuff the other partners that we're looking to engage with, if you are a partner in the community, you're working with children and young people, you're working with that age range, which is sort of 14, 15 plus, and you've got services to offer them, we'd love to sort of listen to you and see what's out there that we can collaborate with and engage with. So I think the rest of the stream, I'm hoping to get a mix of, I'm just going to do a wee recap here, going to get a mix of people coming in to sort of engage with us and have conversations with us. As I said, up next we're going to have Craig Docherty, who's going to talk to us about a lot of his journey with Man On, but also his new ventures that he's been getting involved in. Hoping to have a couple of people who have sort of half confirmed that they'll be here and now, but Mark Percival's going to join us as part of the young person service to sort of generate some discussion there. We've got Sam, who's going to come on and have a conversation with us about a lot of the work that he's been doing and the work in the work sense from Man On in terms of the adults that he's been connecting in with. And then we've got a couple other people that we're hoping to engage with as well. In terms of the actual fundraising, so I wanted to just do a wee recap on the amount that we've secured so far. I says to Gavin it was probably not far off the £1,500 mark. So we've got on the fundraiser, we'll get 1397, so 1,397, which is brilliant. Probably we'll add Gifted onto that, so it'll take it up a fair bit as well. So we have surpassed that £1,500 target, and there was a cheque handed in for from Shona Darroch to kind of sponsor it from Diodes, which brings it up to over the target anyway without Gifted. So Diodes have kindly sponsored our hour here, and I'm just going to bring up their wee blurb and what they do. So Diode Semiconductor, Shona does a lot of the sort of HR work for them. They're a huge employer for the community. They employ obviously quite a lot of staff at their site in Larkfield. I think most people know somebody that's been connected in with there, but over the last period of time, we've developed a really good relationship with them. We've went in and delivered workplace training with them, so we've got quite a lot of connections with that organisation. So I'm going to bring Craig Docherty in for a wee 10-15 minute chat around his involvement with Man On. And then we've got another Greenock Juniors representative, Stephen Docherty, who I'll bring in just shortly after Craig. So, Craig, how are you?
I'm good, mate. How's things?
I'm surviving, mate. I'm surviving. I definitely need a coffee right enough. I've got nobody in here to top it up for that, so, and I can't turn this off. So I'm struggling, mate, to be honest, but I'll live. I've got a bottle of water here.
It's a long day, mate. It's a long day, but
it is, mate.
Good so
It
far.
is, but as I said, I've got £1,500 in, and we've brought £1,500 in, so it'll be worth it, mate. It'll be worth it, absolutely. So how are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Keeping well. Just did the half marathon on Sunday there, so a bit of recovery through the week. Change a hairdo as well. But other than that, not too much, mate. Just finished work about 2:00. Been tidying the house. So I keep quiet until tomorrow.
So what's happening with hair there? That's different.
I don't know. I just grew it out a wee bit, to be honest, to see if it would go back, and it's kind of worked. I don't know. I'll see how it goes. I think it needs a bit more length there.
Go longer, man. What a mullet.
Mate, well, I've left it back. I don't know if you can see it. There's the back's just kind of mullet wise, but it stops at where my hair would usually stop. But I needed a wee change, so.
Nah, I like it, mate. I like it. You've got a unique style, you know what I mean? Just own it. That's it. That's how it goes. So obviously, journey with Man On, mate, it's been well documented. But obviously, you helped him massively in those sort of foundation years, as you know. Came on board and sort of led a lot of the work, and you're still obviously heavily involved with us, which is great. But before we talk about that, we talk about Man On. We'll wrap up with Man On after your sort of 10 minutes or so. But Mind Over Miles, your new kind of running club. Let's talk about that, mate, because it's flying the new, isn't it?
It seems to be going well, mate.
Tell us a wee bit about that, mate.
So I kind of had the idea before Christmas. I'd seen all the kind of Glasgow clubs and stuff, and Inverclyde has running clubs, but I don't think they have that kind of like social aspect where you kind of go to the coffee shop after, sit and get a chat and a blather and a catch up. So I just thought it'd be a good idea and good chance to get people out together running, kind of mental wellness, obviously. And then I met the boy Connor McGregor, went out a run with him, and from there I kind of spoke to him about the idea when we were at a run, and he was like, let's go for it, kind of thing. So basically he set up the Instagram page and stuff. He kind of got the logo, the branding and stuff all set up. So he did most of the kind of like what there. I just had the idea. But once the Instagram page was up, we made a wee post, and then that was that. I think we've went up like 100 followers a week. We had 20 odd people the first run, 30 odd the second, and last week I think we had about 13 or 15, but the cup final was on and a few people were up doing the marathon, half marathon. So seems to be going well, mate. There's about 40 odd to 50 people in the chat and WhatsApp as well. So I think, going well. And it's a varied range of people who are kind of involved. Like, it's people my age, people younger, people in their 30s up to 40s as well. So just everybody seems to be kind of wanting to get involved and get out and then kind of start the weekend right, I suppose. Saturday morning, get out a wee 5k run, go for a coffee and a blether, and that's you set up for the day, I suppose.
Aye, because I know that there's a park run. So does it kind of coincide? Is it the same time as that? Is it?
So we start 30 minutes after the park run, I think. I think the park run either starts at 9 or 9:30, but they are from, I don't know if it's changed places, but it's usually the start of the Splash, like Esplanade, to the end of the Esplanade, and then you look back, and I think you do another turn up to the end and back down again. That makes you a 5k. So we're not really kind of run there at that time. We'll start at 10. We usually kind of run along up New Arch Street, over to Fox Street, and then straight down onto the Splash. And then by that time, I think it's finished, and then everybody kind of runs over to the Battery, round behind the pavilion, and then over back to Cove Road where we started, and that's it.
Brilliant, mate. No, it's really good. It's good to see it. I seen a local influencer, Connor McGee, was there. So Connor will get your followers up, won't he? He's remember putting a picture up there on Facebook with man on it to start, and I think it would get about 1,000 likes or something like that. It's just one of these people that everybody seems to know. But no, it's great to see, mate. Was your kind of experience of doing man on, has that been helpful with something like this? Because people kind of see things like that starting, but I think sometimes people don't really understand it. I know you're saying obviously you've got help to do the other stuff, but people don't really understand and appreciate there's a fair bit of legwork in actually getting something like that up and running, isn't there?
Aye, definitely. It was the same with man on as well. Like, quite a lot of man hours, people hours, I suppose, went into the foundations. Similar here, like getting the branding and the logo and stuff right. Now we're kind of involved in getting some merchandise, so like running tops, gym tops. So there's quite a lot of work going into that as well. We're trying to find people who can do the illustrations, kind of graphic designers and stuff, but also getting in touch with like people who can do kind of printing on t-shirts and stuff like that and getting it all set up for us. And then also just being available every Saturday morning as well, like, and having to get in there. I mean, it's only me and Connor, so it's split between us. Like, if one person doesn't make it, a person has to, kind of thing. So it's pretty much every Saturday now from 10 to 11 is took up. I need to be there. So a lot of time, a lot of
commitment,
patience.
mate. It's a commitment, isn't it? Aye, absolutely. But no, it's good, and it's good to see the partnerships that you've got on the go with it as well. I've seen the Base Coffee place, obviously, up and running. Going there quite regular, actually. Good to be place. Are you stopping there and getting a coffee or something? Is that what's happening? Or?
So just before, like, a run in the morning on the Saturday, I'll stop by and I'll get a tea, coffee, or whatever.
Bruce in it. That's Bruce that's got that shop, isn't it? Aye. So
he works there, but I think it's Fraser Dewar and Des. I don't know Des' second name, but they own Better Build Gym as well. So I think it's them two that own it.
Right.
But when I went in, it was a girl, Natalie McKnight, I spoke to, and just kind of let her know like what the plan was for setting up a running club. Would they be kind of interested in letting us use their place as like a kind of stopping point or a touch point for people to go and get a coffee and get a cake and fuel up after? And they were kind enough to offer everybody 10% off on the day as well. So anybody that's running basically that goes in gets 10% off their order before and after the run. So it's kind of good that way. It's a wee incentive to get along.
Aye, no, that's brilliant, mate. It's really good that you're doing it, and it's great to see it kind of flying. I'm going to bring in another doctor to shortly, Stephen Doctor, a fellow athlete, actually playing football tonight at Ravenscraig Stadium, but I'm going to bring Stephen in just now, actually. Stevie, how you doing?
Good, mate. Good. How about you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Cheers for coming on, mate. I know you're busy. I see your name in a team sheet earlier.
Mate, it's been, I don't know what age I think I am, but I played golf today in that heat Finished that with a sponsors day at Gourock Golf Club. Then I've got Craig Brown's testimonial, 10 years at Greenock Juniors tonight. So I'll maybe do a cameo, mate. I'm going to do a wee bit more coaching and managing than I'm playing. So I'll maybe do the last 20 minutes or something, mate.
Good, mate. I would have went along. I was saying that to Gary there. I would have went along, but obviously this clashes with it. But a good night.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. Like, Craig's been there actually just after I left as a player a long time ago. Craig came in about a year or so later, and he's been there that whole time. So he's probably been there through 5 or 6 different managers over that period. And he's like fine wine. He just keeps getting better with age. You know, we call him Kevin De Bruno. So he's good. Having him and Gary Harkins on the same park last year for a couple of games was an absolute joy. It was just big diagonal fizzles all over the place, but it was great. But I heard Craig talking about his hair like another daughter. I've been growing mine out as well, Craig. But I've got a bit to go, mate. I've got a bit to go.
I know. I like yours, mate. Yours is simple, mate. Simple. Craig, I'll bring you back in, mate. In terms of obviously the running club, then. So for people that maybe are wanting to know about it, or do they just turn up? Do they just be at a certain place, certain time? Do they need to get in touch on Instagram or anything?
No, they don't need to get in touch. So Saturday morning, 10 o'clock from Cove Road, where the fountain is. Just kind of that entrance back to the Battery from the Gourock side. Turn up there, and that's it. Just get involved. If you're kind of worried about your fitness levels and stuff, I would just get down, get a bash, see how you get on, because there's quite a lot of different people with different capabilities, and there's kind of people going along at all different kind of speeds. Just gives everybody a chance to get in and get involved and try and get fit and healthy, I suppose.
Absolutely. No, brilliant, mate. So before I let you go, because I know you're busy, you like your weekends, so maybe on your Friday nights anymore, you need to sacrifice them now, wouldn't you? Save a fortune. In terms of Mano and mate, just sum up your journey with in terms of the charity, because I said coming in, you know, annoyingly young, you and Murray were, but come in and he's became a face, I think, for a lot of people to recognise the charity. And you know yourself, you sort of single-handedly brought people along to different things, and yourself and Jason. I did message Jason to come on, but he's currently in Barcelona, and it's a bit worse for wear. So he's not. But for yourself, like, what's it been as a journey, and I kind of still remaining as a trustee, mate. It's obviously powerful stuff you've been involved in.
It's been mental, to be honest. The only way really to describe it, like, I think when I first started it, I didn't really have an idea of what was to become. I just joined in the hopes that I would kind of get involved and it would help me with kind of my situation at the time. I think during lockdown I was a bit kind of worse for wear, and I seen Jason posting about it, so I think that's when I got in touch with Jason. He added me to the WhatsApp, and then within a week or so I had yourself asking me to form the kind of official first start of the trustees back then, and then from there it's just been a kind of whirlwind journey, like winning awards, kind of going to the centre, getting that set up in Dellenburn Street, and then also getting the other kind of new centre set up down at the West Station, and just the people I've met along the way. That's probably kind of the most inspiring thing. Like those people you see at Manon or people you meet through Manon who you probably would have just walked past on the street any other given day, and you get to hear their stories, you get to hear what they've been through, how they're kind of tackling it, and how Manon's helping that. And I think that's been the best thing to come of it, and just seeing how much it's helping the community, and just seeing how much, like yourself and Sam and Peter and everybody else involved, like Brian and Stacey, just how much they are kind of loving it. Like so much passion involved and what goes into it, and it just seems like a nice place to work. And I think if anybody is obviously ever in need of any of your services, then I wouldn't hesitate to get along, because these people are the best at what they do.
Brilliant, mate. Cheers. Thank you for that. No, it's been great to have you. I think you've played a big part in the journey, I think, and that chairperson role as well. Like you just gave me the permission to just build it and grow it and develop it, and you were there for a sounding board when we needed it. We met regularly. It was really good, and it's great you've remained as a trustee. So it's brilliant to see you plodding on and doing everything that you're doing, mate. I hope that the Mind Over Miles, the club, great name as well, by the way. I hope that it keeps going, mate. I hope it's brilliant. Hopefully we can do things together. I know for a fact Peter will be absolutely itching to get involved in some of that stuff. Very competitive though, so he'll be trying to beat people and throw people out the road and that. But let's keep in touch, mate, about both of them and see if we can support it in any way.
I definitely will do. I'll be in touch. Right, enjoy the rest of the podcast and enjoy your conversation with Stephen. Right, you guys have a good night. I'll catch you in a bit.
Cheers, mate. Cheers,
Bye.
mate. See you later, mate. See ya. So, Stevie, cheers, mate, for coming in. I just thought I seen you in the wings there, and I knew it was 15:15, so you were getting punished for Craig's lateness, to be fair. So, a wee bit about yourself, your connection with Manon, mate. Obviously, I know your wife really well. Steph, me and Steph have known each other for a long time. Used to work really, really closely. We had somebody on who worked in Kibble actually just before yourselves, Gavin. But obviously your in connection with Manon, and I know obviously we've touched on already with Gary about Ryan and his family support at the charity. And I know yourself and Ryan were quite close.
Yeah. So Ryan and I worked together and obviously played together as well. So we were at Greenock together and we worked together at British Gas for Scottish Gas. So for a long time actually. So I think from hitting COVID, and I heard Craig talk about it as well, where people's probably mental space was challenged a bit more than it would normally be challenged. For me, Manon and Inverclyde emerging, and I know the inception from yourself is a wee bit more deep rooted, but coincidentally for the experience with Ryan, the timing felt perfect for me. So obviously it was highlighted in my life at that point. And you start to contemplate it a wee bit more and become much more aware of what mental health plays within the general public within Inverclyde, and you guys doing a lot of work with that. Just the timing felt great for me, just the emergence and stuff. And obviously a couple of years back as well, we had the number 9 tournament for Ryan as well, which a lot of teams and junior teams he played for throughout his whole career managed to get teams on the park down at Capello. We earned a load of money to be able to support you guys and stuff like that as well. And I know that went really far for Ryan's family and and all of us who were obviously close to Ryan and stuff like that as well. So I think it's great. What I think is brilliant just now is that obviously you're doing some work with us. The links to football for me are super important. We had our presentation last Friday that I know you were there and done a great speech, mate, which was brilliant, really authentic and really easy to identify with. But for me, football's always been, my kind of saviour when it comes to that. I've been involved in football since I was a child. Yak Sevens at 9 and 10 years old that progresses to organised football, which progresses right through to senior football, junior career, all that kind of stuff, which is really enjoyable. And then since then, I've obviously managed Inverclyde Amateurs in Greenock and never support Gary at Greenock Juniors and stuff as well. And my wife, funnily enough, said to me last week when we were sitting in that hall with almost 300 people with a pathway programme from, your team at 09s coming away in right through to that senior programme. Steph kind of whispered in my ear, I get it. I get why it's important to you. So for me, like you guys involving yourself with football and stuff like that is really big because I think that, probably I come from a generation in my father's generation before me where there's certain things you don't talk about. It's not because you don't want to talk about them or you're avoiding them or anything like that. It's just not something that's done, that kind of West Coast of Scotland thing. But something I always found really easy was talking about football. My dad and I still like talking that fashion. We don't walk in and go, how you doing? How's your week been at work? Walk in and go, do you see that Spurs goal last night? Something along the lines of that. And then the conversation just starts and that's how we communicate. So for me and the work that you are doing within that space, I think it's really important because something that I've really enjoyed being back involved with football in the juniors is that the pathway programme, because that's really linear for me. I can see people having that escape which was really beneficial to me throughout my whole life, and they'll be able to, be part of that as well, and hopefully lead to senior football. And when they've got other challenges in your life, and work's difficult or family life's difficult, you can escape a couple of times a week to go and kick a ball with your pals and have a bit of a laugh and wind folk up and all that kind of stuff.
Aye, absolutely, mate. I think you mentioned so much here, which I think is really relevant. And what you were saying there about Steph recognising it on Friday, like, you get it. Like, I was talking to Gary about this a couple of hours ago. It feels like 100 hours ago, right enough. But I was talking to Gary, and we were both talking about the importance of that pathway. It feeds into what you guys do in the first team. We'll come on to talk about that. Feeds into that, and hopefully through time, you get players who are committed and engage with football. But what I really liked from Gary's point of view was he said that's nice, but ultimately it's about the social aspect, keeping boys engaged and young people engaged with football, keeping them away from things off the street, getting them involved with positive role models and stuff. And that's the power of it, isn't it? That's the magic of what we're trying to achieve.
Definitely, mate. Definitely. If I think back for myself, I was in Boys Brigade, I was in school, and played football. But they were all a reason to play football. That's all it was. But you were filling every night of the week, so it was keeping you away from those things that probably would have dragged you into positions you didn't want to be in. And I think that's the great aspect for it. I think probably something we need to look at in Inverclyde is affordability of it. Because I think that there's not enough help from local council, etc. I think we're the second highest 3G fee in the whole of Scotland, for one of the most impoverished areas. We need to make it a lot more affordable so that people will take the chance to go out, not just for your mental health, but your physical health as well, So I'm 43 this year, and I still love going and playing fives, like joining in at training and all that kind of stuff as well. And I always feel better for doing it. It's one of those things where you might have had a hard day at work and, say to Steph, I really don't fancy this tonight. But you'll drag yourself along, and as soon as I come back and go, I'm so glad I went. I feel great. You jump in the shower, and you have a good night's sleep and stuff like that. You feel really fresh to tackle the next day that follows. So for me, that's a great thing. Just getting back to your other point, right enough, about the pathway and stuff like that. What I loved about it, I think Gary wasn't expecting to do a speech in Friday night, and he was only asked during the event. And I thought he spoke really well, but I kind of liked, obviously, he talked through the amount of players for the pathway programme it went. I think we had 17 individuals that made their first team debut who were 20 or under this year, who came through our pathway programme. I think something like 11 of them made debuts within that as well. There's sometimes toward the end of the season when we're looking, apart from Brian Tucker, the goalie, who was over 30, everybody was under, like 23. So you're like, some of these boys at sub 20 could actually probably potentially be lucky enough, if the stars align, to have a career out of this as well. So Gary's kind of finishing point, if you remember it, had been saying there's all these other junior organisations, and what they do is they buy talent, but what we do is we try and nurture it and create it. And for me, that's why I'm involved, because I think if I can look back for myself and stuff like that, you nailed it when you said a minute ago about positive role models. There's all these people through your life that you can look back on and go, they left a nice footprint, that helped me become the person I am, and most of them for me were through football,
Absolutely, mate. I thought Gary's speech was brilliant as well. I actually said that to him. I says, there's not a chance you never prepared for that, but he never. But he was really, really good. I thought he spoke brilliant in terms of, he represented the football side, I think, of the club really, really well, and I think it was really, really important that he had that chance to do that.
He did. That's a big thing for him, mate, because he's very organised. So if we get, not, by the way, only with football, anything else in life, he's an absolute disaster. But with football, he's super organised. So that, we'll watch tape and video with teams we're going to play. We'll make sure the training is set up to, work towards how we're going to play against those teams. And a Saturday, he's got a list of stuff. He comes in, he stays on point really well. So him having to do that ad hoc, it was difficult for him because he likes to be prepared. So, but I thought he'd done great, mate. I thought he'd done really well.
He really did, mate. He really did. And I think, like what you were saying there about the role models, I think is so important. I think, get one of the reasons that I really want to set this up and obviously do the 2009's team, but also maybe do a wee bit of training for different coaches and education about things like trauma-informed practice and understanding what's maybe going on behind, a player's closed doors or whatever, a young person's life. Like, for me, it's about trying to improve a culture that's clearly already there for a lot of people. They're volunteers, the coaches, they gain up their time. But I think obviously for what we're seeing for a lot of our young people is, we've touched on the pandemic. Like, a lot of our young people, sort of 14 probably up to 18, 19. We had young Ben on earlier who spoke a lot, who's obviously connected with the juniors. But for that age group, I think there's been significant issues for them, and I think some of the coaches that I've spoke to maybe feel a wee bit out their depth with some of the stuff. They're like, don't know how to deal with this, I don't know how to support this. So for me, a big bit about this academy work that we're doing and obviously supporting is to try and go in and educate the coaches. And I know there was some conversations last Friday about us like delivering assist training and stuff like that, but I think it's so important so that people can be prepared to be those good role models, because as you say, some of the best role models in my life growing up were from football and keeping myself involved in football games. But it's so important to keep that going and keep those positive role models and giving them the right tools to support people.
Totally. And by the way, it gives you life skills that you don't actually realise until you get a wee bit older, and you can look back and reflect on them as well. Probably things I learned when I played a little bit older than I was. So, I was playing with adults when I was like 16, 17 years old, and the accountability and responsibility from them being demanding really helped me to be able to overcome things later in life, and, held me through about how much, you put into other things, because let's get it right, when you're that age, you don't know what you want to do with life, but, the life skills have been absolutely instrumental in helping me along my pathway and stuff like that as well. I think because some of it's been in my mind, mate, just for that age group that you had spoke about there, that kind of the kids who have kind of grown up through the pandemic and stuff as well. Because I signed up for MCR Pathways recently as well to become a mentor for sort of teenagers in school. And it's all about being, another positive role model, just another voice that they can lean on and speak to. Because I was thinking about that, and I was thinking I was probably fortunate enough to have that in my life, where you can remember these people who left little footprints along the way that gave me, shaped you as a person. So I thought it was important to try and give back and maybe support through something like that as well, because I think that generation have been through a difficult period in time, even socially. A couple of years off of school, or that long period off of school, you learn a lot of your social skills, your conflict resolution, how you deal with things, all that kind of stuff. And that's been a bit difficult for them. So I think for us as coaches as well, you guys been able to help us with some of those conversations will be instrumental, So you'll know yourself prior to you doing all the work that you've done, being in some of those situations, sometimes you think, what's the right thing to say, what's not the right thing to say. And I'm fortunate enough, my wife, has done all the training that you've done, and we'll speak about it, and she'll say, no, you don't say that, and you don't say this, and you don't say that, and Christ, right? So it'll be a right education for us as well, but it'll be really welcomed as well, because it helps us grow as individuals.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. And we had the opportunity to come to your first team training, in the changing room, to be fair, in Inverclyde Academy, whenever we were in the pitch, but I thought it was a good opportunity for myself, Sam and Peter, just to talk about not just what we could offer the players, but also the players' families, if there's any, people that they've connected with in terms of how they can access that. We've opened up a referral pathway. We've actually had a couple of people who have engaged with us and connected and asked for support, and it might have been signposting into other things as well, if there's maybe a worry about somebody. But it's been used, which is great. But in terms of us going out there and getting that message across with the first team players, I think that's still really, really important. We're focusing on young people, but I think it's really, really important that we know we're there to support the adults as well, because a lot of these guys who might be in your first team or other juniors' first teams, I mean, we just seen the professional golfer there in America last week take his own life. Elite level, I'm led to believe sort of one of the top sort of 50 golfers maybe. You might know more about it than I do. I don't play golf or watch it, but that was obviously, so it's there and it's present within our community. So it's really, really important we get the opportunity to connect with your adults in your first team as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's having those skills as well to be able to cope with being in that situation. I've been a leader in my business for a long time as well, and for 12 years now, and I've been in the situation at times where somebody from work has called me and, you know, been in a position where they were considering, you know, taking their own life and stuff. And without that training and that, you know, I've had, you know, been, some of my other colleagues been in that position as well. And, you know, having some second degree trauma from it and all this kind of stuff. Once they've, you know, helped and supported that individual through it, they've went back and it's had a big impact on them as an individual. So I think even the support you can give us for that will help us probably not fall into those traps as well, because it's a difficult area to navigate if you're not confident in it. And you can only get confident in it by exposing yourself to people who can support you through it and tell you the right things to say, so you can be confident in your conviction and saying, right, I know how to help this individual, and you know how I know how to support. But more often than not, I think what you guys are doing, creating a bit of a safe space, is really important, isn't it? So, and I know Brian McLaughlin well, it does work down at Morton the community as well, where we've got folk that walk in and, you know, you'll drive past Capel, you see the lights on and stuff like that as well. This stuff was non-existent 5-6 years ago, you know, so really good to see that these things are in place now to support each other.
Absolutely. Morton run Team Talk, which is every Monday night in Capel. It's been going pretty consistent. I think they had some support before the pandemic but then obviously went into the pandemic, and then that's kept going every Monday. Obviously tied in very well with Johnny Roy, who obviously runs a lot of the stuff for Morton in the community. So really, really important. It's great that these things are there. I think the fact that it's in Capel, as you say, probably takes away a wee stigma as well for people. Takes away a wee bit of a barrier. You can be going in there to do whatever that is that you're doing. It might not necessarily be getting in to get support, but I think it's really, really important. And you touched on something there that I wanted to speak to you about as well, with the MCR pathways. I know Brian's involved in that as well. How's that journey been for you, doing that?
Excellent so far. So I'm just waiting my placement. So been paired with a young person, probably reaching the end of school term. So it might not happen to the start of next term now. But it's great. The training was really good, really informed, really enjoyable. What I would say though, it's a bit of an emotional journey yourself. So you have this meeting with an individual and they take you through all this questionnaire you fill in, and it's all about these positive role models that have led you to become the person you are. So you have to go through quite a lot. So you open up some wounds that you maybe didn't know were there, and you talk about, you know, your childhood. You talk about what you were like as an individual in school as well, and all that kind of stuff. So there's things that you relive and things that you talk about that you weren't expecting to talk, you know. So there was almost a part of that. Not that was the intention of the meeting that I had with him, but it felt like therapy. Came out of Steph and I was like, I feel exhausted, but I feel like a bit of a weight off my shoulders. So we spoke about some really good stuff and all that as well. And I spoke about Ryan. I spoke about all the people that I was involved with football and stuff like that as well. So I really, really enjoyed it. I went in for a bit of training recently as well, went to the school in Inverclyde Academy, and they ran us through some stuff which was brilliant. So all I'm waiting for now is a placement with a young person, and then we'll get some more training as well to be able to assist in that. But what I quite liked about that is, you know me, I'm obviously a foster parent, my foster father as well. So the pathways for me felt different, because it was more, it's not parenting. It's just, you know, it's totally non-judgmental. It's just try to be a positive role model and create a safe space for a young person that might be able to talk to you where they can't talk to someone else. So for me, that felt like a lot less pressure than what I have to do being a foster father and work through some other difficult things and stuff like that as well. So that's why I was really excited about it as well, you know.
Yeah, it's great to hear you're doing that, mate. You're the ideal guy for something like that, you know, for a young person. I remember being a young person in school, you know, myself, maybe 15, 16, probably could have benefited from something like that, to be honest. I was a wee bit 50-50 with my commitment in life with things at that point, and different paths I could have took. But role models are so important. Like, and I think I done a session with a group of young people in Glasgow, actually, and it was about role models, and it was about kind of trying to myth bust the sort of celebrity ones that obviously people kind of look up to, and really when we drilled down, the sort of positive role models came from people in their personal lives that they had, and when you've maybe not had that growing up, but maybe your role model has been, you know, somebody that's maybe been negative towards you, and it's been a negative. It's like an anti-role model, they were calling it, the young people at the time. You know, when you've been brought up around that, or you've been connected with it, or even if you've had maybe a negative experience at a football club and it's been, somebody's not looked after you, or they've not had your best interests or whatever, then you start to have a different opinion on things. And I think, as you say, I really like that, like, the footprints, leaving the positive footprints for you to take, and just take a wee bit for them here and a wee bit from them there. So I think it's great that you're doing the MCR pathway stuff, because it's a brilliant service. I read about the fact that Glasgow City Council may be going to pull the funding on it in Glasgow, which is not great, but certainly for Inverclyde, it's really, really important for those young people to get help from somebody like yourself. So good luck, mate, when you get paired up.
Now, I'm looking forward to it, mate. They sort of spoke through us as well about, if you could be with your young person, you go and kick a ball and, into a goal and just have a chat and create that safe space. So I was kind of just looking forward to that aspect as well. And it's an hour's commitment per week for the next year. That's absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. So I'm looking forward to ask for a Friday, because I thought it's a good way to sort of round up the week, probably for me and that individual, and something for me to look forward to as well. Could be the worst week in the bloody planet for me, but I'm winding it up by being able to do that and support somebody. So I'm really looking forward to it, mate. And as I said, it just offered that little bit of difference from being a foster father and working with the adults within football as well. It's funny too. I was just thinking about that. Steph had said to us today, so the little one wants to go to football, right? So she said, I want to go to football. I think she comes and watches us and runs around the track and stuff. She says, I want to start playing football. And I said, that's fine. I said, I'll sort you out. I'll speak to Morton, the community, or whoever, and we'll have a chat. And we're having a bit of a chat about it. And she came into us, and Steph was like, would you help coach? And I went, I've not really got the time. I'm doing so much other things. I was like, but I thought, Chris, for whatever reason, I've always struggled with the kids. So even they get to about 14 or 15 and you can communicate with them that bit at a different level and they absorb a wee bit more and all this kind of stuff. I've went and took my nephew a couple of times, and I've took Kendall Rose a couple of times, and you're just watching, and she's trying to play Tig in the background and stuff, and her steam coming out my ears, obviously, because I'm still super competitive, so it'll be good, mate. It'll be good that she's getting into that as well. I said to Steph, it's probably not what I was envisaging that she would be interested in, but because I've had so much from football, I'm really excited for her to potentially get so much from football. So
yeah, brilliant, mate. No, that's great to hear. No, it's brilliant, and again, just another wee shout out for the sort of girls football that's on. I think Port Glasgow Juniors and Morton community have quite a lot now, don't they? And it's great. Like Sam, who'll be joining us on the podcast at some point the night, his daughter just absolutely loves it. So I think it's but I'm the same as you, that kind of younger 14, 15, but I think a lot of people aren't interested in that age as well. I think they're like, no, I'll take them up to 14, actually, that's fine for me. But the 14, 15 range, I think, is probably the best one. My youngest,
identify with. But you see the coaches are doing the kids at a younger level are brilliant at it, because I worked with Paddy a lot as well. When Paddy was working with Morton in the community, he was incredible at it, especially with the young kids. He had that ability to be able to do it with the youngest kids and adults and treat them the exact same, and you still behaved, whether you were 8 or you were 30, you still behaved the same way and get the same amount out of you. But my niece plays up at Morton in the community as well, and I go up on a Sunday morning with her sometimes, and it's mobbed, absolutely mobbed. And it's great, it's a total different landscape from when I was younger, where it was predominantly boys that played. This is it's such an accessible thing now, and it's great to see girls getting from it. And I think, getting right back to the start, when Steph had said to me at the presentation last week, I get it. It was another, we made a talk about it a couple of days later. She went, that's something that girls never really had. You never had that kind of team mentality and shoulder to shoulder and being able to lean on something the way that boys did, but now we do, so that's fantastic as well.
That's great. It's great. The more the better, and fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it kind of keeps growing. I think it's needed. You say that the probably the biggest barrier, I think, for people is the cost. So one of the big bits about Man On is we're trying to make it inclusive for people. Have we've always, for our football projects, had wee wellbeing funds where we've spoke to people, try to go to the football. No, I'm not wanting to go. I like football, but I'm not wanting to go. And then you dig a bit deeper, and they've not got boots, or they've not got they've not got the things to go, or they worry about the bus fare, or all these kind of things. And even just sort of standard five-a-sides now, it's quite pricey to sort of chip in for a game of fives, and some people are just don't have that disposable income. I had a chat with Janine from Clyde Eats earlier, who was talking about the use of the food banks, and
Yeah.
she donates to the food banks, but most of the food bank people that go and access it now are sort of two parents working, but they just can't get by anymore. So when you add in, a hobby, if you've got a couple of kids accessing a hobby, as I was saying, my youngest Theo goes to Morton, the community, loves it, absolutely loves Sean. Sean is Paddy's sort of protege, basically. He's the new Paddy. Not as good as Paddy. I think Sean will admit that in front of everybody, but he's learning, he's getting there, but he's really, really good. Theo loves him to bits, but that's all my kids in something, so then you've got the cost that is attached to that.
That's suffocating, Chris, and that's what was right back to the start there when, to get a game of five-a-sides in indoor sports centre, so you think about the winter and whatever, it's like £8 or something now. That's just, like, it's unsustainable for individuals, and you're talking close to £200 for an AstroTurf Park. There's other areas within Scotland where you're talking 50% of that cost for people to play. So it really needs to be looked at a bit a higher level. I would love to be in a financial position where I could, build something myself and make it as, smaller running cost as possible to make it accessible for kids to play and adults to play as well. Because I think about five-a-sides, and I know that you play now and again that as well. I love it. So you get a game of fives and then going for a pint afterwards, and sitting down and getting a chat with folk and stuff like that. I look forward to it. I really, really look forward to it. But you're right. If you've got 3 kids that are doing different sports and different activities, you're going to be the person that gives that up, because you're going to look after your family, and then you're maybe not getting that outlet you need as well. So there's definitely a bit of space for improvement within that area. Hopefully, with the general election coming up, we can maybe influence some people.
Hopefully we can make some changes locally to reduce the costs. I know it's been a big thing. I know Matthew Quinn's one of the sort of latest sort of youth MSPs that's been elected, and he's talking about getting the pitches opened in the summer and allowing young people to engage and play on them. So there's big issues there. I mean, our football therapy on a Monday night, we've got 30 guys coming and women coming on a Monday night to just get a kick about, and a lot of the feedback is it's just cost, so we put it on for free. Obviously, we're running a event in a couple of weeks' time. I don't know if you're involved in it, but it's like a sevens tournament thing. So that's the only time that we are sort of pausing our usual service and sort of trying to generate some income for it to keep a show on the road, if you like. But every Monday, turn up, kick a ball about, no competition. You can get involved as much as you want. And that's really, really important for people. But stuff that you were saying there, like the social aspect of football, like five-a-sides, or guys that maybe go to Morton, Celtic, Rangers games, like it's maybe less the game, that's probably the thing that they're doing. I know for a fact, obviously, following Rangers, I don't go to games as much now, but as I did, like, the game was the last thing on your agenda. Do you know what I mean? It was the engagement in the pub, the supporters bus, the WhatsApp groups, even, all these other things that end up kind of, when people don't have that, they can't afford to have that, they become socially isolated, and then when that isolation kicks in, it's not great, is it?
It's quite a common thing here where a lot of people have retired for playing, and it's probably one of the reasons I continue to be involved in football in a different capacity. Was like loads of folk will say they don't miss playing as much as they miss the dressing room, and it's that camaraderie and people looking after each other, and the laughs and the jokes and stuff like that to go with it. The social aspect of it is like super important, super important, and that's what people genuinely, when they retire, they miss that more than the football itself.
Absolutely, I mean, you hear that all the time. You hear that all the time with people when they've stepped away, even the elite. Like, I remember looking at an interview with Steven Gerrard, and he says obviously he's remained coaching and managing and stuff, but for him it was like that feeling when he came out, the sort of changing room feeling and the buzz with everybody else, and he was like, "Oof, I've not got that." Obviously the urge to win and all these things as well, or competition, but it was that sort of feeling and being away from it. There's just, our brains are wired absolutely for social connection. We're wired to connect with people. We're wired for relationships. We're wired to tune into role models. We're wired for all that. So when you take that away for us, it's not healthy. We talk about relational wealth quite a bit in Man On, and relational poverty. Some people have got relationship poverty where they've just got no connections with people. And one of the best bits of work that we do is probably working with the adults, actually, but it's the guys who come in, they've got nobody. But then in 6 months, I'm maybe out walking with the kids down the back of the park, and I see 2 of your guys out for a coffee, and they're
Yeah.
connected with some, and that's like they've got that relational wealth and they never had it, and that's for me is what a lot of this is for. And it might come under the vehicle of football, or it might come under the vehicle of peer support, and it might come under the vehicle of coffee morning, whatever it is. But it's all to lead to that sort of sense of community connection and relational wealth, and that's what we're working every day today. So no, I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming on. And just before you leave, how are you going to go on the night? You looking forward to it?
I'm really looking forward to it, mate. There's a couple of I'm picking the team, so Flemmy probably never told you later on, but he's been trying to influence my starting lineup and tell me how well he's been eating all week and the house sprints he's been doing and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to it. I think there's a few folk that will make about 15-20 minute cameo, and some folk that will want to play a wee bit more, but it'll be a good occasion. Like Craig's just a great guy. He's like super chilled out, like really technical guy, like just a quiet person, you know, but great to have around the dressing room for all these young people, you know, that sees him going, having a job and still committing to football, and he obviously gets so much from it. So I'm really glad that they're you know, we're having the night to look after him. He's got they've got the First Touch team, which is obviously all the people and individuals that they grew up with at Morton, and then obviously we've got a Greenock Juniors select of old Crocs, or I should say legends, so they know old Crocs. Legends and current players. So the current players are going to get hung out, I think. But it'll be worthwhile, mate. I'm really looking forward to it, pal.
Nah, it'll be good, mate. But as just a Seamus clashed later, I definitely would have took Zach along because they've been good to go and see it. Hopefully it's a busy night for Craig as well, and hopefully he's have a good tune. But really appreciate it, mate, and I'm looking forward to working alongside you as we develop this partnership, because I know you're really passionate about a lot of the work that we do, and it's good to have a strong voice within, you know, the club that wants to advocate for a lot of the things that we are trying to do. So looking forward to getting you on some training courses and sort of championing a lot of the cause that we're doing, mate. So I really appreciate it, and tell Steph I was asking for her.
I will do, mate. I'll let him know now. Thanks a lot, mate. Enjoyed
cheers,
that.
Mate. Right, cheers. Take care, big man. Cheers. See ya. Bye. So huge thanks to Stephen there for coming on, and good luck to him the night as he goes to Ravenscraig and gets himself involved in a Legends game at Ravenscraig Stadium. That's going to be, I think it's a 7:15 kick-off at Ravenscraig Stadium, so it'll be good to get down and support it. I think I'll find out the charity. I think it might be Alzheimer's Scotland, but I'll find out what the charity is that they're obviously doing the fundraising for. But brilliant. So I'm going to take a wee 10-minute break. So I'm just going to ping my camera off and ping it on mute. Reason being, people have just come in at the house, so I just want to make sure that everything's all good. Going to get a wee drink break, and then hopefully get back in with some more people talking us through. So there's been some donations, there's been some people emailing through, there's been other things. So I'm going to try and get a capture of all of that. And yeah, that'll take us through to hopefully a couple of more hours to go. So I'll get you back here at 6:10. Cheers. So, hello everybody. Cheers for allowing me to get a wee break there. Wee bit of a nightmare sitting down like this and doing this all day, but it's for a good cause. So, I'm going to bring in Sam McGee, who is a lead practitioner for the adult service and pretty much been the person who has sort of built Man On with myself, pretty much from we started in Dale Street. So, without further ado, bring in Sam. Sam, how are you, mate?
How you doing, Chris? All right?
All right, mate. All right. I just did a pit stop there. Just trying to kind of
Yeah.
so many changes, mate, with people not able to make it. I think the weather's a contributing factor.
Yeah.
So people are saying, not making it, but I'll put money in. So there's been a few changes to the different things have popped up with people. So it's trying to do that and trying to do everything else. Do you know what I mean? It's
difficult, mate. It's a long shift for you as well, mate. Very long shift for you.
I know. The Waynes and that have just come back in there. So obviously, as you know, families went through a wee bit of a bereavement over the last bit. So my wife's granda sadly passed away, Willie. So it's his funeral yesterday, and we were dealing with the reason I delayed the start of this was we were dealing with something to do with the sort of funeral yesterday and stuff. So it's been a wee bit all go, but I didn't want to cancel it. I wanted to.
No,
I wanted to kind of press forward, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was all right when they came in there, and it gave me a chance to get a wee pit stop and
Stop
my coffee and get a can of juice. But I was looking at the numbers, like there's a lot of people clicked in Twitter watching it.
Brilliant, man.
On and off, so I'd imagine it's maybe dropped again there because I come off it, but it's been what we at now, 2,000 views, 513 people watching it live as we talk.
No pressure
On Twitter. And wait, I just go onto YouTube, see what's happening there. Four people watching on YouTube. So that's it. 4 on YouTube, but 500 on Twitter's decent. So
decent.
Welcome, mate. I am just going to shut up basically, and allow you to talk for whatever you want to talk about everything that you do at Man On, the services, the training, the stuff I've been involved in recently, assist. Just you take your opportunity, mate, just to kind of share. Obviously, we're doing a fundraiser for people to donate. So text Man On to 70085, and then the number of amount of money that you want. So Man On 10 if you want to donate a tenner. I've had quite a few people donate wee bits and bobs. I think I've got a couple of emails. I've not had a chance to check them. I'm going to spend a wee bit of time later just kind of collating that stuff. So if you want to just tell everybody, mate, what you do, how you do it, I'm going to ping my camera off just to kind of get everybody together for the last wee bit. And then I'll join you in about 5-10 minutes, mate. Just give me a shout when you're ready, and I'll pick pieces out of it, and we'll get a wee chat about everything, all right?
No bother, Chris. Cheers, mate. So my name's Sam. I'm a lead practitioner for the adult services at Man On Inverclyde. My journey really started, it started way before Man On, right enough, but my journey with Man On started a few months after Chris created it. I pinged him a few emails and wanted to get on board through my own sort of lived experience of losing people to suicide and my own sort of mental health and wellbeing journey. This time 4 years ago, I was driving bin trucks for the local council and delivering food for my local Chinese, big up Ben and Sue's, cracking job in there. But so when I wasn't doing that and in between, looking after my 2 girls, I was getting myself educated a wee bit, mental health and wellbeing, going through counselling courses, and really looking for a career change and a different path in life through my own sort of lived experience. So my goal was to create a place in Inverclyde that people could come to where if they were feeling suicidal. Chris obviously must have heard my thoughts and started a couple of months before me, but once I seen that somebody else had put something on, my pal Emma let me know, and I got in touch with Chris. and then I come in. So me and Chris met up, had a good chat, and then it was just talking about what we could do, how we can sort of collaborate and work together, and sort of drive it forward, because he was getting a lot of traction, a lot of people donating money in. So the idea was to create a peer support. So we created the peer support group. So me and Chris took the first peer support. I must say it's the first and last peer support that Chris has ever took. But me and Chris took the first peer support. We had really good numbers. The people that were coming through that door for the peer support were people who were struggling with suicidal thoughts and behaviours, drug and alcohol addiction, loss of family members like partners, children, through bereavement. So it was a real mixed bag, and we just went with flow, see where it would go. With that kind of sort of responsibility that you've got, you've got people's mental health and well-being, sort of in the palm of your hand. So it was just sort of making them feel as safe as possible. Once we started looking at the sort of trauma-informed processes and, practices and how you sort of support people through that, it became really easy to put a plan in place for us to support people properly. So there was a couple of weeks, right enough, where no one would come in at all for the 3 hours, and you would have to sort of just be patient, a wee bit understanding, and you would get somebody for the last half hour, maybe they were just finishing their shift, and they would come in and they would have a wee chat with you, and then they were on their way again. You wouldn't see them for another week. But that's what it was built for, and that's what it was designed for. And now it's still 4 years down the line. The peer support's been going, and it's our most consistent group. It's probably one of our most hard-hitting groups, apart from the bereavement group. But really consistent, and its approach really consistent with the service members that are coming and using it. Even though we've got ones that come in and they dip in and out, but we've got regulars that come, and we've always got new faces that are showing up. But our sort of main goal for it, my main goal for it was to create something that we could facilitate, and it could just be led by the people that were involved in the group. And it was designed that way, it was built that way, and it's really successful in its approach and how the guys are interacting with each other, building relationships with each other. And so we took that forward. With that, off the back of peer support, we were able to say, right, well, here's that peer support model, but how can we create something where you don't need to be round the table or round in a circle with chairs to create peer support? So it was looking sort of outside the box on different aspects of peer support, what that looks like, what it looks like in a community, what it looks like in different avenues and places, and we were doing walk and talks at points, peer support led. Then we started getting into the sort of football aspects of it as well. So we started walking football down in Inverkip, down at the hub, and it was horrendous, absolutely horrendous. Not horrendous as in with the guys, it was just trying to play walking football. I don't know if anybody's ever done it before, but it is the hardest thing you'll ever do in your life. It's like knowing you've got the ability to actually run for a ball and maybe slide tackle somebody, and knowing that you can't is really difficult, but really good. Everybody engaged well in it, and then we started to get more numbers than the Inverclyde Hub could actually manage. So we moved it up to once restrictions came down for COVID, then we moved it up to Notre Dame. Now we've got, as Chris was saying earlier on, we're averaging about between 25 and 30 bodies a week for football therapy. That runs from 15 plus. We've got some young people there from 15 plus. We've got some teenagers, 18, 19, with some additional need issues, and then we've got guys who are just in a community, isolated. We've got some of the new Scots that are coming as well, and they all just encourage each other to play football. We don't get people on and off at different points and put them into sort of 3 and 4 different teams when there's that many numbers. We just get them all in the park at the same time and support them through their mental health and well-being and what that looks like. The volunteers that we've got are fantastic at it, and they encourage each other and they encourage the players, and they all just got on really well. If anybody's struggling with their mental health and well-being, we will support them there, and we'll try and get them into other points and of the the sort of day-to-day one-to-one supports and stuff that we provide as well. With that, we've got loads. I could sit here all day actually and talk, but we have got loads. So we run the football therapy. We've also got our peer supports that I've touched on as well, and we've got a coffee morning. Our coffee morning runs on a Thursday from 11 till 2. And that's for anybody in the community who wants to come in and just get a wee catch up and a cuppa and just engage with other people. A lot of people that come are isolated and maybe finding it hard to communicate with other people. So you just come and have a wee seat. You talk as much or as little as you want. You come and go as you please. Just because it's on for 3 hours doesn't mean you need to stay for 3 hours or be here bang on 11 and leave bang on 2. You just make it your home. That's a big thing. It's like creating that sort of safety for them where they feel comfortable enough where they can just get up and, you know, nip out for a wee half hour and then come back, or they can just come and go as they please. And just making it feel as homely for people as possible. Wee bit of patter in between it, but once again, very much peer-led on that aspect of it as well. And then we've got a bereavement group on a Thursday. That's on from 6 to 8, half 8. And that is a bereavement group for people that have been bereaved by suicide. So we're in a pilot, and the pilot was just a bereavement group for any kind of bereavement. And we had people coming and going out of the group, but the people that stayed within the group were people that were bereaved by suicide. And that's what we were supposed to be looking at. That was my idea when I started at Man On, through my own sort of experience in losing people to suicide. I was like, well, where's the aftercare? Where is the... So there's a gap in the system here for aftercare within Inverclyde for people that have been bereaved by suicide. And, you know, people do get one-to-ones. I get that through different counsellings, and they go to their GPs and they get referred on to different statutory services, but there was nothing where it sort of catered to other people that were bereaved by suicide, chatting to others about their experiences and how they feel, because as Jamie was touching on earlier on, it is a different kind of bereavement. And the biggest part of that is it's a bereavement that could have been prevented with a bit of communication or even a bit of understanding and a thought process around, you know, how do we support someone who is, you know, feeling a certain way, or maybe if you were educated and maybe, you know, looking at different sort of aspects of someone's life and saying, oh, their mood shifted a bit. It could look negative, but it also could look positive as well, a positive change in your mood and your behaviours as well. So it's just checking in on people, educating them and making sure that that we're checking in and we're saying, how you doing, and giving people a wee 5 minutes to gear up your time, gear up 5 minutes. That 5 minutes could be could save a life at the end of the day. But you know, the bereavement group is what I wanted to start with at Man On. So it's my, apart from the everything else I do, but the bereavement group's my the thing I'm probably most proud of, if I was honest. It's giving people a space where they can come and they can talk openly and honestly about their feelings. It's not always, as Jamie says, you know, like it's just because bereavement doesn't need to be doom and gloom. My biggest ambition for the group was not for it to be all tears and doom and gloom. As I says, it was to keep a memory alive and keep the name of the person that they've lost alive, and being okay to talk about it and taking the stigma away from the death and the loss of suicide and what that looks like. So really, really important for me that we got that up and running, so that was good. And then on a Monday, we also cover crisis support. So I was actually up at Edinburgh yesterday, up at the Mound at the Bank of Scotland Foundation's headquarters, delivering a speech. So they fund our crisis support, which was on Monday, which is a really important service that we've got. That is for anybody 15 plus within a community that is struggling, that maybe can't get an appointment with a GP or a specialist, and they come and they get that immediate support with Man On. Crisis looks different for everybody. It's like your mental health and well-being is like your fingerprint, you know, it's completely unique to you. So what we try and do is give you that space to chat about how you're feeling, what's going on with you, and see what we can do to support you at that time and at that point. So crisis support on a Monday runs from 10 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. You do not need an appointment. You do not need to be suicidal, you know, to be in crisis. You could just be overwhelmed with life, or you've just, you know, you're just having an off day, a bad day, and you need to talk to someone about it. Come and chat to us about it. That's what we're there for. So that's the crisis support. I was up at Mound and I was letting them know exactly where their money, the Bank of Scotland Foundation, what their money's going into, the lives that it's actually saved, and hopefully the partnership and the relationship we have going forward with them as well, which is really vital, and the services that we present to the public in Inverclyde. And then that's all the sort of main services within the adult males. Then we've got the Talk On service, which is a female service. So we've been able to create a female service that's female led by female staff and volunteers. This has been crucial as well. This is a drop-in service, but we also engage with one-to-ones, and we use a thing called an Outcome Star to create a sort of a pathway for positive mental health and well-being. So we use the Outcome Star to sort of track their journey, track the service members' journey, to see where they've been and where we're going to go, and how we're going to do that, and how we collaborate with the people within the community. The women's group, we run different courses. We run Rise Against Abuse course for the ladies, and we've got another couple of courses in talks with them. Plus they go out and they have lunches and stuff. Actually doing more than I do with the guys, so I need to up my game a wee bit. But Isabel, who runs that, has been crucial in developing that and making it what it is to do today. The women that come to a group are amazing. They really are. They're so encouraging towards each other. They engage well with each other. They if they're having a bad day, they'll rally around and support everyone, and you know, and it's just a really, really good sense of community within that group, which has been amazing to see. So that's that's a lot of stuff that we do in the services. I don't know if Chris has touched on earlier on, but with certain aspects of our funding has been cut at certain stages. So we've had to look at how can we top that up? What do we need to do to make sure that we've still got staff, we can still keep the doors open, you know, the lights on, and big part of what me and Chris have always talked about is to make sure that no one needs to pay for that, to get support for their mental health and well-being. It's really important to us that never happens. So on that aspect, what we do is we go out and deliver assist training. So me and Chris are Living Works assist trainers, and it's a 2-day workshop, and it gives you the confidence to create a safe plan and get through an intervention with someone with thoughts of suicide. Really in-depth 2 days of conversations. We talk about your attitudes and values. We talk about the PAL pathway, the pathway for assisting life, and we give you the confidence and the ability to talk about suicide and make sure it's not a taboo subject, and we're breaking the stigma around that. We have different things sort of set up with different organisations, locally and nationally. We're looking at veteran work. We're looking at active soldiers, active military work as well. I'm going to my old regiment to have a wee talk about what suicide prevention looks like within the military. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation as well. And a few things in the line for different national organisations as well. So hopefully that comes off too. It would be really important for us as well. Plus we've also got our pathway, our grassroots pathway as well, which Chris was talking about, and obviously building up that relationship with the Greenock Juniors, but one of the things we wanted to do was to engage with them and engage with all grassroots sports coaches, doesn't matter if it's football, rugby, hockey, whatever it is, within Inverclyde area, so that we can give them the tools that they need if any of their players or any of the players' family come to them with any suicidal thoughts or behaviours. So we are putting them through an assist, the 2-day assist next weekend actually, it's coming up fast, to make sure that they're prepared just in case anything happens on that aspect. So really, really busy. I think that's me, Chris. If you want to ask me any more questions about any of the stuff, mate. But there's a lot. There's a lot here.
Aye, there's a lot here. No, that was ideal, mate. It's just giving me a chance to check on everything really that's coming in, and a couple of donations into the text thing, which is ideal.
Brilliant.
Couple of wee messages on various different places. Still, as I say, going live on different bits. Plenty of comments on young Ben's input. What did you think of that, Sam?
Ben's classmate. Well, obviously met him in a pub earlier week, but I really nice young man. The way he talks and the way he comes across, I was like, there's no way you're a teenager, no way. You know, it's like talking to one of your mates. You know, it's like honestly, the way he comes across, like talking to a professional when you're in these meetings and stuff. So he comes across really well. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him if he's coming into a sort of line of work, mate. Definitely.
I totally agree. I thought he was really good. I think very passionate as well. Yeah. It was great to hear from Janine as well in terms of, you know, her input in terms of what she does for Clyde Eats. Yeah. But we started off with Kay, who's our chairperson. So how's your journey been with Kay? Obviously she's came in. Craig, as we touched on, Craig was on just before that. Obviously been a massive help for us in developing what we're doing and giving us freedom and a license to, you know, help develop Man On, and he's still obviously involved. He's got his running club, which he was kind of plugging. But what's been your kind of experiences with Kay? I know you've been working with her sort of closely, haven't you, over the last wee bit?
Aye, Kay's been amazing actually. She's been really good. She's been a sort of breath of fresh air when she's come in. She's got some really good ideas. She's passionate about what we are doing. She's also got decades of experience in this sort of kind of work, especially working with young people and stuff as well. You know, she's got all her background working with yourself in the past too, and you know, so you've been able to build that relationship with her and get her on board. But she just brings just vast knowledge and understanding, experience. Her attitude's great, and she's passionate about Man On and, you know, what we're all about, what we're able to deliver. And she champions it really good, but she's also really supportive in Maro. I know she's been great in your role as well, but she's there whenever you're needing her, you know, and she's getting me involved in a couple of things. I've got to do a PowerPoint presentation she's getting us involved in on a Sunday, so she better bring like proper food, you know, like I can't be dealing with the conference food that we usually get, mate. It needs to be some really good stuff.
What was that? We got a beetroot sandwich or something?
So we had that. We also had yesterday chickpea and pepper sandwiches. So it was we had that, and then
your scheme palate wasn't having that, was it?
It wasn't having that at all. No, it was not having that at all, mate. But it was Peter. It was Peter was very vocal about he was like, I love it. This event's been amazing. He's like, but I don't understand. What's the problem with the food in these places? So it was quite funny, you know, listening to him. But no, like Kay's been really good. So like with Kay coming on board, it's brought. I feel as if it's took us to another level as well, mate. Like the board that we've got is everybody in their fields are, you know, in their part of the boards are professional and they've got experience. But it's really important to me as well that there's an aspect to that lived experience as well through the board and their mental health and wellbeing journeys, their families' journeys as well. But really important for me is that the board and ourselves, Chris, are on on an even level, where we can get them involved in different stuff, get them into some of the groups, into our staff meetings, so they can see actually when they are making decisions on stuff that's going to impact our members, then they know the members that's going to impact. You know, I feel as if that's really important. You see a lot of places where you've got trustees and, you know, they know sort of the ins and outs of some of the stuff that's what's going on, but there's no personal touch on that. And that's where I wanted it to be really different, mate. I wanted it to be really a whole sort of, I want them to know all the staff. I want them to know the volunteers. I want them to know some of the, you know, the people that are walking through the door. I feel as if that's really important. And Kay's been, you know, brilliant in that, coming into the talk on groups, the female groups, and getting involved in there. I know she was babysitting one of the Waynes at one of the sessions, and we've also got another couple of guys, Jim, who's been really beneficial for some of your service members and supporting them with the cost of living crisis and stuff. So it's been, yeah, really, really good. The impact that they're making is massive as well, so I'd never take that away from them.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. And you were touching on quite a lot there, obviously, about the services and stuff. And one of the sort of bits that we've touched on earlier on with Kay was talk on, obviously, in Kay's involvement, as you say there, and shaping that. And I think that's been a part of our work that sort of came about after the event of starting the charity. You know, like when I had initially started it up, it was aimed at, you know, it men. Obviously, the name Man On was obviously a football term, but there was a bit about sort of trying to combat the sort of 75% sort of stubbornly stays at 75% of suicides are males, more or less in the country. But clearly there's, you know, 25% of suicides that are not males, which we touched on earlier. But the talk on group, I think, has been something that's evolved sort of really organically within Man On. They've had the ladies' days, you said, the sort of social outings and stuff, and they've done fundraisers for us, which is amazing. But I think it's just been really good in terms of that sort of female peer support, to see that grow alongside the male peer support. Both of them take place in our building on a Tuesday. You've been a big advocate of peer support. You've been doing quite a lot of work with the Scottish Recovery Network on peer support, and we are, I suppose, maybe leading the way with a lot of things along with other organisations and what we're doing. It's being recognised at that level that it's really innovative stuff. What's the kind of magic of peer support for you? What is it that sort of sets that apart? Whether it's the women coming on a Tuesday, you know, really involved in that social group, and the guys coming on a Tuesday evening.
I think where it started, Chris, to be honest, is when you talk about that sort of the trauma-informed practices, and, you know, you've got a trauma-informed approach, and you look at the aspects and of trauma-informed practice, and you look at safety, and you look at inclusion, you know, big part of that is actually asking them what they need. You know, I think that's massive. So once you ask them what they're needing and what they require from an organisation, what's lacking in their community, then we're able to look at that and dive in a wee bit deeper and see what that's about. So the big thing that was lacking, I'll never forget one of the guys saying is, you know, when we were asking about sort of what does a good third sector look like for you, and he says, I just need somebody to talk to, because I feel as if just now there's no care in the care community. And, you know, and I was like, that's massive. I said, so how can we change that for you and the other service members that are coming in? So peer support is something where it's very, very different from one-to-one support. You're sitting in a room with other people that have got that sort of lived experience. You're sitting in a room with other people who are, you know, they know what it feels like to have to go through some of the worst experiences, you know, that they've had. They'll not get through the same experiences as you, but they know what it's like to be doing on their luck. They know what it's like to lost people, and they know what it's like to help support people through that. So the peer sort of led model that we've been able to create through every part, you know, even in a young person service as well. You see that coming through too. So the peer support is, for me, it's keeping it really simple and basic, mate, not trying to overcomplicate it. Why try and overcomplicate and overwhelm people that are already feeling as if life is already overwhelming and overcomplicated as it is? So it's keeping it really, really simple, keeping boundaries really, really good, maintaining those boundaries, and making sure that everybody's heard and everybody's got a voice, and champion their voices as well, and empowering them to speak up and build relationships. And you know, and for us, it's not about everybody's, you know, come in and tell us the worst parts of your day or the worst parts of your week or what you've been through. It's also letting us see the best parts and the best moments of your life and your week and what that looks like as well. Because if you're coming in there and you are presenting very, very low for a number of weeks, and then you come in and you're on a high because the support that you've been getting and life's looking good, then it's going to encourage other people, because they're going to see your lowest points, but they're also going to see your highest points as well. So it can encourage other people, and it has encouraged other people, and it encourages other people every week in our organisation, where they say, oh, well, so-and-so was so down last week, but they're having a really good week. You know, that could be me as well. You know, so it's really hitting home on that, mate, and just making sure that everybody's heard. We're encouraging people to talk, but if they're not ready to talk, mate, then it's letting them know that that's all right as well. You know, so it's giving them the choice, mate, but empowering them at the same time to create that choice for their own.
Absolutely, mate. And you're talking about lots of things there that sort of ring through. I think one of the things that we've been developing a fair understanding of is a time, space, compassion. We had the opportunity to go to a Scottish Government event in relation to Mental Health and Wellbeing Fund to go and talk about our work and how we relate it to time, space, compassion. One of our members obviously helped us with some video content. Obviously, we'll not mention any names, but his video content was about time, space, compassion. So for anybody that's not really familiar with the term, it's part of the sort of Scottish Government suicide prevention strategy. Time, space, compassion is a sort of approach or a method. Ties very, very nicely in with trauma-informed practice. But it's all about providing the time for people, giving them the right space and doing it in a compassionate way. And I know it sounds like that's what we do anyway, but as you touched on already, Sam, it's not what we do. It's not people's experiences, you know, of the system, that maybe they struggle with getting an appointment, or they struggle with seeing somebody in time, or they struggle with the stigma or the barriers that face them. And then when they get into a place, they've maybe not got a lot of time to get their words out. They maybe don't feel like it's a safe space for them to do that anyway. And they feel that there's maybe a lack of compassion. Now, we've touched on this lots. Compassion fatigue setting in for a lot of people and the roles that we do, and you can see how it happens if you've not got the right support networks around about you. But for you, time, space, compassion, what does it mean for you in your role, and what did it mean for that member? What was the sort of things that was really, really important for him?
For the member, the things that were important to him was coming to a place where he didn't feel judged, that he could take his time, that people understood that what he was going through was important, you know, because he was let down by different organisations, because they were telling him, you know, like, it's not, you know, there's people worse off than you, you know, and what that does right there is it puts somebody's guard up where they don't disclose again. It's also an opportunity where you're giving people the ability to come in and tell their story in once, and tell the trauma once, but talk about the feelings and the emotions and stuff like that about their day-to-day lives. But it's somewhere where they don't need to relive constantly. And instead of reliving, what they're doing is they're getting the support through the experiences that they've had. So for me, that's really important. You can't do that without building relationships, and you can't build relationships without putting that sort of time, space, compassion in. You need to be understanding. Big thing that I say to staff and the volunteers, you know, when they come through, is the biggest thing you'll probably ever learn within this sector is patience. You need to be patient. You need to adapt to different situations. You need to know your audience. You need to make sure that, that what you're providing is exactly what that person's needing at that point. It's very challenging as well, Chris, because when you're trying to do that and know your audience, like we've got 12 guys in a room, you need to engage with 12 different guys. You're engaging with 12 different personalities. It's not as if you're engaging with 12 different personalities like staff or, your football team, or you're playing sevens or whatever it is. It's those 12 guys could be 12 guys that are at a very, very low point in their life at that stage. And it's very difficult to navigate around that without putting the right stuff in place. The time space compassion's like ideal. When the Scottish government came out and they were talking about it, and Haylis was talking about it as well, the suicide prevention stuff, and she was talking about time space compassion, we were like, I think we're looking at each other, we do it. That's what we do. Same with trauma informed processes. There's nothing that we do within Man On that doesn't revolve around trauma informed and time space compassion. So, like, giving people the ability to just be themselves and just feel however it is they're feeling, but also letting them know as well that however they're feeling, it's all right. It's understandable because of the trauma that they've went through or the stuff that they're going through at that point. And as I say, it's like you can't do that without being patient and understanding with them, but you can't be patient and understanding without building that relationship, and that's where that time space compassion comes in. It all fits in so good with our model and what we've been able to create.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And I think it's so important that we model day to day, and we don't take our eye off the ball. I think our main aim as a charity is absolutely just continuing to evolve our work, perfect it, make sure that we keep being real to who we are as a charity. And it's obviously taken us into other local authorities who are having a huge interest in the work that we're doing, whether it be Argyll and Bute, we've done some work over there, and schools, we've done some work in North Lanarkshire. Inverclyde is our absolute focus, but we do know that these issues clearly go a lot further afield than Inverclyde, and the impact is sort of wide ranging. So if we can get more income, like days like today, I've put a wee banner up there for Bernice Paul, the lawyer, the corporate law firm, who have donated £200 for sponsoring the next hour that we've got coming up, which is brilliant. Really good to get that. We've had quite a number. I'd thank PG Paper earlier as well for their input, and we're hoping to kind of drive a lot of that forward. We've got a black tie event later on in the year. We've got a few other fundraisers. We've got a Ladies' Day coming up. We've got a football week, which I'll get you to talk about in a wee second. But we've got plenty happening to generate income, but also as well, it's not just about income. These events that we're doing is about raising awareness, absolutely raising awareness about the work that we're doing, why we do it, why it's so important, and that's the main crux of it. But again, we obviously need to generate the income to do the work. So before I let you jump off in the next sort of 5 minutes, Sam, tell us a wee bit about football therapy. I know you've spoke about it, but a wee bit about that, and also the Monday night sort of festival football thing that's coming up as we aim towards the Euros.
Yeah, so it's just a place where people can come together and just enjoy football. It's just like keeping it really simple, as basic as that. What we're trying to achieve there is to make sure that, what we say is, again, you're putting a time space compassion and you're putting a trauma informed sort of process and practice into the football as well. The volunteers that we've got one of the volunteers, Willie, runs the Sunday League in Greenock and Inverclyde. So he's there. He's got vast sort of knowledge and experience of running different events, and he knows all about sort of football and the impact that it has on people's mental health and well-being, the positive impact it can have. And then all our volunteers as well, they're all associated with football in some way. We've got 2 young volunteers as well who are 16, 17, still in school, who come along as well and take part, and they're really good young guys to get involved in it. And they can be sort of peers for some of the younger guys that are coming into through a football therapy, which is really good. But so we've created, so the football's free, so, and it's for anybody to tip up at all, male, female, anybody 15 plus can come and have a kick about. And you don't sit off at the side of the park. Everybody goes on at the same time. Sometimes it's like 13 a side up there, 14 a side. But it's all good and it's all played in good spirits. Everybody encourages each other as well, which is really important for us. We've got all different abilities, from people that have never kicked a ball before to some boys that play some amateur, and they were playing some amateur and junior football, and everything in between. I'm on the lower ranks of that, if I'm honest these days. But no, but really important, like, people get out, and it's just a space for people to just vent whatever sort of frustrations they might have in a positive way. They might just need out of the house. It might be only people that they communicate with the whole week. We've got some of the new Scots that come that maybe don't feel part of the community yet. So that's a really good way of getting them involved in what a community looks like, and encouraging them and spurring them on and letting them, and they bring their kids down, and their kids sort of sit at the side of the park, and you score a goal and you're getting a wee high five off them and stuff. So really good to get them involved as well. But we've got a wee tournament coming up on the 10th, Monday the 10th. We've got 12 7-a-side teams taking part, and we've got teams from, got my 7-a-side team that are taking part, but we've also got 2 teams from the football therapy, teams from the Sunday League as well, where I'm the mental health and wellbeing ambassador for the Sunday League too, and team from Greenock Juniors that we've partnered up with as well. They've put 2 teams in. Joe Beckley was trying to get about 5 different teams for the juniors in all aspects of that. Had to help me calm down a wee bit. But really important, and same again. So that's going to be about 100 bodies taking part for 2 hours that night. Really good for everybody to sort of mix and communicate with each other and have wee chats, but really important to focus on spreading the word and letting them know that, if any of them are struggling, or their families are struggling, or they need any sort of support or guidance in any aspect of their life and what that looks like, then we're here to support them through that as well.
Brilliant, mate. Brilliant. And it's good. I think we're doing the Euros theme for that week. We've got a few events on, as you say. We've obviously got the football tournament on the Monday. We've got a few different things that's kind of happening. We're over in Rossi doing a football academy. I think we were hoping to get into Notre Dame, but I think their S4 have a cup final to play that evening. So I don't think we'll manage to get in. So, but plenty happening over that week. So, just last wee bit for yourself, Sam, before you head off. Just any final messages for people? Any final messages about how important fundraising is and income generation is to keep the work that you guys do on the road?
Yeah. So, as I was saying earlier on, we don't take a penny off anybody for their mental health and well-being. At the start of Man On, we wouldn't be able to get going without the donations of the community. It was really important at that time that the money was coming in, and we appreciated every penny that was coming in, because it meant that no one was struggling when they were coming through our doors to get support. So it was very much sort of welcomed in, and it's also welcomed in now. The money that we get, the funds that are raised for us, get right back in the heart of the community, get right back into every single service member that we've got, their families, anything that impacts any of our members and their families. The money that helps support them come from the money that people raise. For me, it was just a massive thank you to everybody that raises, from the people that come into our centre and donate £10, £20, £5 to people that are raising funds, and where it's been thousands of pounds that they've been donating. Every single penny counts, and every single penny goes back into the people that are using our service and into our community. Same with the training that myself and Chris are doing. Every single penny, not me and Chris don't see that money. That all that goes right back into providing the support that the community needs. So thank you very much for everybody that's donated today, but everybody over the last 4 years that's donated anything at all. Thank you very much for your efforts and for thinking about us.
Brilliant. Cheers, Sam. Right, I'll let you go. Before you go, the next tour I'm going to be focusing on football, Scotland, Euros. Prediction for the summer?
I think I don't want to go on history where we've been like, we've got a cracking team and then nothing happens. But there's been some really good results. You've got a Spain result where we won 2-0. We were great, and and I think everybody's mostly fit just now as well. I don't think there's many injuries. So I think it'll be. I think we'll do all right. I think we'll go far.
A big miss, I think, has got to be Lewis Ferguson.
Aye.
The season he's had, but aye. We'll see, mate. We'll see. But cheers for your time tonight. I know you've been busy. You've been all over the country doing different things up in Edinburgh. So I appreciate your efforts this week.
I'm knackered today, mate. Knackered today. I went golfing with Brian this morning, mate, and I chucked it on the third hole, and I was like, I'm just too tired. Just way too tired, man. Lost one ball, and that was me. I was done. So aye. But no, it's been a good couple of days, mate. Engaging with different people and different funders and thanking them for what they've done and showing them like exactly where their money's going as well. So no, thank you, mate. Thank you.
Brilliant. No, cheers, Sam. Right, I'll let you get on, and you take it easy. All right.
Cheers, mate. See you in a bit.
Cheers, mate. Bye. So, brilliant. Cheers to Sam for coming along and telling us a lot there about the adult services. We're going to have Mark coming along within this hour to talk a wee bit about the young person services and his journey and volunteering and where that came from. So we'll have Mark along shortly. But before then, I thought it would be good to take a wee break away from the discussions all the work that we do and just have a wee focus on football. So to do that, I am going to introduce Scott Mackay, who has done lots of media stuff, fan media stuff over the last year. Runs a Rangers podcast, and I'll get him to come on and introduce that a wee bit that associate with Man On. We have put our banner at the front of their podcasts when they start their show, and that's just to try and get some of the listeners to engage with us. We've done it with other podcasts in the past, and we've had some people contact us out. So we know that, some people are listening to these podcasts and listening on YouTube and watching on YouTube and might be struggling. So, but I thought it'd be great for Scott to come and give his fan media perspective on Scotland and the Euros. So welcome, Scott. How are you?
Aye, not bad at all, Chris. Thanks for having me on, mate.
Good, mate. Good. Cheers for coming. I know I've gave you a kind of late introduction here to the fact we're talking about Scotland, so you've probably not done much prep, but I know you're fit by daft anyway, and you've probably got a lot of content in your head. So, so before we start, obviously, myself and you know each other for day one, went through primary school and high school together, didn't we?
Aye, I know, mate. I know, it's mental. I was in Lady Alice, was it yesterday? I was in because my weekend's getting in there in August, and I was like looking around about like, God, this place has changed, like mental. Brought back a lot of memories, right enough.
I know. I think there's bits of it's changed, but there's bits of it's still similar, I think, because my kids obviously went to it before we moved down to Midtown, but my kids obviously went to it, and there's bits that's similar, isn't there, still?
Aye, there's a couple of old faces I was talking to as well, which was interesting. Let's put that way. A couple of teachers that I didn't see eye to eye way back in the day.
And obviously Greenock High's knocked down, thankfully. That wasn't a great experience.
That's not a big miss, is it?
No, still keep in touch with a couple of teachers that I got on good with, but there wasn't many great
teachers that I got on with, to be honest, but still keep in touch with a few that are still working in Inverclyde. But I think that building was better off knocked down, if we're going to be honest.
100%.
Therefore, so no, cheers for coming on, mate. I appreciate it. And cheers for coming on. And I know you're also, I've just seen here that you're going to be doing your own fundraiser for Man On. Do you want to tell us a wee bit about it?
Yeah, I sure am. So I've just stuck a link in the comments here. It's not allowed. I'll post. We'll sort of way of posting it later on.
Right.
So obviously I came down to see you guys a wee while back because I was having my own kind of problems with mental health. You have really helped me get back on my feet. When I'm much happier place now. So first of all, thank you for that, and that's obviously the main kind of. I've always, anytime I've been on podcasts and stuff, I've always for different podcasts I've obviously been on. I've can I do a wee plug for Man On Inverclyde because obviously you're a very, very old pal. But I'm doing this for a different reason because I've used the service now, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. So I know it's we've obviously got the link in association with Rangers Journal, but it's not just me doing a shout out for a mate anymore. I'm doing it because I've used the service and the service has benefited me and it's helped me and my family. So that's my main reason behind it. And exercise is obviously one of the reasons that I'm feeling a lot better about myself as well. So if I could give a wee shout out to Evolve PT while I'm here, Evolve Private Personal Trainer. Obviously I went up and seen Lee and he's gave me quite a vigorous programme in terms of doing weights and stuff. So I'm out running 3-4 times a week now, and I'm at the gym twice a week lifting weights. And honestly, changing my mental health through that has made things a lot more manageable compared to where I was a while back. So Lee actually he specialises, his demographic is men over 30 that are struggling with their mental health. He's trying to specialise in it ever so slightly. So I would honestly go and see him. Chris, you've obviously been to Lee before, so you built it back up how good he actually is at providing the service. So
absolutely. 2019 it was, and it was great. Just sort of breaking things down for you as well if you've not got the confidence and stuff, which I think some guys sort of struggle with. And there's this whole sort of masculinity thing in there about you need to get in a gym and look as if you've got it sussed, which isn't the case. There's some good cultures out there, and Lee's absolutely got that. So it's great that you're going there, mate. Have you found it really helpful then in terms of your sort of journey over the last wee bit?
Aye, definitely, mate. Definitely. The first night I went, I didn't even want to cross the door. And I phoned him and I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not cut out for this at all. And gave me a bit of encouragement. He's been a best pal for me if I was about 15. So he knew how to talk to me. And once I got in that gym and I started lifting weights, I started feeling as if that was a good mode of therapy. And that's part of when I've been working with you guys at Man On, is figuring out what's best, finding techniques, and when it starts getting too much, finding ways to help relieve that. And exercise has probably been the best form for me, I must say, along with talking, obviously.
Brilliant, mate. No, it's great to hear, and it's good to see you're doing well. As I always say to people, there's been so many connections with me that have been pals for school, or we've been, I've maybe known for football, I've known for going to Rangers games or whatever, or going to Scotland games, whatever it's been like, that I've kept in touch with, and then when I've started this up, they've benefited from it one way or another. If they've maybe went to the football, they've got themselves involved in something, or it's maybe been their son's pals. If he's got a couple of pals, or there's a link here. And I think it goes back to my earlier point, about community. I made a point earlier on in the podcast about community being so important, and I think it is that approach. It's not just being under pressure yourself and having to come up with the answers, mate. It's actually everybody just chipping in and trying to support as much as possible. So I'm glad you're getting that benefit, mate. I'm glad.
Definitely am, Paul. Definitely am.
Good. So we'll not terrorise ourselves too much by talking about Rangers. Too long. But I'll talk about Rangers for a brief, fleeting 5 minutes. I have got. I'm hoping My mate Mick Mitchell is coming on to join us at some point at 8:30 onwards. So Mick's a big Scotland fan too, right? But Mick, exactly, I think he's going over actually. I think he's going to Euros. But Mick done the podcast with us initially in the pandemic. So it was me and Murray. And obviously Rangers won the league that year. So Mick had to put up with some nonsense. So I think he's really looking forward to coming on the night and getting me it tight. But overall, mate, season for Rangers, would you say it was, on reflection now that the dust has settled, how would you sum it up?
I would say it's progress. Probably the best way to put it. I think Clement's come in. He's had an uphill struggle ever since he walked in the door between injuries and suspensions, and I think he had 13 injuries at one point. One of the guys on the Rangers Journal done a bit of digging on the pod we done the other night, and he says there was only had one opportunity where he had the same fit players for the game before. One opportunity in how many matches? That's what a start. It kind of tells its own story. Not that I'm sitting here giving excuses or nothing. He got us into last 16 in Europe. We won the League Cup. We challenged. I know we finished 8 points behind, but I think when we lost, when we drew the game at Ibrox and the Ross County game and the Dundee match, probably kind of put an end to that challenge. See, when you're three points behind plus 5 or 6 goals, it was always going to be an uphill struggle. And I didn't fancy this team to go to Celtic Park and get a victory we needed either, because we still hadn't scored enough goals to bring it back. So I would say progress has been made, and there's a lot to be optimistic from the summer with the transfer window. Clement's going to be able to get his own players in. I think I would say we're in a good place, even though we didn't finish the season well, if that makes any sense.
I'm glad you're more optimistic than I am, to be honest. So I'm not convinced, mate. I'm not convinced on quite a lot of things, to be honest. I think there's I think there's kind of red flags all over the place, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. But I just know, see when your team's in a Scottish Cup final and you can't. I mean, obviously we went up together to see the Walter Smith statue, which was great, but you just know you're not going to win it, and even if there was another opponent in that final, I still would have just felt something was going to happen. Obviously Celtic won it, but they're the opposite with their mentality. They just win, and they just find ways to win, even if they're not playing well. They've done it all season at various big points like Easter Road and Fir Park, and even like obviously with Matondo, like going up by Park at like a minute after we scored at Ibrox, Adam Ida scoring, like they just have this bit between their teeth. They had that bit between their teeth, and they just sort of when they got their best players back. I think you're right about the injuries, right enough, but when they got their best players back, they just kind of kicked on. So, but I just knew getting into that cup final, even watching it, I was watching it at house. I never went to the first cup final I've missed in a long, long time. And I was watching it at house, and I was thinking after a wee bit of pressure, 80 minutes, I thought the sucker punch is coming. It's coming, and when's it coming, and how's it going to come? Is it going to be extra time? Is it going to be penalties? So I think I don't know, mate. I'm not as confident. However, I'm optimistic for the summer. So we've obviously got the Euros for Scotland, and that was the main focus of it. So quite happy to just talk about Rangers for 2 minutes, and we can just bin that, and that's us. But so Scotland, Euros. I was just looking at fixtures today, actually. I believe we've got a couple of friendlies. Gibraltar on Monday. Then we face Finland at Hampden on the 7th of June. So that's a kind of farewell game, innit? It looks like before the squad go off. And then we face Germany, the hosts, in the Allianz Arena on Friday the 14th of June at 8 o'clock.
Nice.
And then I had a really nice message from Greg Taylor, your best mate, Greg Taylor, for the fundraiser. So he's actually Greg Taylor's actually getting married today. So he's getting married today, and he put a wee message out of support. But it's great to see obviously a local boy in the Euro squad, and obviously he'll join the squad after this week. But in terms of Scotland, then what's your thoughts on first and foremost the group that we've got? What you thinking about the group?
Germany and Hungary are probably the biggest threats. Switzerland, we can compete with, I would say. I don't know what the format is this year. Is it still a top two that go through and then the third get into a playoff? Is that right?
I think there's like third best. So like the best third team sort of thing can go through. So even if you're third, you can still sneak in, I believe.
Aye. It depends on who's on that plane, doesn't it? Let's be honest about it. It's Clark's an awful one for, see if Kirk Broadfoot was still in his prime and Steve Clark liked him. Kirk Broadfoot would be starting centre back every match. The manager's he's a bit of a dinosaur that way. Yeah, I seen you talking to Sam about Lewis Ferguson there. Lewis Ferguson, for me, should have been in that midfield last year, maybe when he started playing well for Bologna.
Yeah.
He's one of the best players in Serie A, and I genuinely don't believe that he would be starting in a lineup at the Euros this summer, because I think Clark is going to pick Ryan Jack to go in his team. He'll still go with McGregor in midfield, guys like McTominay. McTominay's obviously a very good player, but John McGinn.
Most appear fit, don't they? I was reading that as well. I'm just kind of going back on the article I was reading earlier. Most appear to be fit. I think Stuart Armstrong, we bit of a doubt over him in terms of fitness. But we know about Ryan Jack. I mean, Ryan Jack's hardly played, but seemingly he was available for selection, but we never played him at Rangers.
Aye, but I had heard that if he'd have made another appearance for Rangers, it would have triggered a year contract extension. Whether
Really?
it's true or not, you hear these things and it could mean nothing. But it would add up to Ryan Jack's been fit the last 3 or 4 weeks, as Steve Clark says, and he's not played. And that midfield for Rangers really needed Ryan Jack in it. Let's be brutally honest about it. We needed his control in the middle of the park. But back to Scotland, it depends what he's going to go with. I think centre back's probably the weakest area. I would say. Taking guys like Liam Cooper. Liam Cooper's not kicked a ball for Leeds all year. I'm a Leeds fan as well as a Rangers fan, and really, really sore to miss out in the playoff final that way. But Liam Cooper's been nowhere near it. Any time he has been anywhere near it, he's got injured. He's picked up an injury. So
he's not started since March, Liam Cooper.
Aye. Well, that kind of tells the same story, doesn't it? It's a centre half's probably our weakest area. Our strongest area is probably fullback and midfield, I would say.
Left back, certainly. Left back, but I would say right back. We're just looking at the squad just now. You've got Anthony Ralston or Ross McCrory, I think.
Aye, it's pretty dire, isn't it? He'll probably move Tierney over to right back, I would imagine.
Aye, probably.
He'd need to.
Obviously, left back, we're pretty spoiled at left back, if we're going to be honest. Just so you've got Tierney, Robertson, and obviously Taylor. Taylor's not going to feature much. Do you know what I mean? But he'll probably make the squad. Obviously, you've got the keeper situation. Liam Kelly and Craig Gordon looks like a kind of straight shootout for the ones that will miss out on that.
Aye. I would probably say Liam Kelly deserves to be in among it, because you can't drop a guy who's been playing for Motherwell every week, and you've got 2 Hearts goalies there who have been sharing the number 1 role. So I would probably go with Gunn, Gordon and Kelly and drop Clark, because you need Gordon there for his experience in about the dressing room.
I think he'd be good for that, mate. I think he'd be good for that.
Aye, 100%. He's been there and done it with Scotland. They love Scotland.
Aye.
So it's a bit harsh on Xander Clark, but I just don't think it's fair getting a bit part goalie something today when he's not going to have much today, if that makes any sense, when you've had a guy that's playing every week at Motherwell. I think it would be really harsh on Liam Kelly if he was dropped. So you need Craig Gordon in that squad for his experience, just for running about the dressing room, really.
Yeah. And do you think we touched on Lewis Ferguson? I'm going to want to talk about a young player that I think is going to, if he's in the class, but Lewis Ferguson, what a season, by the way. Yeah, I've just saw bits. I must admit, I do watch Italian football, but it's not every week. It's maybe I'll plug into maybe if like watching Inter Milan, Roma, and all that. I'll plug in if there's a big game and you're sitting on Sunday night. There's nothing else today. But I did see some of the clips for Lewis Ferguson, and you just wonder, like, even if he wasn't fit, he's just won the midfielder of the year in Italy, and you probably think he still doesn't get a game. Do you know what I mean?
I know it's wild.
It's
Wild.
crazy. It's
The manager's a dinosaur, mate. Steve Clark's done well to get as well, but see, at the same time, see when you look through that squad, the quality we've got. Fine, the striking department's no great. Shankland for me starts because Shea Adams isn't a goal scorer. Lyndon Dykes gets stretchered off at training earlier on today.
Oh, did he?
Aye, so I think he's out. So Shankland's a must for me. I don't really know who else you've got Scottish-wise that could maybe play up front, but Clark gave it with quality through that squad. I mean, you look at like McGregor, Ferguson, Tierney, Robertson, Gunning, goal, Gordon, Shea Adams, a good player. There's quality up and down that part. Ryan Christie's another one. Really, really good attacking options. Stuart Armstrong, if he makes it, he's a good player too. We should be expecting to start making these competitions. So for me, I think when Clark eventually does chuck it, I think the next manager that comes in is probably going to take it further, if I'm being honest. I don't think we'll reach the knockout stages under Steve Clark.
No.
I think that will come in maybe another 10 years or so.
What about Ben Doak? Because obviously Ben Doak's been brought in. Very, very exciting player. I actually seen Ben Doak play for Celtic.
Right.
On a kind of youth sort of cup things and stuff. He was like sort of terrorised Rangers, and obviously I think it was well documented that he was wanted to be kept at Celtic. Celtic wanted him. Obviously Liverpool come calling. It's very, very difficult, isn't it, to knock that back. He's in the squad. Looks like he's going to get fired in for a start or feature a fair bit on Monday. Think he's the type that could maybe come out on anywhere and set it alight?
Aye, could do. These boys need a stage. Do you know what I mean? And what other stage apart from a World Cup and an international FIPA's going to be? It could come in and just be a complete dark horse and Nick is a winner or a great bit of play that gives an assist to somebody. You just don't know what is going to happen, and you need that element of surprise within a squad too. So if Stuart Armstrong is injured and struggling, I would definitely be taking Ben Doak because you need options in the wide areas. Mm-hmm. James Forrest, I would probably even take James Forrest because he's had a strong finish to the season with Celtic. Again, he's got experience. I don't think he's as good as what he was a few years ago, but I think he's still got something to offer. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, Chrissy, because you don't know what Scotland are going to turn up. We went through that kind of at start we had to Europe stage, and we were amazing. Went away to Norway, 1-2-1 the last 10 minutes, absolutely outstanding. Kenny McLean with a good goal and Lyndon Dykes, and then we just kind of once we qualified, we've just stumbled since. We've not really played well. We've not had a big win. You know what I mean? I think we could beat away to Spain, and then since then, I don't think we've won a game since. So I think that's probably why he's went with Gibraltar and Finland. Yeah. You get some confidence for Germany that are going to scud us in the opening game.
I was going to say it's not great confidence, is it, to go into a tournament? You better go into a tournament kind of bouncing. And we're not doing that. But you never know. Like obviously, Germany will be under massive pressure. As the hosts, Scotland I wouldn't say we're a superpower in European football, so the Germans will be expecting to win. But we've seen it before, haven't you? Opening game shocks down the years where, obviously like Scotland's last involvement with an opening game tournament was 98 World Cup, 98 with Brazil. So, we were unlucky in that, but we'll see what happens. I think you're right though. I think you're looking at that game and thinking if you don't get the result, it's probably the next two games that you're looking to get a result in, and then sort of take it from there.
Me against Germany, Chris, we need to get in and we need to press high up the park and we need to really get in their faces because it's not going to work otherwise because we're too weak at centre half. I kind of think of one good centre half just now off the top of my head that I can say he'll hold it together or he'll have a good game or you know what I mean? We're really, really weak in that back line. You realise that Grant Hanley and that in there and you're like just there's a couple of bomb scares waiting to happen. Do you know what I mean? So he probably needs to go 3 to back, but I would have my wing backs pushing high and wide and getting midfielders. McGinn's going to be really, really crucial in that match. Really crucial. And I'd imagine Shea Adams will probably start ahead of him, so at least you've got legs. And you need to kind of try and camp Germany in their own half, get a crowd on the back burner, get them booing, get them one settled. And if you see you get at half time and you're nothing each, then the next 15 minutes is interesting when you come out for a second half.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. I think that's important. I think if you're right though in what you're saying about the crowd, like as much as the crowd are, you know, they'll be wanting the result, they'll be expecting. If that's not there, you know, because I was reading about Germany and there's 50-50 about them, obviously, in terms of what it's there. There's some young players coming through. Obviously, the coach seems to be quite confident for the tournament coming up. But there is an expectation when you're the home team. But I think the other 2 games is the biggie, though. I think that's a sort of 2 games where, you know, sort of decide the fate, really. I think we went out the last tournament with a wee bit of a whimper. And I do worry that we go out this one with a wee bit of a whimper again, but hopefully not. I feel that we could have done a bit better than that. For the tournament overall, though, what's your kind of predictions? What you thinking?
As in who's going to win it?
Aye.
I would take
top goal scorer and winner.
Probably Mbappe in France. I would go with. I know that's the obvious choice, but England got a good chance of going far. As much as I hate to say it, I really, really don't want it to happen. Like, it's probably the worst thing that can happen. See England win the big competition. To me, it's just as bad as Celtic win lifting a European trophy or getting 10 in a row. You know what I mean? Like, it's that level of bad. I just don't think England have got enough about them to get a job done against the big teams. So
I think their issues are staring them at the back as well. I think it's probably defensively. I do like Pickford, but probably defensively. I think that's where they'll get stung.
Aye, if Harry Maguire's a good tournament right enough thing, you never know. But that's him having a good game are very few and far between these days. I think that guy's confidence has been shot off the media and the Man United supporters. I'd probably go with Mbappe in France, but I'll never rule out Italy. I like Italy in these competitions. I think they could be a bit of a dark horse. So I could.
I think it will be Kane, top goal scorer, and Spain.
Spain are a good shout and all.
I think Kane and Spain, mate. That's the shout. That's the forecast. But we'll see how it goes, mate. Have you got anything planned for any of the games? Are you doing anything yourself?
No, I've not even thought about it yet. We're doing a Euros show over on the Rangers Journal. I think Big Tomo's taking control of that. So we'll be doing like match previews and then we'll be assessing the match after it. And I think we've got a pod coming up that we're going to look at the squad once it's finally announced, like who makes it. We'll go in and we'll dissect the squad because we're trying to push content out like 5 days a week just now. So
yeah,
we're going to try and stretch it out and be not so much Rangers, if that makes any sense, because Rangers play in Scotland and Scotland are our country, so Scotland deserve to be spoke about.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. I love a major tournament. Like, I love the World Cup. I love the Euros. I love the buzz that comes with it. I love watching 3-4 games a day. Not that I watch every one of them, but I try my best to catch them.
Good to be option there,
Defo. I'm going to Marmaris on the 20th of June, so Scotland play on the 19th. So I'll get 2 Scotland games at home, and then obviously a third, maybe a fourth away, depending on how it goes. But I enjoy that as well. See, being abroad and watching the games and that's absolutely tremendous. Because I like the heat, but heat can get a bit too much. So it's just a good wee shout to just go a wee walk, and you end up in a pub. Lo and behold, playing football. I'm here for 6 hours, and then you've got a day's wasted in holiday. But no, I'm looking forward to it. But listen, Scott, cheers for coming on, mate. Just kind of last wee bit, I'm just asking people to just sort of say a wee message. Obviously, you've been dead honest about, you know, your own kind of struggles over the last bit and coming in and getting a wee bit of help from us and getting yourself on the right path. If anybody's listening to it, because the last time I checked, we were up to 600 people on Twitter, which is pretty cool, man. 2,500 views, 683 on Twitter right now. 2,500 views. YouTube a bit less in terms of people watching on air, but the Twitter stream seems to be really busy. What would your kind of message be if there is anybody that's maybe thinking, you know what, I was a bit like, I'm feeling like a wee bit how that guy was and kind of stuck in a rut, really?
Aye. Well, with me, kind of all came for low self-esteem. It's not came for any like major cause, if that makes any sense. So I would, the hardest bit's getting in the door. Once you do that, you're absolutely fine, and there's no shame in it. I had that in my head about a stigma, but if I went in for help, that I'm weak mentally, I'm not as much a man as what I should be. All this kind of, it's just all rubbish, to be brutally honest with you. We've all got feelings at the end of the day, and see, once you open up and you start to talk about it, it does help. So if there's anybody who are struggling, I would definitely head down and see guys, get in touch with them. Obviously, they're associated with my podcast on Rangers Journal as well. And furthermore, if you're wanting to get back into the gym, message Lee at Evolve PPT, private personal training. Has demographics for guys like myself, so I would definitely reach out. Please struggle.
Aye, brilliant. No, that's great. I think it's a nice message, mate, and thank you for coming on, and I'll catch up with you soon, mate. All right.
No bother. Cheers, Chrissy.
Cheers, mate. Bye. So, thanks to Scott for coming in. As I was saying there, just a wee recap on some of the numbers. You know, in terms of the people that's been connecting in with us and watching. We are 683 live on Twitter at the minute, which is class, and 2,500 views overall. On the YouTube's maybe a fair bit less, right enough, but it's good to see. It's good to see the word's getting out there. We've tried to cover as much content as possible, whether that be from our services that we run, whether it be from the people that's connected with our services, whether it be people that's had a bit of help with our services, that's moving on to different things and benefiting from it. So hopefully in the first wee bit, you're starting to kind of get a picture of what we're doing. So I'm going to bring in Mark Percival in a minute, otherwise known as Sparky, who also went to school with me and Scott for back in the day. Mark's journey with Manon has taken him from being a volunteer all the way through to being a young person's worker in our YP services. Mark is engaging with quite a lot of works at the minute, so I'm just about to bring Mark in. Sparky, how are you, mate?
How's things, mate? All right?
Aye, good, mate. Good. How are you, chilling it?
Aye, not bad, mate. I thought you were going to have one about 6 o'clock, and then you said 7 o'clock, and then you said 8 o'clock. I'm ready for my bed here. So
no. How do you think I feel, mate? I know it's been
you could talk all day, so you could.
I'm putting out a test today. Absolutely. But it's good to have you on, mate. I appreciate it because I have moved your time about a few times now. But I've got you on now, mate. I've got you on. So what I'm going to do, mate, similar to what I done with Sam, I'm going to allow you just to talk about the services that we run, talk about the young person service, maybe even talk about your journey for volunteering all the way through to where you are now, what the young person service is, where we are, what schools we're in, so Port High, St Columbus, Kilmacombe, Rossi, what you're doing, how you're engaging with people. And I just a wee sort of 5-10 minutes, mate, just really talking about what you do, how you do it, and how important it is.
No problem. So can I start with myself? As you know, too, going back with you, like primary school and high school, and when you started Manon back in 2020, you asked me to come on and help out with the Zoom calls. And I think the feedback that I gave you at that point as well too is, even though it was good to support other people, it made me so much better myself, and I got so much out of doing that. But obviously my own job at the time, in fact, that as well too, we had the birth of my daughter, and we had been locked down. My employment at the time, I had to start work at 4 o'clock in the morning. So to try to do volunteering and do that at the same time, like it was just too much. And obviously being a dad again. But then fast forward, I think it was about a year or something, wasn't it? And then I had sent a few boys I know down the Manon to get to support. And I know you kept kind of saying to me as well, like, listen, Sparky, stuff that you're telling them, like, that's the stuff we're saying. Is there any chance you can come back down again? Initially, for me, it was a week volunteering at football and then a week at peer support. But with the football as well too, I felt as if when I was going, that stuff I could be doing with my own pals, like going playing like 7-a-sides. Whereas when I went to Tuesday night peer support, I felt as if that it's a massive impact we're making people, and I couldn't believe that you'd a kind of roughly 15 men sitting in the room talking about their thoughts, feelings, and emotions. And it was really, really powerful. Kind of going back to what I said earlier there, it made me a better individual as well, 100%. Gave me a lot, learnt about myself a lot. And then for there, that kind of snowballed into me coming on as a paid staff member. Initially, it was just the 4 hours. Then fast forward a few months, it was 10 hours, 16 hours. And then, oddly enough, not Christmas either, Christmas before, I was able to get a full-time contract. And so that too, it's brilliant. And I think me and Peter kind of talk about this quite a lot. We're very, very fortunate. Obviously, it is our job, but it doesn't feel like a job. It's a passion. Do you know what I mean? To be able to kind of support people. For that as well too. Initially, sorry, I'll get a dog barking here.
Keep forgetting you've got a dog, man.
Oh, it's mental. Right. Where I get up.
It's hilarious, mate.
I know. So for that as well, when I came down, I had my full-time contract. It was adults I supported. And then last summer, before the schools went back, I done a transition over to a young person service. And on that as well, the young person service. So I am based in Port Glasgow High 2 days a week. What we do is we run one-on-one sessions with the pupils, and also as well we do group work. The other school that I'm in is in St Columbus, Kilmacombe. I'm based up there on a Wednesday, so that partnership only started last year. Absolutely brilliant up there too, even with Port High, how welcome they made me feel just coming in. Obviously pupils, but also with the teachers and that as well too. It's been brilliant. Like in St Columbus as well, it just started off by doing one-on-ones with pupils, but recently in the last few weeks, myself and Brian, we ran group works as well, which is really, really good. Peter, he is based in Port Glasgow High 2 days a week, and also Notre Dame. Obviously can't speak for Peter, but everything I've just said there, the relationships with the pupils and the teachers, Peter echoes that as well for Notre Dame. So we did. We've got a wee bit further afield in the last few weeks and months. Me and Brian were up at Holy Cross in Hamilton for 4 weeks, and also, so 2 months ago, we started over in Rossi, which is same again as well. I think the very first day we were over there, you just felt it with school. Do you know what I mean? They understood it, the way they supported young people. And me and Peter were over there today, and it was it's absolutely brilliant. So it is to go over there today, and hopefully that's just to start another partnership, because I think Peter's actually kind of scared a wee bit that I'm going to move over to Rossi. So he does, because I keep asking questions about it. But no, I built up a great connection with a place over there as well too. So a lot of the work is probably based in schools, but in in Mirth Centre as well. We've obviously for the young people, well, for 15 plus, you get crisis support on a Monday. Also too, if you're over 15, you can put a referral in. Me and Peter can see you, or Brian can see you for one-to-ones. We do the social drop-in on a Wednesday. So we do. And I think I just heard Sam kind of saying earlier on today, even though the football, people think it's based for adults, but it's 15 plus as well too. And speaking to Sam, I know there's a lot of kind of 15-year-olds that got up there. Do you know what I mean? And obviously I've heard you touching on it today already about the start of a partnership with Greenock Juniors. And they have that development for young people as well too. It's brilliant for Inverclyde, isn't it?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. I'm just getting Theo just knocking the window out there. maybe soon, maybe not. Just that's my version of.
I've got the day then. I've got the dog. You know what I mean? So.
Well, I'm going to be the opposite. I think I'm going to be inundated in a minute. It's the Greenwich Juniors partnership. Obviously, that's featured quite heavily today because it's launching and it has launched. And obviously, I was there last Friday at the wider fundraiser. We've established, obviously, in the conversations we've had, that suicide has impacted that club, obviously, from the last few years, and how close we've been to the club is been evident. Obviously, it's my local junior team. You're up with Port now, so you're one of the other mob.
I'm rivals, aren't I?
One of the Undertakers. But obviously, Greenock Juniors get brought up round about Ravenscraig Stadium. Could see it for your house sort of thing, and it's always been it's a community club. And at 1956, I think it was founded, and it's always been there. So it's always been something that I've gravitated to from when Tommy Molloy was a manager. We've always had connections and we've had good linkage with them. So it's good to formalise that and to, bring it into something that's proper for the community. Obviously, we are, supporting the players in terms of their well-being, and we're helping to launch a 2009 age group team. Who knows? Is at the start of more.
I always remember you even last year too. You're kind of talking about that as well too. You're trying to get in a partnership, and obviously my son's 2008, but you were kind of saying that's a good age. Can we maybe look at teams that I think you mentioned, was it Coorock or something, about kind of starting it then last year? Because I think we both know with our line of work that it's something that can definitely support the young people in the area, isn't it?
Aye, absolutely. Like your plan was last year to link in with a club that maybe had already existed. I did have a conversation with ones that were connected at Coorock. Obviously they folded, but at 2008 age, and then obviously I knew that obviously Port Juniors were already established, but it was about trying to do something a wee bit different, something that was new, that never had any kind of baggage attached to it. We're connected to maybe another charity like Morton, for example, because I know there's quite a lot of Morton teams that are sort of forming under different umbrellas just now. I think it was really important that it was new.
I also think the age you are starting off with, as we've said that earlier today, it's a vital age for young people. Do you know what I mean? Because even thinking back when we grew up, as the kind of age, you see a lot of boys taking interest elsewhere. Do you know what I mean? So, so we both know how much, if you've got stuff during the week, a focus for the kids, how much it's needed for them.
Absolutely, mate. Like, I think it's a crucial age for so many things. Like, you've got exam stress, you've got those pressures coming up for that age group. You've just went through it with Logan. You've just seen it there, although I think I heard he's trying to milk the study leave and say that it sort of continues on into summer. But, there's that, but it's not just aimed at young people that are maybe going to leave school. It's aimed at young people that are engaged with. It's all young people, that if they've got an interest in football, the Man On Football Academy is there to support them. And it will be through football that we'll do the other stuff. So we've announced, obviously, the partnership with Street League. And we'll be working alongside Street League to get our young people employability opportunities. Street League do, great work. They do the sort of football academies as well, employability academies. So linking in really, really nicely with other organisations. The 2019 will have its own additional focus. It's a competitive team, obviously. So, the aim will be to play as high a level as possible for the team, so that it's a competitive team and the community, of course. However, it's all the other things that filter out with that, because, with competitive teams, you're restricted in terms of the amount of people you can have within a squad and all that kind of stuff. However, I do think that there's support needed for those players who do play in competitive teams. I'm really, really big on being trauma-informed and putting trauma-informed lenses into different parts of our society that we engage with. So that's why I think that it's really, really good for us to apply that to football and look at, can we make, that sort of age group and that focus, can we make that into, a good environment for the young people, an environment where the young people can come and engage and develop as football players, absolutely, but develop as people as well. Can we engage them with other parts of things in life to support them with their exams? Can we maybe support some parents that might be struggling with various bits of teenage life? Because we're both parents to teenagers. Aye, good lads overall, but they come with their issues. And sometimes it can be frustrating. So can our adult service support them? Can any of the boys, if they're struggling, throughout that season and they need a bit of support, can you and the team support them differently? Can we give them opportunities that they might not usually get if they were playing for other boys' clubs? Can we get them away and involved in residential trips? So all these things that I think is really, really important. And Stephen Doherty was on, he's the assistant coach at Juniors first team, and he was talking about the cost of football to families and stuff. And again, can Manon supplement some of that for some young people? Can we use that to keep young people engaged with sport and engaged with football? So there's that part of it. But then there's the other stuff, which is, it's not related to competitive football. It's not related to the other areas in life that football usually sounds. It's inclusive. It's open for everybody. That's the magic of the sort of Wednesday sessions that Nicky's been hosting. There's a Wellbeing Cup. We're hoping to launch different wee man on 5s and 7s teams as we develop forward. So there's so much of it, I think, that's exciting. Actually, it's an exciting time to be developing a lot of this stuff for the charity.
Covers all bases as well too. As you said too, when the boys are 15, 16, they want to be competitive as well. But like so what you're saying there too, but Nicky's got as well on a Wednesday, because even like some football team, myself and me, and obviously with Logan, but sometimes even in school, when you ask boys who they play for, and they go, I could play for a tier 4 team. Who cares? You're playing football and you enjoy it. Do you know what I mean? That's the main thing. Do you know what I mean? So like that on a Wednesday as well, if that gets boys off their Xbox and then getting a kick about, good, brilliant. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. And I think it's really, really, that's the most important bit here. It's not for me about, even I'm going through my sort of coaching badges at the minute, the UEFA, I've done all the kind of sort of ones you need to run a team, but obviously through the football academy, the Man-On Football Academy, we want to take it serious. We want to go as far as we can. So obviously go working towards my C license stuff just now, which is obviously challenging and it's good, but it's getting. I done a big segment on football psychology on Tuesday night, and the guy who was taking it has worked with Jude Bellingham and all these kind of people with the English sort of youth setup, and he was basically saying, although results for people are important in football, at the youth level it should be about development, engagement, fun, enjoyment. Don't get us wrong, we've all played football, right? Obviously, me and you used to play in the same team when we were younger. You better win on a Saturday. However, I always say this to you, the team that I ended up playing for, Curragh United, were honking, right? They're absolutely honking, right? I'm not going to kid on the bunnies, you used to scud us regularly. However, I really enjoyed the 2 years I played with them. I really enjoyed it. I've got lots of memories. I've made some friends with people. Listen, we had some good results in it as well, but we had some doings, and we still had a good time as a group, and I still see people and talk to them about it. You know what I mean?
I think with football as well, success can get measured in so many ways. Do you know what I mean? So like I'll be that day, like if you still keep contact with them boys now, or if it still gets boys playing football up to a certain age, do you know what I mean? That's success as well, doesn't it? To be winning trophies and winning league titles, that. Do you know what I mean? It's like if they're still involved and they're doing that, I would say that's a success. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely, mate. Staying involved in football, I think, is massive. I think compared to when we played football, so they're still the same. There's still the same issues that probably I missed some football for. We message from Mike Keller, who's obviously doing goalkeeping coaching ways. There's still some of the same issues that I was facing, but obviously drink and going out at the weekends and partying and all that kind of stuff that you start facing, that's still there. But there's probably other bits where, the PlayStation's massive now, you touched on that, the Xbox, being in the house, the sort of isolation that young people sort of experience, being stuck on social media. Like, there's hundreds of things now that probably wasn't there when I played football. So those things are dangers as well for young people actually to kind of stop that sort of football pathway or any sport, but obviously we're talking specifically about football. But so it's trying to engage them. You know, I've heard somebody in another meeting call some of the young people that have been engaged in that sort of stuff as like the bedroom boys of the pandemic, basically. You know, they've just been stuck in their room and they're maybe struggling to go over the door for school. So there's so much of that, and we're looking to drive forward the football projects in August and take them into schools. So we're hoping to kind of develop some programs over the summer period that starts to really drive that forward, because we think that it's really important that message is there. So in terms of yourself, then you've obviously got you've been on that journey from sort of voluntary all the way through to sort of where you're at just now. What would you say has been your kind of you're sort of, somebody's thinking about fundraising or donating money and stuff, where have you seen this sort of magic sort of happen?
Okay, I think you've just spoken about 10-15 minutes about football, do you know what I mean? But it likes it with it. Like, I think Sam made a very good point. If it wasn't for the fundraising for the community at the very start, it wouldn't be where we are, do you know what I mean? All you've got to do is come in a work centre. Very, I don't know, it's a buzzword now, but like a trauma-informed approach, and like how we've got it very well known for the members. But for like a fundraising for that day, just to get them doors open 5 days a week for people to come in, do you know what I mean? Everything in our service, as you know, is free of charge, do you know what I mean? So like that too, and like if we can keep getting more coming in, I think that this year too, like this has probably been the biggest push we've kind of done for fundraising, isn't it? So hopefully that too, and for me as well too, it's just how much us as a team can help grow it as well too. Do you know what I mean? To touch different parts of the community. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely, mate. No, as it's been a big drive for us this year, we've been fortunate with the fundraising in the past that it's just happened. But we're aware of how busy people's lives are, how hard it is to find money. You know, we've just spoke about it there. Like, it's not an easy thing.
I thought it was quite interesting earlier on. I was listening to you talking about like the funding to like the pandemic to now, and obviously me and you have conversations about it, but how much the pot's getting shared in a kind of sense, do you know what I mean? And about a lot of other organisations for sector on the same boat, do you know what I mean? So like that, you can do that as well, and it's amazing as well too, because on the same conversation I heard it's like kind of like Man On's a charity community. That was class to hear, do you know what I mean? But it is too, like for the amount of ones that they support us, it's brilliant. Do you know what I mean? So, like so that day, hopefully we can still keep providing the service we're doing. Do you know what I mean?
Aye, absolutely, mate. No, and that's what we're looking for. But no, thank you, mate. Thank you for coming on. So, final wee message, just anybody that might be watching us, that might be tuning in. We're up to kind of decent amount number on Twitter now. It's like 750. You must have pulled an iPort there. All using the same Wi-Fi to come in and talk to you. What's your kind of final message, mate, for people in terms of, you know, listening to what you're saying, maybe want to reach out, maybe want to donate?
Listen, for me as well too, biggest thing with young people's and adults have support. The feedback I kind of hear from Man On is that it's just that bit different. I know the phrase we always kind of use is like it's connection before correction. Sometimes as well, it's when they come down, the approach is just come down, it's general conversation, but how much that then leads up when the relationships built, that they share their trauma or what they're dealing with. But you can kind of credit yourself with that too. Like for us as well with Man On, it's the other thing you hear quite a lot with feedback is that how much it's a revolving door. And you know yourself too, how many members that have come down, and you might not see them for 3 or 6 months, but then when something does happen in their life again, they're straight back in. They're welcomed exactly the same way too. I learned that big time with peer support, amount of members that would apologise because they're not come down, but come in, get a seat, do you know what I mean? There's a cup of tea. And as I said, that's what you've done previously, do you know what I mean? And obviously today, I think kind of talk about it with you as well today. I think that's the kind of staff team you've built as well. That's very unique, but it's a very, very caring staff team. Obviously, we've all got a wee bit of kind of own lived experience as well that we can share. But the team you've built on about us, it's an absolute pleasure to work with. So it is.
No, I appreciate it, mate, and thank you for all your hard work. You've came in, you've come in on that voluntary role, and you've then sort of worked and grafted, and it's been a hard graft. We have worked with people for a long time, and people where, for one reason or another, other services just haven't connected or clicked for them at that point, and obviously we worked alongside other services to try and make that better and fix that. And there's obviously people that are springing to my mind right away that you're doing that way. So it's very clear you go over and above for people, mate. And as I say, it's good to see you develop in that and sort of develop the role that you've got. So thanks for everything, mate.
I think I even just kind of, we were kind of saying at the start when I came on, and I know Peter's very vocal about that, but sometimes it's just a wee bit more on the job. Do you know what I mean? You've got that passion, you do want to kind of support people. So I think that kind of, as I said, Peter says that, but I think that flies through the full team, doesn't it?
It feels like it. We're really, really passionate about what we're doing, and it's just so important the show keeps on the road, isn't it? That's the most important bit. The journey's hopefully going to be a long, long one, because it's needed. It's absolutely needed in what we're doing.
Hopefully just the start, mate.
Hopefully, mate. Meet you up this weekend then. Exciting?
No, just a football tomorrow night. It's that much of football. It's as good as it gets. So as and Gia, she's a wee part of it. Roma at the moment, they'll probably be back in probably the next half an hour or something. I just stayed up.
I was wondering how your house was so quiet, to be fair.
It's not normal, so it's not. So,
it's because Andrea's out in it, really.
She's the loudest one, isn't she? No, they'll be back on about half an hour, and then the more, in fact, they've got dress fittings for Andrea's a bridesmaid and Roma's a flower girl, so I'll probably just get the dog and then back. Well, having seen that, just got a text message off Logan asking him and all his pals can come up and watch a football tomorrow night, so don't know what happened there. Aye.
We're empty finished, aye. What you thinking for tomorrow?
Hard to see past Real Madrid, isn't it?
Aye. They just win, don't they? They just find a way to win, and don't know too much about Dortmund this year, to be fair. They kind of come under the radar for me. I've not really watched much.
Well, just kind of listening to a wee bit of Sky Sports News before I came on, and they were saying they finished fifth in the Bundesliga. I think there was something, 30-40 points behind Leverkusen, but by all accounts, their Champions League, I can't really think of who they've put up. They said their Champions League run's been quite good. But I can't see past Real Madrid. Do you know what I mean?
No. I think they had Man City earlier on in the tournament, Dortmund. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know much about them this year, to be fair. But fair play to them, man. It's an achievement and a half getting to Champions League final. Do you know what I mean? They're a giant in their own right.
They've got into it, the support. You know what I mean? There was a big crowd in that, isn't it?
Aye, the yellow wall and all that.
Did you not go to Dortmund, man? Thing?
Once, mate. Aye, it was Dortmund Liverpool actually. And the Dortmund then, obviously, but it was good, man. It was rocking. What an atmosphere!
I'd love to go over there and see. That's one of the stadiums I would say I'd really like to go and see.
Did well coming in that as well. You know what I mean? Obviously, I had to kind of kid on with Dortmund fans, but I wasn't really bothered about being in a Liverpool end. It was just me going over really and getting the experience of going. But when I got offered the tickets, but it was good. But I definitely think it'll be good. Where is it tomorrow?
Wembley.
I thought that. Aye, I thought that. Jude Bellingham. Homecoming.
Aye. Well, it was either him or Sancho, wasn't it? One of them won it, know what I mean?
Oh, aye, right enough, aye. Sancho's had a belter for him over there, hasn't he?
Aye, well, it caught a wee bit of the one way, oh, God's sake. It's in the final, first half, he was really, really good, so he was. So,
aye.
But Englishman winning it all night, isn't there?
Aye, good luck to wee Jude, man. Love him, man. He's class.
Aye, like him myself. So.
Right, mate, you take care, all right?
Right, thanks for having us, mate, right?
Cheers, mate. Right, see ya.
Yeah, right, bye.
Cheers, mate. Bye. So, cheers to Mark there for coming on and obviously chatting about the work that he does and man on. And cheers to his Doug for making an appearance here as well, for stealing the show. But no, it was great to catch up with the staff. Catch up with Mark and catch up with Sam on the work that they do on a sort of daily basis and how important it is for the work that goes on in our community and beyond. We are starting to go into other communities and take our model of support into you know, the likes of, you know, Argyll and Butte were over at Rossi Academy. Big thanks to Elaine Sullivan for, you know, reaching out to us and making that happen. She's local to Inverclyde, but obviously works in Rossi. And it's really, really important that we're able to get our messages of support out and across to other young people. Where our main focus clearly being Inverclyde, but it's really, really good that we can do that. So I'm just going to do a wee recap of what we've had so far. Have got, hopefully, Mick, who was one of our trustees, and then formed one of our lived experience advisory panels, coming on at 8:30. Probably to roast me for the first 5 minutes about Celtic, but then after that it will be 25 minutes of talking about the work that we do and how important it is, and probably touching on a wee bit about Scotland as well, I would imagine, just to sort of break it up a bit. So yeah, we welcomed in Kay, who came in first, 2:00, and she was really, really open about her experience of Manon in terms of how it's developed from being the first chairperson, the second chairperson after taking over from the first chairperson, Craig. And she spoke about, you know, the role that the Board of Trustees plays in terms of governing a charity and how important it is, and the work that she's putting in to develop that, which was great to hear. We then had Ben from Ben Kane, who's doing a lot of work in terms of engaging around bereavement support. I've really blown away by Ben's sort of commitment and, you know, his desire. Again, it was a comment from Sam, which was great. You know, massive future ahead of you, which is so true. Like, I think he spoke so well, and he's clearly very passionate about his own lived experience and creating that, you know, space for him to go and develop sort of, you know, young person led groups is brilliant. He also spoke very, very well of the importance of relationships. Actually, Sandra Boyle, we was speaking about quite well from Mind Music Children and Family Therapies, and you know, it was great to see the impact that Sandra and her team had on him. They also mentioned Ardgowan Hospice as well in terms of support. But just giving a young person, just getting that belief put into them and getting that, you know, key adults really believing in them and the importance of it, I think it's just absolutely vital to everything that we're doing. So well done to Ben, and hopefully his final league game of the season's going well. We then had Janine from Clyde Eats, who was worried about how she was going to follow on from Ben, but she actually done really, really, really well. She opened up about the loss of her dad to suicide, and why she's really, really passionate about connecting, you know, her business at Clyde Eats with Manon. And I think that was really, really clear from Janine that was, you know, key for her. She also sponsored the hour by donating to the fundraiser. So Janine was brilliant, and again, she's gave. I'm just going to pop this back up if I can find it. I'll get it up in a second. A discount code if anybody wants to use Clyde Eats for tonight. I think it's Manon 15. You put in the code. We then had Jamie Darroch and Jamie Darroch and Gary Fleming, the Greenock Juniors manager, who joined us, who spoke both about their experiences with football. We started talking about the Manon partnership with the Greenock Juniors. Jamie was brilliant in terms of his conversations around his exposure to Manon and you know what we're looking to do. Again, Sam put this comment up here about Jamie engaging with our peer support bereavement group, which meets every Thursday, support after suicide. You know, the group really, really benefited from Jamie coming along, and it's great that Jamie's able to use his sort of adversity, his father's obviously death, to try and support other people, and we're very glad to have Jamie on board with us. Absolutely committed to the cause and supporting it as much as possible. And it was also great to have Gary along, who is the first team manager at the Greenock Juniors, currently playing in the sort of charity sort of 10-year match for one of the players at the Greenock Juniors. So I was delighted to get Gary along, and obviously he's again been impacted by suicide on a personal level. And it's great for Gary to give us a green light to get involved in, you know, the football club and start to develop a lot of the projects that we've got on the go in there. We then had Craig Docherty, who came on and spoke about his journey with Manon as a trustee, previous chairperson, and also his new running club, Mind Over Miles, which is absolutely flying at the minute. A great opportunity for people to engage with another community sort of space that Craig's helping to co-create and co-design. I think it's really, really good to see, first and foremost, Craig doing really well with that, which is great, but the community kind of coming together in a different guise. I think it's one thing that's shown through to me by doing this. That the community absolutely buy in, and Inverclyde community buy into these things. You know, we'll support each other. You know, there's a great sense of community in our town. I know there's a lot of negativity and there's a lot of negative reasons probably to feel down in the dumps, and you know, there's quite a lot of there lack opportunities, as Ben was touching on, for young people and people experiencing financial hardship, as we've touched on. But certainly the sense of community is pretty palpable, I think, when you're actually engaged in the third sector and you're seeing it. But it's great to see, as I say, Craig getting involved in doing that. Then had Stephen Doherty on from Greenock Juniors again, assistant coach at Greenock Juniors. He's a volunteer for MCR Pathways, a foster carer. You know, there's lots going on there for Stephen, and it was great to hear about him talk about the importance of, you know, the work that we do, the importance of, you know, preventing suicides in our community. Again, something that's impacted him personally as well. And then we welcomed on Sam McGee from Manon, who spoke about the adult services, and Mark Percival, who spoke about the young person services, both of them sort of giving a really good account of everything. We also had Gavin, who done a fair bit of discussion around fundraising and the importance of income generation. Gavin works for the Venture Trust. And we also had Scott on, who was discussing his own journey with Manon, his own fundraiser with Manon, and also Scotland's chances at the Euros. So we've had quite a lot on. We've had Burness Paul, the soliciting company, the corporate law firm in Glasgow. They donated £200 to sponsor an hour, which is amazing. Janine from Clyde Eats sponsored one of our hours as well. We've also had Loud and Clear Hi-Fi have sponsored an hour. PG Paper sponsored an hour. Search have sponsored an hour. And Lockray Limited have sponsored an hour. We've also got another hour to come, which is Luke's Casa, which has sponsored that. So it'd be brilliant to, you know, speak to the organisations in a wee bit more detail as we go and thank them properly in person. But great that they've all sort of got involved and really helped that. Robert, who is our trustee on the board, has been instrumental in that. So we're obviously be running a black tie event. I've mentioned that later on in the year, which hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of the community engaged with and involved with. So we've got quite a lot of people on. Let's say we've got one more who's due to come on at hopefully 8:30. I'm going to take another wee screen break because my head is bouncing, and I'll be back on shortly. I'll leave the donate bit up. I'll leave my screen up, and I will catch you again shortly. Thank you. Hello, everybody. So, cheers for those that are continuing to tune in. This is quite a significant number on Twitter. I was just taking a wee screen break here, go and see the kids. And wait there, we'll see how many people's watching it, right? So 788 live. Look there, you're on there as well, look. On two screens. 788 live people. And just under 3,000 views on Twitter, which is amazing. We know who one of the 4 YouTube followers are. And it's Kay, who is tuned in the whole day. So, one over here. One over here. So this wee person that you can see here is Theo. What's your name? Theo. Theo what? Theo Paul. How old are you? How old? What age is that?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. So you're 4?
Yeah.
And where does Daddy work?
Man.
Man on. Yeah, there it is there, look. Man on the screen, see it? Do you like Daddy's work?
Yeah.
What do you like Daddy's work for?
This is Sam.
You like seeing Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, Sam your favourite?
Yeah.
Is it? What else do you like?
Yeah.
What else do you like about Daddy's work?
The wee toy.
The wee toys you've got. Don't pick your nose. The wee toys that you've got in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is it good?
Yeah,
Good.
I like the one like that.
Do you? We'll do that.
You know.
Right. So, will you say hello to everybody and bye-bye?
Hi.
And bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Right, mate. I'll see you soon, okay?
Okay.
You got to watch out for him. Bye. So, Theo was really bye. Theo was really keen to come on and say hello. So, he is clearly got his favourites. Obviously picked Samuel. However, does obviously love coming into the building, coming into work, and we're really big on that in terms of family. You know, our family being connected to the work that we do, and you know, having that nice feel about it in terms of an environment where we've created that culture where people can come and bring their kids and engage and take other people in. So, aye, good for Theo to get involved. So we've got just over an hour and a half left to go. I'm just going to go on to the fundraiser. If you just bear with me. I was glad I took that wee break there. I was starting to get a sore head. Cool. So as I said, we're over a £1,500 target. We've got a few text amounts coming in. Say the scroll at the bottom. You'll be able to get that. You know, for every £50 that we generate, you know, we can build a safe plan with people. You know, we can build a safe plan with people, and that's 30 safe plans. You know, that we've been able to achieve by working at the level that we have. You know, when you look at, I think it's 762 suicides in Scotland. In the last reporting year's figures, the new figures will come out in September. 10 of which of those were in Inverclyde, 8 of which were male and 2 were female. However, that's 10 families that have been impacted, you know, hugely. We also sometimes question the statistics, but just for various reasons. There's being the kind of tip of the iceberg, various reasons why suicides may not be reported. But where we live within, really, at Man On, is suicidal behaviour type stuff, where people are at risk and they're thinking about suicide. And we know that that's a lot more common than people who actually complete suicide. You know, 1 in 5 people have had suicidal thoughts at one point. And that's the world we operate within. That's why we're so busy. That's why our door is, you know, constantly going with people coming in. And we'll never change that, no matter what happens. I mean, we're talking here about fundraising and funding and money and income. And it's just part of the world that we exist within, that we need it to continue to operate at the level that we do. But I kind of came to, you know, my senses, but I've came to the decision that Man On will always be there for the community no matter what, you know, and whatever capacity that is. If we're all volunteers, if, you know, for whatever reason, you know, we've not got the opportunity to do it as our sort of day-to-day, I think the team that we've got will always show up in one way or another in some capacity. And I think that's testament to, you know, what we're doing and how we're doing it. And for me, Man On is so important for our community to have a suicide prevention charity that is there for that sole purpose. However, whilst we've got the amazing opportunity to have brilliant funders, again, I've touched on some of them, but not all. But while we've got, you know, backing of the Robertson Trust, who are hopefully about to give us multi-year funding again for a second time, the National Lottery Community Fund, whether it be their Improving Lights, Young Starts, or Awards for All, you know, have backed us and they've backed our ideas. And we've returned it tenfold because we've supported over 1,000 people across a variety of different ways in the model that we have. And our model is, I suppose it is bound by theory. It's bound by, underpinned by the best practice in terms of trauma-informed practice and time-space compassion as a model, the pathway for assisting life as a model. So there is lots of theory and, you know, evidence base behind what we do. And we're in the middle of getting our Public Health Scotland evaluation completed to sort of showcase that at the high level and getting our data analysed. However, what really makes it happen, I think, is the people. And the people that you've seen on this live stream. Either the people who have access to help or the people that are offering the help. And sometimes they go hand in hand. The people, the culture of the organisation, the feel of the building when you come in, you know, it's really, really important that we get that right. Really, really important that we get that right. And I believe we have got it right. And that's through hard work and determination and desire and through putting lived experience front and centre of what we do. So for me, it's, you know, we continue to evolve. The Football Academy is just one example where we continue to evolve, where we put our head above the parapet and say we want to change things for the better. We want to improve things for the better. We want to improve the culture, improve well-being, and do things that, you know, matter to people and find places where people are so that we can connect with them. And what better way to do that in our community than sport. And initially football. So yeah, we're there's lots of projects kicking off that are doing really well, and we're really, really excited about them. So just to recap there, you know, we're well over the 1,500 mark, maybe even getting to 1,600. You start adding on gifted. I'm not great with maths, so I will unashamedly use my calculator. So if we have 1,550, and most of which is gifted, we're adding another £387 onto that, which is another 7 safe plans. When we say safe plans, what that means is somebody comes into your building and they are in need of support, and we'll sit down with them for as long as it takes on that day, every Monday. We'll sit down with them for as long as it takes. We won't hurry them out the door. We'll give them time. We'll give them space. Both space in terms of capacity to make decisions and have conversations and chat with other people and signpost to other people. Also space in terms of our space. We call them safe spaces, but I was really blown away by an event that I went to from the No Nice Better Lives team, and they called them brave spaces, and I think that's true as well, of our place where people can be really brave and talk about what they're experiencing. And then the compassion. You know, the compassion to sit with somebody and give them your time. Compassion to, you know, go and learn the best practice in PAL, to put that into play, to create that safe plan, and then to revisit that with that person over the coming weeks to get it right, to fine tune it. We co-design safe plans with people because it's their safe plan. We co-produce it with them because they've got a huge say in it. We've got our say in terms of PAL and making sure that we're assisting life through the pathway. But it's really, really important that we're engaging on those levels. You know, crisis point is where we really shine, I think, as a charity. However, it's the other work that's really, really important that underpins it. So thank you to everybody that's helped, that's donated, that's engaged with the work that we do. Thanks to, you know, our sponsors for the podcast. for this 8 hours. And thanks to anybody that's still listening to what I'm saying. So we're just waiting on our next guest coming on. We are awaiting Mick to come in. We're going to have a wee chat with Mick about his journey with Man On and involvement with it, how it's evolved, how it's changed. I'm going to allow Mick to have payback on me for the football season and allow Mick to gloat around how well Celtic done in the season. So he will get that opportunity to do that, which I'm sure he'll grab with both hands. I did see him at a christening last week and they never mentioned anything. So I don't know if he's just saving it for us. And then we'll have a wee chat about Scotland, which we're all buzzing about. As I said, that Euros week is going to be a big week for the charity. We're running our football tournament on a Monday evening at Notre Dame. If you're interested, you want to take part, you want to come along, give us a shout. We can look and see if there's any spaces in any of the teams for you. Then that'll be a Monday night. It will replace our football therapy that week. But it will be a pretty full-on night that Sam and the team will be coordinating and organising. We're also running a FIFA tournament in the Waterfront Cinema on the Thursday of that week. So anybody that's interested in that, it's for young people. Anybody that's interested in that, give us a shout. And we are running a Wellbeing Cup and definitely Rossi Academy, but maybe other schools as well, as we sort of delve into that week where we launch the Euros. So without further ado, I'm going to now bring in Mick, who looks like he's in a beer garden. Yep, it might be his actual garden. So you never know with Mick, and it is a Friday night. So let's see how it goes. Mick, how are you?
Aye, mate, it's not a beer garden. I wish it was. I bloody wish it was. No, I'm getting it live
Honestly,
in
mate,
here.
you never know. You just never know. Do you know what I mean?
Come on, I'm not that bad, am I?
I'm only kidding on. It just looked like a beer garden, to be honest, mate.
I know, honestly, mate, I wish it was. No, I went on daddy duty the night, so nah, none of that.
Oh, nice one. That's good, mate. Wayne's sleeping?
Ellie is, Lucas is playing his Switch, so aye, she's good. I've got the wee monitor here next to me, so if you hear a baby screaming in the background, that's what it is. But nah, all good. All good.
Good, mate. Good. I was just saying format tonight, probably just talk a wee bit about the journey, obviously, with Man On. You were one of the sort of founding fathers, obviously, back in the day. Thought a wee bit about that. And I said I'm going to give you the opportunity to gloat, obviously.
Would I do that? Come on, mate. I wouldn't do that.
I'll give you the opportunity because I was touching on this earlier. Like when we done the podcast, obviously it was the kind of the only season that Rangers actually done well in.
I don't really remember that one too much.
And you were stuck with me every week on a podcast with Murray.
I don't know how I never chucked that sooner. Honestly, I lasted a lot longer than I should have.
Do you want to know what's mad though? We actually remember we done the Euros. We done the Euros things in it, and this one's came out, and that's crazy, isn't it? Actually,
I know it's funny. How it works.
So we'll talk a bit about that, and then we'll talk about Euros because I know you're going, aren't you?
Aye. I've got tickets, but due to a family thing, I've not got flights yet, in just typical Mick fashion. So I've got tickets for the games, but I've not got my flights yet. But that'll be hopefully be sorted on Monday or Tuesday. But I've got the holidays for work, so I've got the main things apart for the travel. But I will get there.
So you've got holidays for work, you've got your tickets, but you're still going to be here.
I'll make it, mate. I'll definitely make it. I couldn't see it would be typical just following Scotland my whole life, going to all the games, and then we finally make a tournament with fans there, and I don't go. It would be typical, but no, I'm definitely going to be there, mate. I'd never forgive myself if I missed it, especially in Germany. That's a cracking place to go.
I know. We'll come on to that then, mate. Right. So first and foremost, your journey with Man On. So saying this to Craig, those early days. What was it like for yourself getting involved in it? Because we were in a pandemic. We were in the height of the pandemic. It felt like life was pretty shit, wasn't it? It was like there was a lot of kind of negative stuff happening. Like even thinking back to the news stories, and people getting wheeled out of hospitals and that with covers over them, and it was just horrid. But I think for me anyway, probably my mental health did take a dip in the pandemic, like everybody. But Man On just kind of gave me a consistent in that period, and you were a big part of that, mate. I think we had a lot of people think that would have been hard working at the pandemic, but we did have some laugh as well, didn't we?
No, but do you know, we made the most of a bad time, such a surreal time. It gave us a purpose in a way. I know we all had our families and stuff like that, but you couldn't leave the house. There wasn't really much you could do, and it gave us something to really continue building. I loved every second of it. I really did. It's actually mental how long ago it was and how much it's evolved and grown, which is brilliant to see. But it made a massive difference to me personally. I couldn't be more thankful to be involved in it for as long as I was. And as I said, it's brilliant to see it just grow and grow, and that's testament to you guys and the ones that have, Sam and Peter especially, that is Sparky. I was talking to him on Sunday, unfortunately, but no, it's testament to you guys for how much it's grown. You've done amazing, and obviously Moody and Craig as well, that right at the start.
And I think, like, going back to that, like, when I started it up, and I thought this is needed. I never really envisaged. I thought that the need was there, but I never really thought it would have went at that pace. Obviously, a pandemic sort of picked that up, but there was there's been moments, isn't there? There's been some hairy moments, kicking in flat doors and whatever else, all the kind of things that kind of came with it. But when you look,
there was one or two dodgy moments, shall we say? But
there was, mate.
Listen, as you said, I mean, when you started it, you couldn't have envisaged it growing as much as it did in such a short period of time. Obviously, you had your own personal reasons for starting it. You noticed there was a big gap. You noticed there was a need for this service. But, I mean, in your wildest dreams, you could never have imagined it being what it is now. Such a crucial, massive, well-known, respected and needed service. And it's not just in Inverclyde. I mean, you've seen how far out the reach goes. So it's honestly, I tell you all the time, mate. As much as when we don't talk about Fitbit, we do talk about Man On a lot, and we talk about how well you're doing, and it's brilliant to see, mate. And obviously you've been doing this for about 6.5 hours as well, so that's not easy. So you've done amazing, mate. You really have.
I'm on a home straight now, mate. We're on a home straight. I had to take a screen break here because I was like, just stare. You're not just staring at the screen. You're staring at the things coming in. You're staring at the comments back. You're staring at the views. It's pretty brutal, to be fair.
I was wondering, this is me being a bit morbid, right? But I was wondering, what if he needs the toilet and this is a live broadcast for 8 hours? And what happens here? Does he go on mute? Does he pause? I don't know. That's just the way my mind goes. Mate. I'm a bit fried, but
no, mate. I thought that day. That's how I just thought. I've just built in breaks, so I've just took like a couple of 20-minute breaks. And just I just sort of had to deal with whatever I've had to deal with. You know what I mean?
It's Friday. That's where my mind went. But as you've known me for a long time, mate, I'm not. It's just the way it is.
I know.
But no,
I'm actually sitting on the toilet now, mate, just in case. This is actually my bathroom.
Well, you thought I was in a beer garden, so you never know.
It's been some journey, mate. It's been some journey, and I think again. I think you were again. I said this to Craig, and I've said this to Murray, that I think what they offered was a different face to, obviously, my face, but different face. And I think you done that as well. Obviously, reached out and we get more people in off the back of yourself. And, I think at that period of time, it probably could have been easy for us to, just be happy within the pandemic and go back to our lives. But we sort of created a bit of a monster, really, and there was a real need. Do you know what I mean? And it just sort of felt like we need to kind of keep going with it, and then we evolved it. There on Burn Street obviously was our first space, and we had some good days in there, and then we then obviously evolved it down to Nelson Street. So it's been interesting to see it evolve with such a grassroots thing, to still try to keep the grassroots, but also really understanding the weight and expectation that it is when people come through your door, and how professional you need to be with it, and the training and everything else. Like, I always remember saying to you guys, if we end up doing this properly, like, there's so much work that needs to get put into it. You know what I mean? And obviously, you've helped massively with it, and kind of shaping it.
I mean, you had to go. You had to be professional. I think it was a unique idea to start with, and the support we offered to a lot of people was brilliant. But again, that can only go so far. You've got to put foundations there, professional foundations, where it can grow and be a proper organisation, a proper charity. Not to say that we won it at the start, but I mean, look at then to now. You've got to have things in place. You're dealing with people's lives at the end of the day, so. You've put the right training in place. Everybody's qualified. Are gaining the qualifications, and you've got a really professional structure. You've got the right people on the board as well. So you've got experienced people in the right places. But again, I'm dead thankful to be part of it, and I still consider myself a part of a massive bit at the start of it. Obviously, but but a lot of people have kind of moved on, went on to their own thing. But I definitely privileged to be a part of it for so long. And as I said, I just hope it keeps growing, and I think it will. I don't think I don't think it can do anything else other than grow. It's sorry, I'm getting put it alive out here. This is a bit of a nightmare. But no, it's good, mate. It really is. It'd be good to come back down the seas again as well. I think I'd moved away from it. Obviously, I had my own kind of career that I had to sort. Obviously the mortgage advisor stuff. So eventually got there, better later than never. But again, I just never had the time. Obviously, with Ellie there as well. She's a menace. She's got me wrapped around her wee finger. So she's the boss. So I've not really got much spare time anymore.
No, how is family life?
Good, mate. Aye, it's really good. The kids are superb. Kim's a pain in the ass, but no, the kids are absolutely amazing.
I know she says the same about you, but means it.
Can I remember after the podcast we used to have a wee section, and it was a wee Kim section, or it was a wee you and Marie used to love it. That was the best part of it. Used to brighten up everybody's day. But no, everyone's really good, mate. It's good. I'm working a hell of a lot. I'm working away. I'm not working from home anymore. So I'm always away, but I get all my weekends with them, so I don't really have to. I never have to work weekends anymore. But
brilliant.
It's great, mate. It really is.
Good, mate. Good. No, I'm glad to hear. So let's delve into football season, because obviously this is how we used to do our podcast before, right? So
yes, let's do. In fact, do you want to just speak and I'll just listen?
So let's go back to Ange, obviously. And Ange, dead obvious, wasn't it, when he was leaving? Like the interview, the Scottish Cup final interview, was the most awkward thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, it was just like pure. Stop asking me like game questions. He was all funny.
I know. It was good with the media though, but I think it was getting asked the same question all the time, and it was I'm only focused on the next game, mate. I'm only focused on the next game. That was it. Everybody knew he was away, but that's what it is. It was amazing for us, but you can't really go and get a shot at the Premier League. I don't really blame him for it, but he done wonders for us when we came in, because when you won that whatever title he's won, the COVID one, when you won that, I honestly thought that was like you were going to dominate for a while. I think you thought that as well. I know our mutual friend Mr. Bethel thought it. He's barely talking to me now. He's hardly messaged me. I thought hopefully he's still alright. Not spoken to in a while, but I thought it was going to be a couple of years at least of you dominating. I did, especially look at the rebuild that Ange had to do. I just did not see it at all, but it kind of worked in our favour, and it still has. But this season in particular was mental. It was crazy from start to finish.
It was. But I think you can't blame obviously Ange for taking a decision to leave. You know what I mean? Like Spurs they're not as big a club as Celtic, but they're this new stadium, London, massive transfer budget. Probably, like, although they seem to do all right each season, they've probably not ever achieved their potential either, no era anyway. They always seem to be kind of nearly men, don't they? So it's a bit of a low bar, I think, to go in and do well. Don't get us wrong, following the footsteps of some brilliant managers that they've had. So it was pretty difficult for them to knock it back, but I did think that it would have been a transitional season after him, to be honest, and I think in a way it probably still was, but I think obviously Celtic just managed to get it over the line. But when Rodgers came in, did you want him?
Right. Do you know what? I think in terms of, we're not going to get a better manager than him, right? I think that's being honest, but we were only going to get a better manager. Didn't like how he left at all, and I knew it was always going to split opinions, so I thought that's going to create a bit of a wedge between the fans and the team and the board and all that, which there still kind of is to an extent. But I just thought, from a footballing perspective, we're not going to get better than him. So get him back, actually give him money, which they kind of didn't really do, did we? So and hopefully it's different this season, but we seem to say that every year, and end up getting hounded in Europe. But I just look at who else we could have got, and I'm thinking, no, it's the only option. So I'd rather keep Ange, obviously, but we couldn't. So he was easily the best option that we could have had.
And he came in, as you say, it was like a bit of a mixed reaction. When there was obviously the Green Brigade stuff, there was I think they made it kind of quite known, wasn't it? And I think the opportunity was there for probably Rangers or anybody else really to make a claim for, kicking on. But you just go Rangers timeline at that point. Celtic actually started the league quite strong, and Rangers were all over the place under Beale, and it was pretty obvious
I
that
love Beale. I love him. In fact, you know, I was going to say this to you. Obviously, we chat about football privately, and I remember you put on something to do with, I think it was something on your Insta, right? And it was, I think QPR scored a really impressive goal, and you're like, oh, Beale ball, I need him at Rangers. And I was like, oh, I'm not so sure. And that backfired tremendously. You were so excited.
I was honestly, I was delighted when we brought him in. Delighted.
Well, you know, everybody said he was the brains, wasn't he, behind Gerrard winning the league, and maybe that's what he's got today. Maybe he's just a coach, but he's all the stuff about him about making his own Twitter up and bigging himself up for jobs and all that stuff. It's just, oh, what a guy, honestly. But
I think he clearly is obviously a well-respected coach, but
I'd say so.
I think it's then, particularly at elite level, it's then making that transfer over. I think clubs like Celtic and Rangers, I think you need to be a bit of a kind of a figurehead as well. I think because you carry the expectations there. I mean, I'll go back to another guy who was a really good coach. He's done all right in other clubs, but Tony Mowbray, was like a great coach. Fitba was unbelievable. Tony Mowbray's Fitba was unbelievable. Maybe not Celtic.
See, like, is this what you've got to step into? Is this why you bring Tony Mowbray up? Come on.
No, but I'm just saying,
you're right. His Fitba was really good. In fact, that a few teams his Fitba was really good because I was quite excited when it came to us, and it's probably one of the worst seasons I've seen us have.
It's very difficult, Button, to make that transition. I think if you're not got that gravitas about you, do you know what I mean? You've seen it with Ange, and even Rodgers coming in. I mean, it never faced Rodgers. Do you know what I mean? And I think you could even see when, as the season went on, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, he's under pressure." When it was John Beaton and stuff, and it was the stuff about the ref, it's him cragging. And I actually says to my son, I says to Zach, I was like, "No, he's doing the mind games. He's this is him kind of coming alive a wee bit." Do you know what I mean? You could actually see him starting to pull things out and get bits out of players. And really, it was only when that backs to the wall stuff started happening, when Rangers started to look like, they built up by obviously Clement coming in. I think Rangers done Hearts 5-0, and Celtic were just wobbling round about that time.
It was great by a lot of teams, mate, with dodgy performances, and yous were looking really convincing for a while, especially that Hearts game. I remember that one. Yous were looking really, really good. I think it's just when push came to shove, I think that the 3-each game at Ibrox was absolutely crucial. It really, really was. I didn't expect that at all. I feared the worst because I thought I'd have bit your hand off for a draw, but as soon as before that game kicked off, I genuinely thought we lose this, we lose the league. All the momentums we use, but that was a really kind of turning point this season. Well, there was a few for us because I think we were away. The games we shouldn't have won were away to Motherwell and away to Hibs. Adamida. So these games were crucial, and quite a few turning points this season, but they were the main ones, I would say. But how are you feeling? How are you feeling with Clement in general? You'd have probably, when they came in, inherited a bit of a mess, didn't he? So you'd have been, they probably took that. Maybe I know, but you were in a powerful position at one point, but you'd have probably took a trophy and at least making a title race with it.
I think on paper, if you look at him coming in on paper, you would have took obviously the Aberdeen Cup final, which we just get by, to be fair, but you would have took that and winning your Europa League group up to Christmas. You would absolutely have took that. If somebody would have says to me, you're going to get into a split, pretty much level, with Celtic, I would have laughed at them for a start. I would never have thought that was going to happen. So I would have probably took that. You'll lose a Scottish Cup final against Celtic. I'd probably have expected that, to be honest, with this group of players. But I don't think that tells the full story. Do you know what I mean? I'm not putting all the blame on Clement either. Actually, I'm not going to put it on him because I think there's a kind of deep-rooted sort of culture issue at the club. I think there's a bigger problem at Rangers that runs deeper than Clement, Bale, and Gio, and that I think there is
same group of players, isn't it? Same group of players that are letting us down, I would say.
Absolutely.
It's an attitude and maybe a mindset where they're just not capable of dominating or winning leagues with fans there, no offence. But I think that could be it. And I think you'll probably see a big, massive turnover, similar to what we had when Ange took over. It's just a case of obviously him getting his own players in and if they're good enough or not. But again,
that was probably the best thing. That was probably the best thing to happen for Ange when he came in, was all these players had left or were leaving. And he just came in and basically just was able to go from scratch. And I think suppose this summer it'll be interesting. I'm more interested to see who goes out and who comes in, because I think if we can get, obviously you need to have replacements. I'm well aware of that, but if Clement deals with the big issues at the club in terms of the culture and the leadership group, and starts to try and empty players out, players who are probably, have been heroes at different times for us and done us a good service at bits. But if we're going to be honest, they've sort of failed time and time again, and that league title was in their grasps, and it should never have been. It should never have been. It probably would have been the worst Rangers team I've seen win a league in a long time, to be honest.
I think I've heard that argument for both sides. Whoever won it was going to be, it's probably the worst team in a long time to actually win it, because the standard's been poor. Let's be fair. I mean, other than a handful of games for us, the standard has been really poor. I think
it's not been great. I think even in Europe, Rangers kind of all right. The Betis game, which I was over at, it was amazing. That meant that we won our group, so we missed the next round and qualified, and then obviously went out against Benfica. It wasn't the worst. I mean, getting out against Benfica is not too bad, but
he's done well over there. It was just it's not no disgrace going out to them, is it? But the use have handled yourself really well in Europe. But it's I'm not saying anything about Celtic in Europe. There's nothing to say over the last. It's been 20 years since we qualified out a group, whether it's Champions League, Europa, or just it's not good enough.
Well, how do you fix that next season? You reckon? How does Rodgers fix that?
I don't know. To be honest, it's a hard one. He needs money to spend. We can't just keep relying on the same we'll get projects, but it's drawn at where do you draw the line? Because we're not going to bring in, see this, we're going to spend 10-15 million on a player. No, we're not. Right, let's be honest, no, we're not, because that means you're 40-50 plus grand in wages. So it's finding players that aren't always projects, but they're not world class. It's a really hard line. We've got to get recruitment right. We've got to get somebody in that knows what they're doing. The recruitment that we've had is minus a few gems like Matt O'Reilly and Hatate. That's been dreadful. Let's be fair. There's been a lot. I mean, we could easily get rid of 10 to 15 bodies. I mean, James McCarthy, he was given a 4-year deal. Right, come on, what's going on?
He's still there.
He's still there. I think he's still in the programmes. But
is that who Hoopy the Hound was last week?
Honestly, mate, it's wild. But again, it's when we've got a lot of money for the Champions League, but how many people go on Super Scoreboard saying that you think they're accountants? Oh, we've got 80 million, we've got 90 million. Look, we've got a lot. There's a lot of money there, right? Champions League will bring more money. Matt O'Reilly's probably going to go, but you've got to bring decent people in. You can't just keep spending 1-2 million players on 19-year-olds. There's too many players like that already. We need to get better. We need to get ones that are ready to come in and actually make a dent in Europe. But it's easier said than done, obviously. There's not a lot of people want to come and play in Scotland, do they? So it's a hard sell at times.
It's straight into the Champions League, isn't it?
Aye. For this will be the last season.
Is it?
Because you keep letting the coefficient down, you know what I mean? It's very much on us and everybody else. But I'm sure this is the last season, and then I'm not sure what league it is that's overtook it. Sort of, I can't remember who it is. It's definitely our last one. But you can, what do you know? Are you in the third qualifying round or second? Do you know what's?
We go in at the third, and then it's a playoff. So I had a wee look today. I think we could potentially get Fenerbahce. We've just get Mourinho. Mourinho's just went to Fenerbahce. Aye.
I seen on Twitter Ryan Kent's leaving there, and a lot of people are wanting him back. Would you take him?
No.
Nah,
just part of the same group, really. Part of the same problem. Part of the same issue. I think Kent's problem probably was not generating enough numbers. Not generating enough numbers in his game, and just going missing for large periods of seasons and things like that. Like it's not what you're wanting. You don't want to go back the way you start doing that. It needs to be somebody that's been worth their weight. Do you know what I mean? To do that, but can I see that?
To be fair, at least to Ryan Kent's favour, it doesn't say Shushburger on Insta, so that's one thing you've got to say.
This is part of the problem. I think I was talking to. I was on a podcast actually a couple of weeks ago, and Kevin Thompson was on it. He was talking about the standards that Walter Smith used to set and stuff like that, and Walter Smith bringing him into after about maybe 5 or 6 games with Rangers, he brought him into his office and he says, "How do you think you're playing?" He's like, "Aye, good, all right, settled in good and doing all right in the games." And Walter, basically says, "Do you think all right? It's just good at this club. That's not good enough." Basically, as if he's walking about just accepting he's a good 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 every week. So kind of brought him down to earth a bit, and you just wonder about the Schussburger stuff. And I mean, what is he?
But
You
you
know,
just you get a hold of having the changing room, wouldn't you, for saying stuff like, because you know it's going to come back and bite him on the arse as soon as it goes pear shaped, which it did. It's just I don't know. It's just a modern player now, but it's just that's one thing about football that's a bit minging now. You just get people like that, and I think you've got too much access to them, so you see all this nonsense and all the TikTok stuff. I'm just not. Maybe we're just
I
getting
think,
old, but it's just not for me at all.
nah, it's not for me. But I also think as well, like, I think there's a lot of similarities, although they're completely different in terms of financial issues and their size. But I think there's a lot of similarities between Rangers and Man United at the minute in terms of, players at the club for ages that are just not pulling their weight. Don't get us
Aye.
wrong, Man United managed to win a cup and we couldn't, but, I think, coming up against a club that seems to, in the same city, that seems to win most times, and just players at a club that are just nogging their all. Like, there's just, I just get that feeling at Rangers that's kind of where it's at. So I think there's bigger issues there. I don't know if Clement will fix them. I don't know if he's got the capabilities of fixing them. I think the biggest bits for Rangers this year is who goes out the door. And that's but we'll see. Seems like we're a fair bit away for, although it sounds mad because it could have went down closer to the wire. I just feel that it was always going to get like. I feel if Rangers were going to win that league, they would have to split with a 6 or a 7 point advantage.
Aye.
Because they were always going to fumble at some point. You know what I mean?
And I'm always going to laugh at it. So long may it continue, my friend. Sorry, mate,
So-
but I had to get you back. Cause that pandemic season killed me, and you know it did.
I
You,
know.
Bethel, Murray, Craig. I was surrounded by you every day, and I
It
stuck
was
it through.
glorious. It was glorious, to be fair.
Aye,
But
wasn't it?
we've got that done and dusted now, so we'll put that to bed and never talk about it again.
Okay,
So
mate.
we've got Euros, mate. How are you feeling about Euros? Get your flight sorted, hopefully.
I know, no, listen, I will, mate. I will. It's to be honest, it's a family thing that's kind of held up a wee bit. So it's on Kim's side, so I'm blaming her. No, so it should be okay, should be all right. But no, I'm confident, mate. I'm optimistic. How can you not be? It's be good to make history and be the first Scotland team actually get out of that group, which is a mental statistic. But it's going to be an amazing occasion. I think there's going to be people saying there's 200,000 Scotland fans, maybe more, 300. I don't know, but it's going to be what a time it's going to be. Even over here, we're jumping. The atmosphere should be amazing because obviously you came up mine for the last Euros, and it was good. Obviously, you're only allowed X amount of people in it and stuff like that, so it wasn't the same, but we made the most of it. But yes, it'll be completely different. It's just I hope they show up because recent form's not been great at all, and I know we've been kind of hit with a lot of injuries. Lyndon Dykes today apparently stretched of their trainings, but Switzerland and Hungary, we should be able to confident of going against these teams. Germany's just a free hit, I think. But I'm optimistic. But you know me, I'll always be optimistic. It doesn't matter who we're playing.
I was actually talking about it earlier on a couple of years ago on this. In Germany does feel like a free hit. It's the hosts. It's the tap pot. Decent, obviously, like more than decent world class players. And probably. I don't know if I think they're probably maybe top 6 favourites or something in there. I would imagine. Like, I don't think they're proper favourites. I think it's actually England that are the favourites in France.
Saying that, got to understand why though. I mean, their team's frightening. It really is. It's just.
I think at the back is where they have problems. But I was just saying today in terms of the 2 games. Then obviously, if we start off with Germany, probably be a tricky game. How do you see that one going?
It's hard to say, mate. It really is. You don't know. I don't know if they'll be feeling the pressure because obviously they're a host nation. That's the opening game, but I don't know. You got to have a decent start, but obviously you'd absolutely kill for a draw. But just go at them, mate. There's nothing to lose. Just go for it. Absolutely go for it. And you've got 2 games against a much weaker opposition to pull points. I think. I don't know if we finish third. I'm sure I think if we finish third, if we get a win, that should be enough to maybe see us through. I think the way the new format is. So. But we'll see. I thought we had a chance last time, and it didn't go for us. So you just don't know how it's going to go. But Germany just go for it, fearless. And I think we Ben Doak might get a wee shot. I think he might get on and surprise people. Offer something a bit different. Because up top we're not. I mean, Shea Adams has had a good season, but we're not blessed with a lot of blistering pace or power. But Ben Doak, I know he's a young boy that's been injured, but you never know. I'd give him a chance.
Absolutely, I would say it's that kind of wild card, isn't it? Where it's not many people be expecting him to play. Not many people will be expecting him to kind of. They'll be looking in if you're looking at analysing Scotland, you're looking at your McGinns, your Robertsons, your key players, your McTominays and stuff. How do you stop them? But I think the wee man would kind of come out for pretty much nowhere because he's he plays for Scotland yet?
No, he's not even done that. This is his first call up for the senior team. He's obviously played for under 18s or whatever. He's not he's played for under 21s, I'm sure, as well, quite a few times. But he's not played for a senior squad. But again, it's just, what's the point of holding him back if he's got talent, if he can give something different? Even maybe saying start him against Germany, but if we're behind or we're chasing something, bring him on, give him a chance. Last 15-20, let him go up players, because they wouldn't expect that for a Scotland team.
Absolutely. And see, the thing is too, see if you're thinking about the Germany game, you keep it tight, you're going to get space in behind, aren't you? Because they're going to push up. So you're going to get opportunities. Shankland's not really going to break your lines by much runs, you know what I mean? You get players that will pass and break your lines, but getting that ball over the top for a wee man to get onto, if you can get him there and you can get Shankland at that. Because one thing about Lawrence Shankland that I love actually about Lawrence Shankland, he's kind of like a sort of B&M version of Harry Kane. You know what I mean? He's like, he can drop deep, and some of his passing is unbelievable. His range of passing for a striker is frightening. So if he's dropping deep, pinging it in man behind, he's not got much of a sprint on him, Shankland. But his arrival, his runs into the box are unbelievable. Like, he's such a kind of, he's got a football brain, you can see it. So he's, especially with Big Dykes injured, he's definitely your man up front. But it's getting pace run about him in it, because he's not got it. He's not got the legs.
No, he's not. But I mean, again, he's one of these people that if he gets one chance, you're expecting him to bury it. So he'll get game time. He'll get a good bit of game time, I'm hoping. Between him and Adams, and again, obviously we've got goals in midfield with McGinn and McTominay as well. So we've got options there. That's why I'm optimistic. We've not. This is probably the best team we've had, and God knows how long, as long as I've watched them anyway. So fingers crossed, mate. I'm hopeful.
Strongest in midfield, I would say. So our midfield's frightening. Like, it's incredible. It's kind of frightening where you wouldn't think, that even if Lewis Ferguson was fit, he probably would, as much as I would play him and find a space for him, you're probably thinking, who do you take out for him, because the midfield is so strong.
And Steve Clark's not going to take anybody out now, because I think if he was going to, he would have started Ferguson in a couple of the friendly. I think he maybe started one, did he, or he got on in the second half? I'm not too sure, but
you did play one of them. You did play.
He's not been given a lot of game time. He knows, he sticks to what he knows. He's a creature of habit, Steve Clark, so he knows exactly what he's going to stick to. And to be fair, the ones in midfield haven't really let Scotland down, but Ferguson what a season he's had. But it's a shame that he's not fit, but it's just one of them situations. But he's still young, so he'll have plenty of time for future squads, because Callum McGregor's in his 30s, John McGinn's in his 30s, so I think his are just touching 30. So obviously Gilmore's young, but we've got options, and we've got good players coming through, which is good. So future.
It's I'm optimistic, mate. I'm not going because I'm not going over, because I'm going on holiday on the 20th of June. But I will be able to see two of the games here, and then I'll see the third game, which will hopefully be decisive in for us hopefully getting through. Hopefully, see that over in Marmaris. So I'll probably be in a Scotland bar or something like that.
Ibrox bar.
They'll have England game on, mate.
Aye, probably. Aye. Well, I'll be here. I'll be here for the Germany game for sure. I'm only going. I was only planning to go over for the two games that I'm meant to be going to. So could maybe catch up with you for that if you're about here.
Yeah. I think I'm looking to get to Top Golf or something. So something a wee bit different. But I keep us posted, mate. But so flights getting sorted with the flights then, and then that's you.
Aye, that's it, mate. Aye. So Monday I'll report back in Monday, hopefully with some details, some progress.
Now, I'm going to ask you what your thoughts are on potential, because I've been watching it, obviously. I actually watched like a BT Sport sort of documentary on it, but it was like more UEFA based, and it was like looking at the teams and stuff and who was going to be there. And I think a big feeling in Europe with France is that England could win it. What's your kind of thoughts on that? Like, do you think they could win it, or do you think it's France's?
I think if you look at the squad, I think England are rightfully favourites, which I bloody hate myself for saying that, but it's hard to see past. I mean, the middle to front is just you don't really get much better than that. I think France are the only ones that can stop them, realistically. But I think the difference is France have been there and done it quite a few times with recent Euros wins. I think they won Euros in 2000. They've won a World Cup a couple of times in the last kind of 20 year. Whereas England, they're obviously their fan base and their pundits, their media, they're all hounding them. So I think the pressure, they always fall under the weight of the pressure all the time. So that, and plus they've got Gareth Southgate. So I think that's the only kind of things that I'm hopeful for that they'll fail. But aye, it's between them or France for me. It's hard to see past. It's hard to see anybody else. The other countries aren't as good as what they were, like Holland, Spain, etc. They're not as strong as what they once were.
No, they're definitely not. They're definitely not. I just have a wee feeling. I was watching that same programme. It was actually good. Something for an hour. It was like a wee documentary, and there was a wee bit about Spain, and it was just sort of, I don't know. It just sort of feel as if they're flying under the radar a wee bit. So I think that's who I'm going to have a wee eye on. But I love the football, mate. I love it when it's on. Like, I thought the last World Cup, as much as there was a lot of issues about it being where it was, and also like the time of the year and stuff, it's just class just having wall-to-wall football, man.
You can't beat it, mate. There's nothing better. Just constant football all day, every day. That's it. That's all we want.
I know. So when I go to Marmaris, it's like 3 or 4 games a day for, I think there's 2 days where there's no football, where it takes a break when it sort of winds down the group stage to go into the knockout stages. So I think there's 2 days. So I honestly don't know what I'm going to do for them 2 days.
I know, mate. We'll think of something. I'll plan some activities for you. You'll be fine. You'll get through it, mate.
No, I'm looking forward to it, mate. I'm looking forward to it. Well, I hope you have a good one when you get over there, mate. I'll maybe see you before then, but I appreciate you coming on, mate. I know you're a busy man with family and working at, so thanks for your time, mate.
Anytime, mate, and keep up the good work. You know the guys.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. Take care, man.
See you
later.
Bye.
Bye. So thank you so much to Mick there for coming in and engaging so well about, you know, a journey that he's had with you know, Man On, and when you look at, you know, where he's been and helping us right at that time, and they'll talk about reviewing the last Euros and stuff like that, and I think we're looking at this Euros, it's absolutely crazy to kind of look at the distance that it's travelled and how far we've went. So aye, really good to do that and reflect a wee bit back into, you know, the journey of Man On, and then we think of the 1,000+ people that we've supported across Inverclyde and the West, and it's just a great reflection point to look at. So I'm going to take another wee screen break, get the lights and stuff on in here, make it a wee bit brighter, and then we'll be going for the kind of home straight. So thank you for everybody that's tuning in, and I'll see you again shortly. Right, where are you? Hello, everybody. You need to put your head there, innit? Hello, we're back for the final straight now. We have 40 minutes to go. And I thought I would bring in a special guest, my daughter Aria. Saying hello.
Hi.
So, I thought I'd bring Aria in. Aria, so obviously you know where I work. Man on. What do you think of it? What does Man on mean to you?
Good, and I like it
You like it? What do you like it for?
because
Talk loud.
because I like that you made it and that it helps lots of people.
It helps lots of people. You've been in a few times, haven't you?
Yeah,
What do you think of the building?
it's really big and I like it. I like your office.
You like my office?
Yeah,
Do you?
yeah,
Good, good. What do you like my office for?
because there's tons of comfy chairs.
It's only a couple of comfy chairs.
Yeah,
So you know,
I like them.
do you talk about? So you're in Moorfoot Primary, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you talk about? Mental health in school?
yeah. Every time a teacher, like one time, like one of my teachers brought it up and they told me to talk about it in front of the class.
Right.
Because they know what you've done. So
All right. Okay. So what did you say?
I just said that it made it to like help other people
Mhm.
and make sure that other people were okay.
Yeah. So it's about creating a wee space where people can come and get help, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Nice one. So is there anything else you want to say?
No.
No. Is that you? Quite happy? Right. You want to say bye-bye?
Bye.
So we're in the home straight now. We have 40 minutes to go. My eyes are starting to kind of come together a wee bit. I'm starting to get a wee bit tired just staring at a screen. I've tried to take as much breaks as I can. Back and forward. So yeah, it's been a good wee day. I'm going to try and bring up the link to look at how much we've sort of generated, who's generated it. Right, I think this is it. Yeah. So I'm just going to give a wee shout out to everybody that donated for us, and everybody that donated money, and all the people that have supported our work. Quite a fair amount here. So our first donation was £10. That's an anonymous person on Just Giving. We'll try and get their details because every person that's donated at least £10 will get put into a random generator for when we are doing our prizes. So prizes up to now are sort of things like vouchers and stuff in the town for meals, hair, free haircuts, various different things. So we'll make sure that we do a random generator for the people that have donated into this and donated into other fundraisers. Katie Byrne, who is also my godmother and auntie. Amazing, well done. So proud, £25 she donated. Thank you so much. That includes gift aid as well, £6.25. So again, really, really appreciate that. Nikki and Natalie Lowe, £50 donation plus £12.50 gift aid. Brilliant from yourselves, and thanks to Nicky for his ongoing support with the charity. It's been great to announce him in as our football academy lead, and he's really taking things forward. Connor Nielsen, £10 plus gift aid. Thanks very much, Connor. And Connor was the person who kindly managed to get the video sorted for Greg Taylor, which was great. Isabel McMaster donated. I'm not unsure how much it is, but obviously she's my mum. Unsure of the amount, but thank you so much. Uncle Billy, £30 plus gift aid. We shout out for him. Thank you so much. My wife Maxine with a donation. My brother Darren, £20 plus £5 gift aid. Richie McMaster, my mum's husband, £20 plus gifted. Thank you, Richie. And McKendry, £20 plus £5 gifted. This donation was £100 plus £25 gifted from an anonymous person. I think I know who that might be, but thank you so much for that. Carol Burney is donated £20 plus £5 gifted. Thank you. Roy and Francis, £50 plus £12.50 gifted. Then we're going into our organisation. So Lockray Limited, thank you so much. £100 plus £25 gifted. Thanks for everything. Luke's Casa, £100. PG Paper, £100. Search, £100. Julie Harvey, £10 and gifted. Robert Burns, £100 plus gifted. Thank you so much, Robert. Another great organisation, Loud and Clear Hi-Fi, £100. Clyde Eats, £50. Thank you, Janine, for that. Burness Paul, as I touched on, £200. Amazing, absolutely amazing for them to donate and support in such a high amount. Really appreciate that. Amanda, £10. Brian Fulton, £16.90 plus £4.23 gifted. Brian with a subtle Fitbit message in there, but I cheers for that. Stephen Payton, £10 plus gifted. Brilliant. Amy Faulkner, £50 plus £12.50 gifted. Amy, I believe the same Amy as the teacher at St Columbus, who's really engaging, brilliant with us. Barbara Porter, £20 plus £5 gifted. Cheers, Barbara. She also helps us out in Virgin Money anytime I go in with a problem. And Jamie Williams, one of my oldest friends from school, £10 plus £2.50 gifted. Thanks very much to you, Jambo. So, just to recap for everything that we do with the money, you know, the work is life-saving. This 8 hours was spent today on my day off. Don't get me wrong, I did have to plug into work for something this morning, but this is meant to be my day off. Today's awareness of our work through an online stream. The guests we've had on have been great. Hopefully get a couple on just to say some final words. And we've spoke about suicide prevention, we've spoke about wellbeing, we've spoke about sport and everything in between. For every £10 that's been donated, we can commit volunteers to engage in our sessions in the centre and get our members a wellbeing text or a call. For every £20 you donate, you provide an hour-long session with our wellbeing workers with a cup of tea and a snack. So if you've donated £20, like Barbara Porter, that's what you've provided there. For Jamie, the £10 that Jamie's donated, you know, we've got volunteers engaged with our sessions, helping me text message or calls. For every £30 we donate, we can provide a worker for a group session, delivering vital peer support to the community. On average, our safe plans take 3 to 4 sessions to complete, so for every £50 you donate, you could save a life. And again, huge thanks to the organisations that have sponsored the hours for £100, giving us the opportunity to sort of share a bit about their business. And to be fair, none of them were really wanting us to do that, they just wanted to give the money. And as I've said, for every £10 that's been donated, you'll get a raffle ticket for a number of prizes that will be drawn. We were hoping to do that on the night, but we're going to get that sort of done later on and get that moved forward. So yeah, we're going to go into the final straight now. I'm going to hopefully bring back a couple of the people who engaged with us tonight and sort of come in at various different plans at different points. And I'll just invite them in as we go. So going to start with somebody who was in earlier, and that is Sparky. Sparky, how you doing?
How we doing, mate? How's things? All right?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. How are you?
How are you feeling now?
I'm tired now, mate. I'm feeling my eyes going a bit, to be honest. Like I'm feeling them like that sort of thing. But it's just been staring at the screen and try to do all the other things but I'm pretty tired, mate. It's been a long day.
Good to see you on as well, so it was.
I know. They're keeping me going. Do you know what I mean? They're keeping me going. So it was good to see them. I'll keep you here just now, mate. I'm going to add in Kay. Kay, how are you?
We're fine. We're just in our 90, putting our 6-year-old grandson to bed, and had to, when you said, do you want to join the podcast, dive out, put my t-shirt and my jeans back on to join the podcast. The joys of a multitasking nana.
No, I know. No, it's good to see you back on. You started it with me obviously at 2 o'clock. We're now getting into 10 o'clock, so we're nearly there.
Yeah, we're nearly there. And I was one of the 4 people on YouTube watching. I don't do Twitter. And when you were like that, there's only 4 people. I was thinking, I know, but I'm one of those people watching.
Brilliant. It's a new thing for us, like the StreamYard thing. There's probably better ways to scale it out and get it out there. But I'm not really up to speed on a lot of that stuff. But I mean, for what it's cost us, we've only spent 20 quid on it, and we've brought in probably 1,700 quid. So, no brainer. But the Twitter again, the check on that. Let me have a wee look at it.
It was over 3,000 when we were texting earlier.
It's been really busy. So 888 on it live at the minute, watching it, and 3,200 views on Twitter, which is great. And we've been getting some really nice messages. So this message here from my aunt, sort of proud of you and everything you all do for Inverclyde, which is really nice. Thank you so much for that. And a message here from Stacey. Well done, everyone. So proud of being part of this journey, which is great. Now we need to remember that Stacey's avoided coming on here twice now, right? So she's next.
I know she was supposed to be on with me at 2 o'clock. And then
next.
you were like that, oh hello, here's Kay. I was like that, where's Stacey? I thought Stacey was coming on.
She seems to try and avoid the camera as much as possible.
Absolutely. For such a
you
glamorous woman, I just don't understand that actually.
She was calling me a snake last week too, wasn't she?
What?
She was calling me a snake in work last week. Do you know what I mean?
she thinks she can get away with it by putting the comments in and keeping them going. But I show your face, Stacey. Come on, let's see you.
I know, be brave, girl power and all that. Come on.
Only half an hour left.
Jump
so
on.
We've got another person in the waiting area. I don't know if they're struggling with their camera right enough or they're just coming on to talk via the voice. But we mentioned Talk On as our service, and Sam mentioned Isabel, the worker who deals with Talk On. So I'm going to try and bring her in. Hopefully we can at least hear some audio. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I don't know why my camera's not working. It should be on. No idea.
Hi Isabel, how you doing?
Hello, hi, I'm fine. How are you? I might try and get Richie to fix the camera. I've got no idea what's going on. It's on, the mic's on, the camera's on.
We can hear you anyway.
That's
fine. How are you?
I'm good, yes. I'm done at a caravan, so my last night at the caravan, back up the road tomorrow. Get a wee bit of sunburn the day, so...
You doing there living the good life, are you?
I've read 2 books.
Oh.
Exciting.
Listen, you're making Chris jealous. He's been sitting in his living room in this for 8 hours, and you're telling him you've got a blinking suntan, for goodness sake.
I was watching him.
Talk about rubbing it in.
I was watching.
It's been a long slog.
It's been a busy day for you.
It has been. So tell us a wee bit about Talk On then. How is it going? What's your sort of best moments? We've obviously spoke a wee bit about the Ladies' Day, but I suppose throughout the day we've spoke about the power of connection, community, peer support, time, space, compassion, trauma-informed, all the kind of stuff. But really it's all about that core of relationships and connection, which we obviously have massively on Tuesday mornings when we've got our ladies in for their services, and we've got their kids in and the family and everybody connected to it. So tell us a wee bit about Talk On.
I had left Talk On to start a new job, but come back to it. Begged my work for a Tuesday off to come back and get back to Talk On because I'd missed it so much. It was great just getting welcomed back by the ladies that had been there since day dot. The same ladies that had welcomed me when I was a member. Because that's been my journey. I went from a member to a volunteer to the one that does the group on the Tuesday morning. And it's the relationships that you build, and it's not just that I'm building relationships, they're building relationships with each other, which is really good to see, and they support each other. It's not like they'll go away from the group and they just don't bother tapping in with each other to check how they're getting on, sort of thing. It is really good to see that they've supported each other. The volunteer that I've got on a Tuesday morning, Gemma, she is fantastic. The things that she's juggling, and she still rocks up on a Tuesday morning with a smile on her face and just so open and honest about her experiences when she's trying to support other women that are going through stuff. So it's really refreshing to see the honesty that's in the group.
I can certainly attest to that, Isabel. That was something I was very struck by when I visited the group. You know, like one girl was looking at one particular issue and a couple of the girls were saying, oh, have you tried this? And if you go there, and in fact, I'll look it up for you and I'll give you a number. It was great. And I thought, you know, the kind of relaxed atmosphere that you've been able to have within the group, yeah, you're there to facilitate, but you very much stand back and let the women support one another. And I was very struck by that, because sometimes when you go into groups, whoever's leading or facilitating the group, they want to lead it, but you led it in a really nice way that allowed the women to draw on their own experience, their own life experience, and support one another, and that was lovely to see.
Thanks, Kay.
Aye.
I don't do that meaning to do that.
Do you remember I said earlier, Chris, sometimes when you're doing a skills audit with people, they go, oh, but that's just what I do. That is a classic example of someone not realising they've got a real skill set. That's a real skill to be able to do what Isabel does, but she doesn't recognise it as a skill, and that's why you do skills audits with people, to try and let them recognise the skills that they've got in the work that they do.
Absolutely. No, it's great. I think it's brilliant to see it grow. Got a few more people in the waiting room, so I'm going to see if I can bring people in. They call it the green room, but it's not quite Jonathan Ross, but we'll get it back. Just a wee comment that I've got on here. So proud of you, sis. You do for everything you do for everyone, and the work you do for Talkon's amazing. Thanks for always being there for me and the support since I lost Alan. So just a wee comment on Alan. Alan was is our uncle, my uncle, but Alan sadly passed away in the pandemic very suddenly. And with footballing really, left a big hole for everybody, but more so my Aunt Catherine, obviously, who lost her sort of soulmate, and a great guy, and just it was just a sudden death that rocked us so much, but just reminds us how important life is, and how important you need to enjoy the moments that we've got, and just a wee thought for Alan. So, okay, I will bring in Craig now. Craig Doherty. Craig, how are you? Wait, you're on mute, mate. 2 seconds.
How's it going?
Hi, good.
Everybody loving the hair.
Oh, how's things?
Mate, I'm all right. I'm all right now. I'm all right because I've got all yours.
It's been some shift, mate, but it's going well. I've been watching on Twitter. Quite a lot of viewers.
I know it's pretty wild, to be fair. It's quite cool. A lot of call. I've had hundreds of messages. Couple of people done the text thing. We're up to 1,000 now live viewers on Twitter. So that's 1,000 people seeing your Barnet that's never seen it before, mate.
Good way to break it in.
Love it, mate. Love it. So, Craig, just a wee message to me, mate. Just again, while you're here and while Kay's here, thanks for everything you've done those foundation years again. It was really. I just had Mick on there, and it was good actually getting him on to see what he's doing. So he's the only person I know that's got tickets to the games for Scotland. He's got the annual leave, but he doesn't have flights. So
doesn't surprise me.
I know, it's hilarious, isn't it? But cheers for everything that you've done, mate. I appreciate it. Got more people waiting in the wings, so just...
Chrissy, I'll pop out now, right? But if you've got enough people now, right? Well
Cool,
done,
cheers.
and I'll see you all later, right? Take care.
Cheers, mate. See ya.
Later. Right, bye.
Cheers. So we were obviously given a wee bit of a roasting to one of our staff for avoiding us. But it looks like she's going to make an audio appearance only. So let's bring her in. Stacey, how you doing?
Hello. I thought I'd better come on and defend myself, you know.
So where have you been?
I've been hiding, and you know how I feel about coming out of hiding without any eyebrows on, Christopher. So that's how I'm audio only this evening. Thanks.
Where's your eyebrows?
They've been wiped off. They're hanging up on the back of a cupboard door.
Oh, funny. How are you?
I'm good. You've done well. You've put in a shift. I've been watching you along the way.
I know, it's been there's been moments, don't get us wrong, you're staring at a screen, it's this like dashboard kind of thing where there's hundreds of things popping off, and there's comments and there's different things, and I'm going to bring Scott in a second who's spoke a wee bit about his journey being a member and doing a wee bit for us. He's doing his own fundraiser, but he does this stuff all the time. So in fact, Scott, I'm going to bring you in just now actually. How do you do this, Scott, all the time? How do you manage this with podcasts and different things?
Don't know, mate. Comes naturally when you're the best at it, does it not?
It's really tricky. It's really tricky, but it's tricky. But Stacey, how are you feeling about, obviously this is a big bit about fundraising, which I know you're driving forward quite a lot of it, but are you happy with the sort of, looks like maybe get about 16, 17 quid, I think, once we get gifted, maybe more? Happy with that?
Aye, I think you've earned your wage. Anyway, Chris, we'll keep you on for another couple of weeks anyway.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
No, it's been great, and everybody's always so supportive, and even when I've put the post up earlier to share the link, and just thanking everybody again, as you touched on earlier on, it's everything we do, the whole community always gets behind us, and we so appreciate it. You know, we've got people coming to us asking if they can raise money, and you know, doing different events throughout the year, and it's humbling, to say the least.
Aye, absolutely. So do you want to tell us a wee bit about the fundraising plans, how people can get involved in other things we've got coming on over the rest of the year? Because I know you've got things planned all the way through, haven't you?
We have. We've taken on the lovely James Crawford. He's going to be doing lots of things on social media to raise money as well. But we've got lots of things in the pipeline. We've got Adam, obviously, is doing his boxing fight. That's in July. We've got Craig Archdeacon and his workmates at Waterstones. They are doing lots of fundraising throughout the year. He does have a target for 10 grand, which I'm holding him to. We've got our second Talk On Ladies Day, which will be held on the 3rd of August within the Wanderers Rugby Club. So big shout out to them, because they've been really supportive for everything, AGMs, everything. So they've been great. And then the biggie at the end of the year, which there'll be more information to follow, is my first ever black tie fundraising ball. Yep, whoop whoop, okay. So apart from my wedding, it's probably the biggest event that I've ever done. So there's been a few tears along the way so far, but I've got a good team behind me, helping me along the way. I've got a subcommittee set up as well. A few members of the board helping me out. Craigie, you're one of them, legend. So there's loads of different things. If anybody wants to get involved, just drop me a wee email. and we can get you in, or I can give you a call and have a wee chat and just see what you've got planned. I know Stuart McCabe, he's raised a lot of money for us last year, and he's looking to potentially do a golf, like a kind of tournament. But I'll obviously have more information once he comes back to me with regards to that as well. So loads of things coming up and loads of things that people can get involved in. So just give me a shout if that's for you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Lots to plan, lots to do. I think as well, like, you know, we're talking about, you know, it's good to raise money, but we're also just always raising the profile and awareness about what we're doing as well, which is just as
Absolutely,
important.
yeah.
You know, it's just as important. So brilliant. I'm going to bring Sam in, who's patiently waiting in the wings there. I'll bring you in, Sam. Sam, obviously quite a packed wee screen now with quite a lot of people on it and talking. What's your kind of reflections on how things have been? And obviously we've got Scott in, who's going to be doing a fundraiser for us. Going to be running it, but we're going to run, Scott, you're going to run a 10k?
10k around Loch Lomond. I've never done like 5 or 10k before, so I'll do it. See how it ends up.
Well, Craig's actually got a running club, so Craig can tie you into that. There you go. You've got a new member, Craig, for your running club. You can get Scott doing that 10k. Sam, obviously a lot of powerful stuff we've discussed tonight. People have been talking about their personal experiences and how important the work is that we do, and I think a lot of it centres around with people that's in the room have been on the call. So what's your kind of thoughts on everything?
I think everybody that's been in the room sort of they've either they've made an impact with somebody else's life in the room as well, which I think is really important. Like the staff and volunteers, we support each other as much as we support the people that are coming through the door, which is really important for creating a good sort of atmosphere and that culture that we've been able to set. So I think it's been really good. The people who have been on have been incredible. Craig, I was going on with your hair, mate, but go it, man. It's like aerodynamic. Does it make you run faster? I don't know what's going on.
Thanks for you, mate.
Why not, man? Why not? Scott, it's good to see you. Isabel, it's good to see you. The head of family in. And good to see Kay and Stacey, as always. But it's been really, I think if it helps anybody watching this stream, and looking at the services that we provide, looking at the sort of culture that we've created, if anybody's wanting to get involved in that on a volunteering aspect, whether it's in a young person service, getting in touch with football, or helping the guys out on the Wednesdays in the groups, or whether it's in the adult service, male or female, drop us a message, let us know. We're always looking for more volunteers to get involved, to be part of our community as well.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sam. Kay, I'll come to you for some final words for you. I'll go in the room just to get everybody to kind of do a wee final, just goodbye and thank you to everybody, but pass over to yourself.
Thanks very much, Chris. Well, I'd like to thank Craig for the welcome he gave me as a trustee, as an interim chair, and then as a chair. Your support's been fantastic, Craig. So I just wanted to spend a wee bit of time saying that. It's been great working with you as well, Sam. I know we've had some phone calls about different things. We've met at team meetings. We've met here and there as I'm coming in and out the building. So it's lovely to have that kind of working relationship. I think the thing I would say is the quality of this service comes from the passion, the values and the dedication that everybody has. That is not something that can be paid for. That is not something that is easily replicated. And I think it's a massive part of the culture and how well you've all done, and why the communities, not only in Inverclyde but beyond, have embraced you guys and girls that are working in the services and done so well. So thank you for allowing me to be part of it. Thank you for your welcome. I've really loved every minute of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you. Scott, I'm going to come to yourself for a wee chat. Amy, how are you? All right? You good? Is that you just in for football?
Yeah.
Yeah. You
But-
score goals?
I put earlier on, that's how I wasn't on for half hour because we were away getting a football cards for a football book, and she got Haaland, who she's been waiting on for ages. But she also got an Eric Cantona legendary one where she's ecstatic over it. So she's like, I can't wait to take us into school to show everybody. So they're all jealous. So that's where I was.
Brilliant. The joys, mate. The joys. Scott, I'll come to yourself, mate. Thank you for coming on. Obviously, you were doing the wee review for the Euros, but also talking about your journey with Man On. So I just a wee couple of words for yourself, mate, to sort of summarise everything and look forward to your fundraiser.
I know, Chris. Cheers for having me on, mate. Like I say, this is a charity. It's needed in this area. I can only speak for this area, but it's badly needed. And the job you guys are doing are absolutely brilliant. So if there's anybody out there that can contribute towards it, get contributing. The last couple of pound can go a long way. So that's round about it. Chris, let's hope Scotland don't embarrass us too much at the Euros, mate.
I'm sure they won't, mate. I noticed you've got 50 quid in your fundraiser already. It was only started a couple of hours ago.
Aye. Well, the target's £500, but we're going to go higher than that, surely.
That's good, mate. That's good. Brilliant. Cheers, Scott. Thank you, mate. Stacey, I've come to you for some final thoughts. Just in terms of everything that's going on with the fundraising and the night and how we're going to move forward.
Well, I wanted to say thanks to you for doing this for the last 8 hours on your day off. So, big round of applause for you for for sitting there in front of your screen for that thing. But I also want to thank everybody that's donated, that's sponsored an hour, that's passed over comments, or like even just shared it on social media. It's been amazing. As I said before, the community spirit that we've got and surrounds Man On every single day is humbling, to say the least. And long may it continue. But our doors are always open. And if anybody needs any help or anything at all, not even like for any aspect, then just give us a shout. Just drop in at any time or send us a wee email and one of us will get back to you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Stacey. Thank you. Craig, come to yourself, mate, for a wee sort of update just for the night, what we've seen and how we move forward.
I just want to thank everybody that's been involved tonight. It's been amazing listening to all the guests, what they've had to say, how they've contributed to the charity and made it what it is over the years, and everybody that's donated, commented, shared. It's unreal. I think it just goes to show how massive the charity is in Inverclyde and even beyond. You hear some other people speaking about it in Paisley, Renfrewshire and stuff like that as well, in Glasgow. So it's well recognised in the work that you're doing. And also want to say a wee special thanks to you, Chris, for kind of being a mentor over these years as well. Even though I was in the chair position, like you were a sounding board to me as much as I was to you. So I just want to say a wee thanks, and also to Kay as well. Thanks for your words earlier. Means a lot, and you're doing an absolutely smashing job in the position you're in. And Sam, Peter, Brian, everybody involved, Stacey, like you all do an amazing job. So thanks very much.
Cheers, Craig. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. And last but not least, Isabel.
Hi. I just want to say how great it is to be involved in the charity and to be part of sort of representing it. I think that it is well needed. And I just want to say how proud I am of you and the strength that you, dedication that you've shown. It's very humbling for me. So Aye, I just hope it goes from strength to strength.
Are you greeting?
Just nearly.
Sounded it there, aye.
Yeah,
Sounded it.
my
But you
voice
were
is
greeting down that
cracking.
caravan.
My voice is cracking, but I'm alright.
That's all right.
Alright,
No,
I'm
thank you.
watching Britain's Got Talent, and I'm watching for the winner, so you're alright.
That'll make you greet me. Absolute
It
pain
is.
watching that nonsense.
It's me.
No, thank you, and everybody in the room. Thank you for always turning up. Thank you for doing what you're doing at the level that you're. Because if it wasn't for that, whether it's Talk On getting ran to a great standard and people coming and engaging with the work that happens there, whether it's yourself, Kay, coming in with all the experience in the world that you've had, but coming in very humble and just coming in and engaging with everybody, whether it be members, staff, volunteers, other trustees. An unbelievable person who's bringing so much to the charity, and we really appreciate it. Whether it was Craig with your just let's do it, let's get his sleeves rolled up, let's do this, let's get involved in this, let's put ourselves into territory where I was actually reading some old risk assessments recently, Craig, and I was like, there was some amount of work get put in back then. Like you kind of you forget a wee bit. We had likes of Sean who was involved with us and Dane Hunners of work, and you kind of forget a lot of that because you just get snowballed into it. So there was a lot of good work happening in those foundation phases, and I never want us to forget about that, because I think that's always grounds us, standing down at the back of the park for walking talks, and it's hammering down with rain and nobody else turns up and things like that. Those are the kind of moments where you just kind of get the feel like we need to keep going. We need to think about how we convey our messages better. And again, Sam, touched on this with yourself earlier on, your passion from coming in from that peer support level, and coming in and really wanting to drive it forward, using your own life experience, losing so many friends to suicide through your experiences and wanting to make that better. Watching you grow and develop over the last few years has been inspiring. You've really taken the role forward. Delivering assist with you is an absolute pleasure. It's a favourite part of my job, and it's great to see, mate. So well done. And Stacey, for everything that you do, including avoiding the camera, but apart from that, for everything that you do for the charity, the stuff in the background, the hard work that you put in. A lot of the work that you put in probably doesn't get the shiny stuff and noticed as well, and that's sometimes difficult because you're trickling through the mud, you're trying to get to the end goal, and you're having to do all the stuff that probably people just expect is going to happen, and we all know that it's not. It's the actual stuff that makes the magic happen and allows everybody else to go and do their job. So again, without yourself, how we couldn't have took the charity where we have. So every single one of you have contributed in your own way. We've had Sparky on. I spoke to Big Gary about coming on half an hour ago, but he said he was in a pub, which is fair dues, Friday night. Enjoy yourself. I think you need to have a chat with Big Gary, Sam. I think he likes the pub a bit, doesn't he? Big Gary.
He did get £500 for us today, though, Chris, so it's well deserved.
Brian, Peter, probably hunters that I've missed, people that have worked with in the past, people that have been in and out with different contracts, Nicky in the football, Kian are, career ready people, Michael who's helping out, there's so many people. Like I said it last Friday at the Greenock Juniors presentation night, where I says, look, we've supported all these people, but really it's down to the team. And, the guys stood up and they got a round of applause. And I thought, and Big Gary says to me, you're not getting that when you work in EE. Do you know what I mean? And that's where Gary came from. And it's, it's just nice that the community have taken it to its hearts. And, it's testament to, the people that's donating money, and they're putting, the income, their hard-earned income into your charity. And we really, really appreciate it. As I said, for every £10, we can put volunteers on the ground. For every £30, we can run peer support sessions. For every £50, we can donate, or we can create safe plans. So all this stuff goes a long way, and it's keeping people alive in our community. And it's not just keeping people alive; it's helping people to thrive. People are thriving because of Man On. They're not lonely. They're not isolated. They're living their best life. I spoke earlier on about relational wealth and relational poverty, and when people don't have connections, when they don't have other human beings that they can connect with, and they're on their own and they've got their thoughts and they're on their own, it can lead them to a path where suicide's an option. But when they've got relational wealth, when they've got people running about them who care, whether it's Sam's team or the other workers who are there who check in on them, it might just be the reason why they stay alive. It might just give them that wee glimmer of hope. And everything that we do is about keeping safe for now. And if your donations, whether it's £5, £10, £20, £50, £200, whatever, that will go a long way to keeping people safe for now. And that's where the magic happens with the team. So on behalf of myself and the team, I just want to thank everybody that's tuned in. As I said on Twitter, I'm going to go on and get the final sort of views. The likes are kind of flying in, but we're on 3,500 views and 974 people watching it live at the minute, which is great. So much interaction, engagements. I've had a few emails, I've had a few things popping in. Somebody's asked for assist. We've got so many things that's came off the back of it. So thank you to everybody for their contributions. Thanks to everybody that's commented. Thanks to everybody that's shared it. And thanks to all our guests that have gave up their time today to come on and do it. And yeah, that's us. Home straight, last sort of 20 seconds. So what I'll do is I'll move all our guests out the wee room. I'll put you in the wee waiting room area. Say bye-bye, everybody. And last one. And that's us in our kind of last bit. So again, just on behalf of myself and everybody that's connected with the charity, we thank you for the support. We don't take it for granted. We know that we need to keep working hard to support people. Our ultimate aim is to help as many people as we can in our community and beyond. And we'll continue to do that for the community. We set out to do that. Since Man On has came around, we have halved the suicide rate in Inverclyde, but we know that the figures are just the tip of the iceberg. So we know that there's so much work to be done. We know that there's so much that we still need to do, and we'll always evolve. We'll always listen to you. We'll always take ideas forward. So thank you for everything, and cheers for listening to me. For anybody that's listened to me for 8 hours straight, I don't know how you done it, but thank you for keeping me company. And we'll see you again soon. Cheers.